well, so I was doing a $50 bag, so 50% of that is what? Not much. And then now I'm up like 50%. So
Oh,
it's
that's
like,
good.
and it just like it takes long. Oh, now I'm up 72%. Sheesh.
That's good.
But if you like, it takes longer to like build up your bags. But like for a while, I was like putting in like my entire fucking bag.
Yeah.
Like I would have $200 in my account. I would make, or $300. I would make a good trade, get up to 400, 500, and then continue to do like huge bags when I could have just done like $100 a bunch of times. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because at
No,
first I
exactly.
was listening to VC, like when I first got into this, it's just like a gambling habit type thing. But that like is less of gambling. Like even if you're doing the $20 bag, you should like try it out. Like $5. I know it takes a lot more patience, but
No,
um,
exactly. It's like because I make like I was like one trade I seen I did good on. I was up $12, but I didn't take my profit because I thought it was gonna keep going, but the next candle opened and it just and I'm like, oh, that's lovely. That's
yeah.
and
But
then
it's just
I
like,
still came out with 20% though, which
yeah,
is it's not terrible, but I could have been up $12 instead of four.
right, yeah.
But my thing is, it
So
just sucks because I have just low money in it. It's just like I go up 4% or 10%. I come out with like $2, but I'm down 5%, and I lose $4.
yeah.
So it's not, it just takes a lot longer, and it does take a lot more patience. So it's like, oh,
Well,
okay,
it really adds up quick if you kind of you do like I'm saying the math of like, okay, $25, or if I have, it's just easier to use $100 bag. I have $25. It's starting to go the wrong way, but I'm still confident. Okay, maybe I can just add in $5 or $10 or something,
mm,
and then you get stopped out. Let's say you get stopped out and you lose like $10 of your $100 bag, but then the next trade you make hits 100% or like 80%, and then you've made $15 at that point. Like you've made it back. Like
mm,
even though you're like, I could have put in $100 and I could have made $100, you also could have lost another like 25. So it's like
yeah,
the math. There's a reason why VC is like preaching that system, because he was telling me last time I talked to him, we were talking about like the law of averages. Like if on average you're if on average you're winning 7 out of 10 trades and they're hitting close to 100% or 50%, even 20, 40%, like it starts to stack up. And that's just like,
mm,
I don't know why I couldn't like get that through I mean, I need to just keep that. Like I've been on a solid run for the last like few weeks of not being an idiot. So
good.
I just
Yeah,
want
there's
to now I feel like it's my duty to tell everyone else to not trade their entire bag at once,
yeah,
because it's not the move at all.
yeah. No, it's not. I mean, it's like it's nice to see like you're going up, but it's like it can change in like 2 seconds, and it's like, oh, okay. Like if I'm up 45%, then I shouldn't even care. And and if I'm up, then I'm up. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a short right now. That 3-minute moon just hit, and the volume's going down because every time it does this, it reverses.
It's just like I used to like this render trade, for example. I just like I hit fucking 92%, which is crazy.
Yeah,
But like
there's
in
that
the
3-minute
past,
moon
I
right
would have
there.
like let it go. Like I would have been down like 50%, and then it comes back down, and then okay, I got out of the trade like barely, but I didn't make any like this time. Or what I've been doing is like, okay, actually let the stop loss work. I lost 15% of a quarter of my bag, which is not bad. And then I just waited for a better entry.
Yeah.
And I made back that stop loss like so quickly
No,
and
exactly.
then a lot more. So it's like it sounds very simple, but it's not in practice. It is not
It's not.
that
No, not
easy
at
to do
all.
that.
It's not. And did you enter your short like right around this area of what like 399, or what is it at?
I just so um let's see. Let me look at this chart. Well, I was seeing like red moons, like they kind of it bounced off that. My initial entry was off like while it was like still had that initial just big move down,
Mm.
and then it bounced pretty hard off that. What area is that? Um, 3.66, and I was like trying to get an entry around there, and then I got stopped out, and so I just let it go. And then the 5 minute was like 3 minute, 5 minute. The RSIs were like staying topped out for a while, so I just waited until that came down and waited until just kept waiting, and then I got a 3 minute red moon and red trend, and I'm in. Or I started buying in on the 3 minute moon, and then the trend just confirmed further that I can let it run.
Okay.
Um, but I base it off the moons,
No,
100%,
that's exactly what I'm
because
doing. Like I
well,
just
yeah, and
that
it's still probably could have waited for the 15-minute red moon too. But yeah, I don't know. Don't I think I said this, might have said this last time we talked, but like trying to avoid RSI trading too much. Like
no, yeah, I
everyone
confirm
looks at
with
the
you, man.
RSI and that's how they get you.
Hmm.
Because the RSI can stay topped, it can turn back at any point. It can
Yeah.
like it definitely helps to
Yeah.
know okay it's topped. Like a lot of times it will work, but yeah, trading with like volume and moons,
Yeah.
and
That's
also the 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 negative volume on the 15-minute, like it failed to like the volume failed to go positive, so it's like okay, this is still looking pretty good for a short because we still have 1 hour red moon, just got a 2 hour red moon,
oh
4 hour
yeah,
red moon
definitely good.
looks pretty good. So on the higher time frames, it seems like the general sentiment is it's a short.
Yeah.
But that I didn't expect it to bounce like 2%, 2 or 3% or whatever it did. So
Yeah,
that
that's why
kind
I'm looking
of
at
caught me
wife
off
because
guard.
it went up 9%. And so if I get that 3 minute confirmation on the moon, because that's how I was doing some entries last night, and it made like 50%, but I didn't make too much money. Well, I made like just 50% last night, just going off of like little plays like that. Like I would wait, and then I would see this red moon play happen, and I would see it just kind of reset, wait for the RSI to kind of bounce, and then as soon as I see this green moon, I would get on a trade, and then I would get this and get 20, 40% right in this little area. And that's what I'm trying to learn
So
and understand more
well, okay, I'm
because,
looking at the wife chart. Like look at the 15 very like remember the 4.5 rule. So like and it's like green oh wait shit, I was looking at the 4 hour. Shit, my bad.
you're good.
Okay. 15-minute. Yeah, it's still like super high because it's like
No, yeah,
a hyped up
exactly.
coin. So that's like
It's a meme coin. It
this
just
is the
pops
kind
up.
of like that's the kind of one where I would try and go for a quick long, like
Mm.
I don't know about right now, but
No,
those
because
are
it's.
those are good too. Sometimes try and just get
Hmm.
a quick long in there,
Yo,
because it's like rejecting 3 minute.
what up, Young?
Yo,
Yeah, what up, BC?
So Young man, you finally doing the 4x4. My boy Young
And I
doing the
guess I
four
just
by
want to become
four,
more
bro.
patient.
Yeah, I
Even
mean,
though
It's
I have
guys, you have
20
to like,
minutes.
it's so much less stressful.
yeah, I mean,
I'm on
so
like
Yeah.
a 3 week run right now.
it's
I
all
haven't put
law
more
of
money in
averages.
my account.
Yeah, how's your account, man? How you doing?
It's good. Steady, steady. Well, I blew my account again at the end of last year or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Put in $50, and now I'm up to like $500,
Nice.
which is pretty crazy. So
That's only been
turned
a little
50
while.
into 500.
Yeah, you only
What'd
been
you say?
back. I said you only been back for a little bit of time.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
You're doing exactly
I
well.
think with you, you have the you go through a roller coaster, right? So I mean, the thing about you is like you figure out the system really fast, but then you kind of you change the rules of it, you know. Because I remember when you first came in, I think you had like 300, you got to 3,000 or something,
Yeah.
and then you kind of like push the bags too much. But yeah, I mean the system, the four by four. I mean, you know, or just get into the position where you do your 10 trades, right? And you just calculate your percentages. You know, as long as you're learning to take profits, right? Like so, right now Jordan is in the position where he's hitting his 30, 40, 50, 60% gains. You know what I mean? But like listening to him, he had a 80% gain, but then he said to himself, it's going up even higher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just to the point where,
That's
yeah, it just gets to the point where you have to realize like it doesn't always go higher. You know what I mean? Like everything has to come back down. Like you got to always remember, like everyone who is in the trade is in the trade to make a certain amount of money, right? And once they make that money, they have to take it. So we're designed to catch the movement of the trade somewhere in the middle, and then we just take out what the average, you know, guaranteed win is, right? And if we do that every time, it doesn't matter how long we stay in a trade or how many trades we do if we execute, right? Because if you do every trade and you make 50%, right? That's kind of like the system is to um, have it figure out your. So think about the indicators as confirmations, right? Everything that you see, you're looking for a simple pattern, right? Like right now, what we're focusing on is the 3 minute volume breakout, which just concurs whether it's a long or a short. The 3 minute volume can't stay above the zero line and keep bouncing and getting higher, then it's weak, right? And then that needs to turn into the 5 minute, has to repeat the same process as the 3 minute, and then eventually the 15 minute breaks the zero line, comes back down, and then we have a move up after a 15-minute green moon, right? That's our entry, right? And eventually we move that into the 1 hour and so forth. But when you have a system that you can do, and every single time you make a trade, right? That's why you guys make sure you're watching the videos in the course intro, right? If you enter a trade, get into the trade, make the trade, and you write down the percent that it goes backwards, the max, and then write down how much it went up the max, you will see that in 10 trades that you normally go back an average of, no matter what, you always goes backward at least 8 to 10, 12, 13%. And then it goes the other direction. And you always seem to get to 39, 40, 60, 80% gains, right? And once you get the 10 trades written down and you can look down and say, okay, I normally go back about 13% and less, and I'm hitting about 40 to 60% every single time of my gains, right? We can tighten that up and fix that to where we make that a very consistent rate. Now, once you have that, every single time you trade, you hit 50% gains, right? And you can look back and make 10 trades and go, okay, I've hit all 10 trades for 50%, and then do it again and again. Now every time you're doing that, you're taking your bag and it's a $50 bag. You do your 10 trades, you raise your bag from 50 to 100, you do your 10 trades, you raise your bag another 50, you're at 150, you're at 200. And every 10 trades, as long as you're hitting your 300% gains, right? Meaning that after the 10 trades, you've made at least 300% positive gains with losses, right? So no matter what, if you have $100, you should have a 3x in profit. And then you add $50 and you go to 150 and you do it again. If you make 300% gains, you add 50, you go to 200, and you keep just moving the bag by $50. And eventually you will get to a price where you have compounded your bag to where you got a $500 bag. And now when you're hitting 50%, you're making 250 a trade. So if you're getting your 10 trades in a week, that's 2,500. It's 100 grand, right? But it's a process that you have to go through. And the biggest process is simply getting the first part down, right? And the first part is just simply getting the system down where you're following the law of average, right? You're not just, increasing the bag amount to whatever you think you should have at that moment because you think that's the best trade you're going to see, or everybody's hitting huge trades, so I'm going to increase my money today because today is the day that everything's going crazy, right? And then you end up losing one trade that is worth 4 trades. So when you follow the steps and you learn to slowly build and compound your bag, right? That's where you see, like, Young right now. Young's going from, $50 over the last couple weeks to, now he's at 500. Right? When you think about that, that's 100x times, 10. Now, if he had the same system where he was increasing his bags like normal, that should have been a $500 bag by now, right? And then his 500 would be 5,000 to 50,000 in gains. But he's getting there, right? And he'll be the first one to tell you, like, when you listen to him, he's like, I've been trying to, I always tell everybody, don't put your bag, trade the 4x4, right? And what the 4x4 was, is the 4x4 was this: we make 4 trades, right? Because you should be very good at executing trades as soon as you kind of get through the system, right? And the trade was this: you make 4 trades and you have a 50% gain. And on 3 of those trades, you hit 50%, or 3 trades, you hit 50%, and the other one you break even, right? At that point, you should have doubled your bag. So once you double your bag, you can increase your bag entry, right? And how we have it is you do 4 trades, double your bag, do 4 trades, double your bag, do 4 trades, double your bag. So the way we used to do it is, if you could double your bag 4 times. So if you have $50 and you can turn $50 into 100 to plus 4 times in a row, right? You would have 50 double ups. So 54 time double ups, right? 4 times. And when you have $50 and you double it 4 times, that means you have $200. You would take 200 of that dollars and put it into your bag, and you would change your bag from 50 to 100, right? And then you would take that and do a 4x4, meaning that if you can turn that 100 into 400, right? Meaning you did a 4x, 4x4. Once you had that in play, you take that money and say, okay, my 100 just became 400, meaning that you've done enough trades to make 100 into 400. Then you take your $100 bag and you would add another $50 and make it 150. And then you would have to turn that 150 times 4, right? So now that has to become 150, 150, 150, 150. You have to be up $600 in profit. Once you do that, you add another $50. It's the only way to increase your bag is to 4x your profit of your bag. That's the only way you make your bag bigger, is if you earn the money in profits to do that. That's how you make your bag bigger. So that's how we protect people with their profits and from blowing bags. So you should never lose your entire bag if you're in the academy following the system. Because if you lose an entire bag and get liquidated, it should only be a partial of your thing. It should only be a quarter of your entire bag. Not to mention, if you're doing the 4x4 and you're doing it right over time, you got to realize that you're 4xing every bag and you're only taking $50 to the next bag. So if you're by the time you get a $200 bag, you should be at 1,200 in the bank in your regular account for backup. So if you did blow a $200 bag, you could grab 200 out of the 1,200 and be like, oh, it's no big deal. You still have $1,000 backing you up, right? So that's the consistency of doing the 4x4 and following the system, is so that you don't blow your bag. So Young's a guy who will tell you 100 times that he has taking $30, $50, $100, $300 to three, four, five, $6,000, and then he starts betting it all. Right? That's why he calls it gambling. And then he will make some bad trades, get emotional, and when you get emotional, you go back against everything that we teach. And you start trading off your emotions instead of the structure and the system, and then you lose half your bag again. But your losses are bigger; they're 10 times. If your bag is supposed to be 200, but you're trading 1,000, well, you just literally lost 5 bags when you lose that trade. So in a matter of 2 3 trades, you could have lost 25 possible trades. So you're basically just getting abused, right? So that's why you guys want to always make sure that you only raise your bag because you made money to raise your bag. And that's why we teach that system, is because it's all about following a very simple technique to protect your money and grow your bag properly. Right? So that's why you hear Young pop in and always say, hey, man, I feel like it's my job now to tell everybody, because, that's what the community is follow the system so that everybody does well. So that's a shout out to Young for, coming in, and part of the community is to teach the system and make sure everybody is following a structure so they're successful. You don't need to take $50 or $300 to 3,000 like Young back down to 200. Right? He can explain to you how he does that, and then you can understand why slowly increasing your bag and compounding profits is the proper way to make your $100,000 a year. Right? Just takes time. It takes longer when you don't listen to the system or follow the structure. But if you listen and follow the structure, within 4 months, you will be making $100,000 a year. And after 4 months of that, you can make 150. You can build yourself up to $200,000, $300,000 a year by following the system. But the whole thing comes down to following the steps of the system. This is why we make the videos, guys. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. And that's one thing is like that's one thing I'm really trying to discipline myself, is not being emotional and not to chase a trade. Like I watched wife this coin. I watched it go up 12%, but I don't care. Because I would be all emotional about it and be like, "Oh, look, it's going. Oh, I need to get in." And then I enter here, and then I just get pumped out, and there's no point in me being emotional just because I watched it go up 5, 10%. It doesn't matter, like, so what? Like, even even if I make a quick little move, like here's the 3 minute green moon, it popped here, I missed it. So what? Like I'm learning. I'm just kind of following what he did and putting in 100% or 50%, but
Mm-hmm.
it just sucks because when I put in 50% of my bag and I'm at like just $20, which is fine,
Yeah.
and I make $2, and then it goes up by 20%, 30%, I make $5, but then I go down 2% and I lose $5, and it just sucks because I keep going in this I'm in a loop, and I'm trying to break out of it, and I'm slowly getting there, but I just need to learn
So
more and
walk
understand charting.
walk through your walk through your 10 trades. So walk me through your last 10 trades. What have they, how far have they gone down before they go up? And what's the max they go up?
Max they go up is probably 10, 15, 20%,
Now,
or
see,
even
that's
more
do
like
you, do
last
you
night.
have a notebook there with all your trades?
No, that's one thing I need to get. The reason why I'm not writing is because I'm also moving in the process again. So it's just like I have things everywhere and organized and unorganized, and
Yeah, no. I
it's
mean,
just tricky.
it's just
But I need to start writing stuff down,
yeah, and it's just a
no matter
it's
what.
just
Like just
it's just a piece of paper, right? It's just a small notebook.
Mhm.
Right? That notebook should be
Yeah,
with your laptop, right? It's not a big organizational thing. It's just a simple book.
no, no.
And all you do is
hmm
every time you make a trade, you write down, okay, here's a trade, here's my entry. Are you putting the trades in the 10 trade review?
No,
Okay.
because like when I saw the trade, like if I got in on a trade, you know how you'd have to hit that little button, and then I just forget to hit that little button, or I'd take a picture of it. But I would usually close my trade before I hit that, so that's kind of like I need to really start doing that. But before I was, but
Yeah,
then I
you
stopped
should.
doing
So
it
no
again.
matter what you do, like the first step is to make sure that you have at least um uh book, right? So you just need a notebook, right? It doesn't have to be a
Yeah,
big thing there. A notebook really comes down to just writing what's happening. So when you enter a trade, right, you go make your entry, and then what you do is say, okay, I'm doing a short on SU or whatever, render. I'm doing a long on render, whatever you're doing. And you write down render, short or long, and then you watch your trade. And then whatever it goes down to, right? If it goes down 15% negative, 22% negative, right? Because your first stop loss needs to be 30. Okay. Now, if you get stopped out, you write there stop loss 30%. Okay. And then you find another re-entry, which is based on your RSIs and your 15 minutes and your 1 hour. And
yeah,
when you have this, let's say that it goes down 20% and then it goes the other direction and it makes it up to 22% profits. So the lowest is 20% negative, the highest was 32% positive. And then it got stop loss somewhere, wherever you had it at 20%, 10%, or entry, right? And you have to write these down. That's why we have it in the intro, because it's very important to understand your average, right? So once you have
hmm
your average down, like when I ask you, like, okay, let's go over your last 10 trades. What's go to the start with the top one. You're like, all right, my top one is render. Okay, how far did it go down? Went down 17%. Okay, how high did it go? It only reached 39% before I stop lossed out at 20% profit. Okay, go to your next trade. Well, the next one was Bitcoin or whatever, Sue or whatever, Matic. Went down 12%, went up to 32%. Okay, what's your next one, right? And when we get done with the 10 coins, I can understand what's your average pullback, and then I can understand what's your average gain, right? So you should always start off with a 30x leverage. You should always have a 30% stop loss. You should always write down how far it went down and then how far it went up. So when we do a 10 trade review, I can make adjustments just in I can use the indicators and the system to make adjustments to help you get higher winning percentages just by simply adjusting things in the system, right? Without you even getting better or doing anything different, right? Because once I know your average back and your average top, I can adjust the system for you that you can start moving those needles. And then
I see.
when we start to go through the trades, right? You will learn how to enter better so that your entries don't go back as far as they are, right? And then we come down, once you have that down there, then we start looking at, okay, here's what I need you to do. I noticed in the 10 trade review, you don't have any trades in there. All that is that when you enter a trade and you set your stop loss, right, at 30x, right? So 30x leverage, 30% stop loss, take profit at 50%. Boom, boom, boom. Now you go to the 10 trade review and you type a message. Render, long, entry, $1.42. Boom. And then I know somewhere around that time, in the last 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, you enter the trade and I know what it was, and you're doing a long, and I know your entry price. So then I can go back to my Discord, and it doesn't matter where time frame you are. My Discord will tell me what time it was for me. And then I can go to my trading view, look at that trade, right? Estimate and find your entry point, and then I can look at all the things that are a step-by-step system, and I can say, okay, you missed this step. And then I can make a video of what you missed, right? And then at the end of your trade, whatever happens, you go back and you hit reply to your entry on that 10 trade review. Hit reply to your comment and you type in hit target 50% profits. Okay. Hit stop loss 30% negative. Hit stop loss at entry. Hit stop loss 20% profits. And then I know, or just post whatever it did. Like you see other guys posting their percentages. And then I know what happened. So like I can tell that Swervin set his entry up, hit his 45% profits, which would have been his 50. I can tell on ID where a decline made 60%, right? So, and I can tell here where guys are doing, what's wrong there, right? Like Swervin has a 30% loss, right? So his entry was bad, right? So then we can go back and then review the trade and give you better tips on entries and how to make sure that you're not missing the steps, right? Like trading with the 15-minute moon and the 15-minute money line and the 1 hour money line. If you're not trading with the 15-minute money line and the 1 hour money line, well, that's part of the problem, right? So then we can
Yeah.
start fixing your trade system, right? That's why we have those two things in place, right? It's the most two important things that we have, right? It's the whole thing, right? You have to write down your entries. You have to write down how far it goes down. You have to write down how far it goes up. And then you need to post what happened in your trades. And then when you're doing those simple steps, writing the biggest percent it goes down, writing the biggest percent it went up, posting in the 10 trade review when you entered a trade, what was the entry price, and then posting what happened to the replying to your own comment, posting what happened. Then I can go back and fix the trade that you made a mistake on, give you tips to be
Yeah.
better, and then I can adjust the system on your average trades to give you more percentages of win. And then together, we will see you increase your averages to where you're hitting 50% every single time, right? And then once you got that system down, you start compounding your bags. So even if you start off with $10 and you make 50%, right? And you do that through your 10 trades and you make that 50%, but at the end of the day, that $10 will become 50 or at least $30. Then we're going to take the $10 and make it 15 and we're going to repeat. And then once we get that down, that 15 will become 20. And then we'll start adding $10 and 20 will become 30 and 30 will become 40 and then 40 will become 50. And then we'll start adding $50. Then that 50 become 100, 100 will become 150, 150, 200, 200, 250. And then eventually within 6 weeks, you will go from $10 to trading $250 and your 50% wins will be 125 bucks. They will be 10 times bigger than your original bag. You will be 10xing your bag in 6 weeks. But you have to follow.
That's
Go ahead.
no, no, no. I was just gonna say, and that's exactly what I want to do. I want to follow that system, and
Yeah.
I just need to get over this emotional hill I'm on, and I'm doing that right now. I'm seeing what I'm doing wrong when I enter on a trade. Like, what did I do wrong here? Like, and now I'm understanding like you shouldn't do this, and just because it's going up on a big candle doesn't mean you should enter. Just because it goes up 2% doesn't mean you should still take your profit. I'm still like you were saying, you need to take your 4 trades on a win. Like that's my big thing is I don't know why I'm up 20%, but I don't take profit. But I'm down 5%, then I take my money out, then I would be
Yeah.
then I look at the trade 5 minutes later, and then I was still right, and I would be up another 10% if I left it in there. And so, one thing I'm learning is trying just to be patient and just to take it, even if it's 5%. You know, it doesn't matter if it goes up another 5%.
Well,
Just
that's
take it.
yeah. Your whole you just explained why the entire system exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get in a trade, right? I think you were talking earlier, your trade was up what 60, 70%, but 90 you didn't take profits and it went all the way back.
Yeah, yeah, because it was literally one candle and it was gone. I was up 45%,
Hmm.
went up on like this run right here. Then I was waiting for that next candle to open to see what it did, and just straight pretty much right here. And then I was still up 20%, which is $3,
Hmm.
but still I should have been up $12 when it was here. You know, I should have just taken my money instead of just being so confident on, oh, it's gonna keep going up or it might go up again. You know, because like it didn't really indicate it was gonna dump or anything like that. You know, like it just had a really big move.
And
But
that
then
is
again, it's like,
that's because right there you're trading off of how you feel, right?
exactly.
The system is designed to trade off the the highest percentage of win, right? And you have to
Hmm.
realize that the system's designed to help you be successful and win trades and get yourself into positions where everything you do is winning, right? So when you're up 45, 50% or whatever, your stop loss should have been moved to at least 20, 25, 30%. And if it hits the stop loss, then that's the end of the trade, right? And you just walk
Hmm.
away, whether it's 20%, 30%, or if it hits your 50, you're done, right? Right now
Hmm.
you're like looking at the trade and you're everything about your trade is emotional, right? You know, you go down
Hmm.
5%, you close your trade, but your stop loss is supposed to be 30, right?
Hmm.
So you don't have any system here that I can look at and help you here because you close too early and then when you get up, you don't take profits, right? So we
Hmm.
don't have a rhythm here,
Yep.
right? The whole point is to open a trade with a 30x leverage, place the trade in, put a stop loss at 30%, then put a take profit at 50, right? And then at the end of the day, once we have all that in there, right, we move on to the next part of the scenario. We write down how far our trade went down before it went up, right? And then we write down how far our trade went up before it stopped whatever it did. And then on the 10 trade review, we have that written. So the steps are very simple, right? So you enter a trade, right? And the very first thing is you enter a trade, you go to your scenario, you type in 30% stop loss, you type in 50% gains, right? Boom, done, right? Then
Hmm.
once you do that, which I'm doing right now, I'm walking through it, and this will be recorded for you. And then once it's done, then you go over to your 10 trade review, right? You have your entry price, right? Average price, 119.95. So then I go over to Discord and I go, okay, I'm doing a Sue Long 119.95 entry. Boom. Now everything is set up. So it's that simple. I entered a trade, I put it in the a 10 trade review. I've got my stop loss set, I've got my take profit set, right? That part is done. Now I go back to my trade. And my entire job is to write down how far it went down negative before it went up. And then when it all finishes, to write down what was the highest amount it made, right? So that way I have
Yeah.
data. And then I go back to my 10 trade review and I write down or post my poster on what happened, right? That is the data that is needed. Now, the second part is to simply follow the stop loss movement protocol, right? So we start off at 30%. When the profits on a coin reaches 15% profits, showing a push of momentum, we move our stop loss from 30 to negative 15. Okay. And what that is we're moving with the momentum. Now, once the profits get above 20%, or 20%, 25%, we then move our stop loss to entry, which would be 0 loss. Now, worst case scenario goes against me. I lost my entry. Okay. Now at that point, once we break 27, 30% profits, we start moving our stop loss, keep it in the halves if you want, move it to a positive 15%. Or say, you know what, I'm in here and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let this break, 35%, 40% area. When it breaks 35%, I'm going to move my stop loss to 20% profits. And now it's either going to stop loss out at 20%.
So then no matter what, you come out with gains, even though you're up 40, you still come out with 20. Like,
Right.
and that's one thing I'm kind of drilling into myself is like, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, you could have been up $12, but you're up 20, man. Just be happy. That's one thing,
Well,
especially is like
you're
seeing that
you're
percent go.
yeah, you're stuck. You see, and the other thing
So,
is you're stuck on money, right? Money doesn't
mm-mm,
matter. It's percentages.
mm-mm,
Okay. We compound money to make bigger percentages, right? It's all about percentages. I just want to make sure that no matter what money amount I have, I make 20% profits every single time,
mm-hmm.
right? And the goal is to master a system that gives me 50% profits every single time. Okay. It's not about the money. You need to master the system of how
Mm-hmm.
to get where you're going, right? And until you follow the basic systems, steps, we can't do anything to get you where you're going, right? So when this trade moves and it gets to 35%, I then move my take profit to 20, and then or my stop loss to 20 and my take profits at 50, right? Now, if it starts to move momentum and I want to, let it run, as we say, and it gets to 42, 43%, take your take profit and move it to 75% profit, right? But then
Mm-hmm.
when you're in the 40% area, you have to move your stop loss to 30. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
now no matter what happens, you take your 30% or 27 on average. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can let it run, right? Now, the biggest thing for you to do when that happens is if you move your take profit to 100% and you're just letting it run, right? Whatever price it gets up to, you have to write that percentage down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is why. If you are averagely going backwards, right? Whatever the percent is, and you write it down. But if you tell me that you are if I look at your 10 trades and you say, okay, and I say to you, okay, go through your trades. First trade, how high did you go? I got to 47%. Second trade, how high did you go? I got to 62%. Third trade, how high did you go? I got to 82%. Fourth trade, how high did you go? I got to 52%. Fifth trade, I got to 60%. Sixth trade, right? And at the end of it, I can look at all your percentages. Okay. And all I have to do, brother, is to make sure that you hit 50% all the time. All I do is adjust your leverage from 30 to 45% or 50 or maybe even 60, all based on how much you make. And once I tweak the tool, right, to get you from 37, 42, 27, 36, 47, 32, and I make that tweak, right? And I take your leverage. So let's say that you're averaging 32% on the positive every trade, but you can't seem to break to 50. Okay. All I have to do is take your 30x leverage, right? Because here's the format. You start with 30x leverage. You write down how low you go. You write down the highest you go. All I have to do is take that 30x leverage and rotate it into 50x leverage. So now every time you do a trade, you do 50x leverage instead of 30. And then we go back and look at your 10 trades after that. And now you write down, well, I went from an average of 32% gains. Now I'm averaging 62, 67, 57, whatever, right? But now
Yeah.
we're hitting our 50%. So now we can set the target at 50% and stop trying to push it to 75 and 100 and just realize that we have mastered the 50. And now we start fixing the entries, right? Once we fix the entries, we will get higher gains because our entries are better. Now we have a complete system. Now we can start seeing that, okay, what's your average? Okay, if it's 50% to 65 to 75, whatever, we know that we can set a target of 60% every single time and walk out the door with our 50% gains. So now if it doesn't matter if you have 10 bucks, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, 5 grand, 10 grand, right? I can put $20,000 to $50,000 in a trade and know I'm walking out with 30 to 50% because I do it every single time, right? When you have that confidence and you know what's happening in the trades, you're not emotional. You're just a machine. You're just doing your job, right? When you go do a job and they train you on how to do your job, right? They say, okay, hit this button here, push this here, measure this here, hold that here, hit the green button, boom, 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 and here's it's done, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't start making emotional decisions on your job. You just do what they trained you to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing here. Your
Yeah,
job
it is.
is to follow the indicators. Your job is to make an entry. Your job is to use 30x leverage. Your job is to put your stop loss at 30%. Your job is to put your take profit at 50. Your job is to then go post inside the 10 trade review what you just did, a long, a short, and your entry price. Your job is to then track the highest percent it goes and the lowest percent it goes. Your job is to move your stop loss accordingly. And then your job is to write down what happened at the end of it all. Then go back to your 10 trade review comment and write down what happened. Write down in your book the lowest percent it went, the highest percent it went, and then the final result. That is your job. And just like any factory or any company in the world, once you finish doing your job, the company will then make adjustments to fix their product and the percentages they're seeing and give you different schematics to increase things, right? So I don't know what jobs you've ever had, but my background
I
is,
learned that real quick.
yeah, my background. I'm with it. I'm a what I do is I fix companies, right? So my job, I'm a consultant. So it doesn't matter what people make, what people do, right? It's a process of how to deliver results. Like when I work for, I helped a railroad company that, I don't know how much you know about trains, but back in the day, you used to ride a train and you would hear this doom, 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 right? And that's where everywhere the track was put together, the train track was an average of, I think it was like 10 yards or some shit, that each length of a railroad thing was 10 yards. And then they would put it together, like literally just piece them together and then put these two pieces on each side and with four bolts. And eventually a train would go over it so many times that where the two pieces of metal connected, they would bend down because there was no support so that they wouldn't bend, because it was just taking two pieces of metal and putting them together, and the train would go over it. And at that point, the train's weight would eventually push those edges down because they weren't solid edges. So when you ride a train, you always heard a dun 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 dun. And then a company about 20, 30 years ago came up with an ideal that instead of making every 10 yards, inside their factory, they started, it was Holland Rail. they took their two railroad pieces and they put them together, and they took 10 pieces and they welded them together so that piece was no longer there. Now, instead of every 10 yards, you had 100 yards of rail before you had a place where they would have to go together. And then they created a welding machine that literally went on the track. And when the companies would lay the rail, they had a welding machine that would pull over the rail, and right where they pieced it together, they would actually weld it together on the track in the field to eliminate the little line in between the two pieces, so every piece of rail was solid. Because what happens if a train keeps going over that piece over 10 years, the companies used to have to go out to the railroad tracks, cut out the two ends, put a piece in the middle, and weld it together. And so that way there was no dum, 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 or the train, if it kept bending, it could derail. So they solved that by putting the pieces together and welding it on the track, right? So when I went there, we solved an issue of how many welds they can do per hour per minute, but the guys didn't do anything different in their job. I didn't teach guys to change anything they did. All I did was look at their system, adjust their percentages, and you didn't have to do. I didn't have to work with the 20 guys on the line. All I had to do was solve the issue of the system, right? The system's designed to help you, right? So the first part is you have to do your job the same way over and over and over and over so that I can make adjustments to solve the problem, right? And once you do that, like once I fix your entry, then I fix your take profits. Once I have that, then I have a scale of what you do averagely. My entire job and my entire system and structure is to teach you to be a 50% winner every single time, which really means that every trade you do makes 100% to 150% gains, right? But we only take 30% of our possibility because we don't want risk. We want reward. Okay. Now, when you learn to move, and the second part of the system is how to be a bigger earner. That's a boot camp. How to make more profits, how to stretch your profits, right? That's a boot camp you take. But right now, your job is to be a guy who every single time you trade, you hit 50% gains and you move on. That's your job. There are no emotions. There are just profits.
Yeah, you just hit that target that you want to hit, and you make that target happen, and you figure out a way to make it happen.
Yeah, you follow the system. There are no emotions. You just do a system, right? And our system right now is real simple. Like if I go over to SU, right? So like I'm trading SU right now, right? Very simple. Here's how it goes. First part is this. Which way is my 1 hour RSI going? Or not, more importantly, which way is my 1 hour money doing as well? Both of my 1 hours are headed up. You see that on SU? Go to SU. Go to SU 1 hour.
Yeah. No,
All right.
I'm on Sue's 1 hour right now.
Yeah. So
I
go to
was
SU.
noticing that earlier. I was preparing for a long because that's what it looked like it was doing.
Yeah. So first part is my 1 hour is headed up, right? Not the RSI. The RSI is kind of like, what we can see a lot, quickly, but the money line on Sue is headed up. You see the money line on Sue headed up? So now that the money line on the moons are headed up, I know that it's 100%. It's not just the people, it's the money. It doesn't matter if a million people are buying the coin if they're only buying a fucking dollar, right? I need people to buy big amounts. So now that that's done, my second part is to go to my 15-minute, right? Now what I need here is a 15-minute green moon, right? You see it? Okay. Now the third part of this to confirm the trade that I want to make is I go over to my 3-minute. What do I need my 3-minute to do? I need the 3-minute volume to show me the future. It goes up, comes back down, hits the support line, pushes up, barely gets any volume, comes back, hits the 0 line, pushes up. Then notice how once it pushed up after that last time, it almost went negative. Notice the 3-minute stayed flat. You see how that volume right there? That's called consolidation. Now it's reversing. Now I get a 3-minute moon, right? At this point, my entry is when the 3-minute RSI pushes down and starts to bend in that area, right? So I took this trade when that 3-minute volume didn't break and started to go sideways. And I noticed that the 3-minute RSI was at the bottom. So I took my first entry, right? Because it's building momentum at the 1996, whatever, right? 3-minute moon and a 3-minute trend alert came in, and I got my entry point, right? So now
Yeah,
I'm,
this is where I started putting entries in.
yeah. So now I put in 20% of my bag. Now what I needed to do is, right, I need to see some type of confirmation on the 15. Look at your 15-minute volume or RSI and volume. See how the money line was on the 15 headed up after that big spike? Then it pulled back. Doesn't even get close to touching a 15-minute red moon. You see that? Doesn't even get close.
Yeah.
It pulls back. It starts to go sideways. The 3-minute was going sideways. Then I can see the RSI starting to bend up. I took my entry right there. That's my entry at 1992 because it's showing me that it's starting to find volume, right? So this is the first entry point that I take. I take 20% of my bag and I just put a feeler out there because I just want to get an entry in. Okay, so now what I needed to do is, because I'm not at big risk, I'm at 20%. So now I need the system to repeat. Okay, what is the system? The system is step 1, volume on the 3-minute. Go positive, stay positive. That's what we have. Step 2, the 5-minute volume needs to break the 0 line. Retest it, which is what it did. Go look at the 5-minute. See how the 5-minute touched the 0 line and started to go up?
Yep.
That's your entry right there. As soon as the 5-minute hit the value, the 0 line, and started to move up, that's confirmation of the entry. Okay, that's my second confirm. Now I've got a floor. Now I have a target of an entry, $1.19.19, or $1.19.9, $1.19.5. Now I have this entry point, right? Now all I need this to do is continue the momentum, which is the next step for this would be the 5-minute holding support on the volume line, coming down and retesting and then heading back up again, right? Which is kind of what it's doing right here. Now, when this 5-minute RSI gets to the point where it reaches its top and it starts to come back down, then we're going to be in a position where we start rewarding ourselves with another entry, right? So now when the 5-minute RSI goes down, touches the bottom and starts to head up again, now we're getting another entry. So now that I have my 3-minute showing me that this is becoming a long, now I go to my 5-minute and it confirms a strength of a long because it held the 0 line. Now my next thing is very simple. I go to my 15-minute. What do I need to happen here? So the main trade is this. I need the 15-minute volume to come above the 0 line in volume. I needed to then pull back, which is going to happen. Look at the RSI and look at the money line. It's going to push from the 80 line right now. It's going to push up to the 100. It's going to break this volume section. Once the RSI gets to the top, it's going to push and make a big, nice candle. Then eventually, it's going to do a pullback, and that is where we let it come all the way back down. And the moment that it touches that volume line, it starts to head back up the other direction. That's our entry again. Okay. Now we put another 20, 30% there. And now we're just watching this momentum build, right? At that point, that's my trade. The 15-minute comes down, touches, and starts to run. I take my entry. I'm already in for 20. I put the other 50 in. I'm in 70% at that point. It pushes up. If my 50% target hits, I take my profits. If it pushes up and then starts to come back down and builds momentum, I'm in my trade. Now I just let it play out. Okay. It's either going to hit 50% profits. It's either going to hit, comes close and then pull back and I get stop lossed out at 0 or 20% profits. But now I'm in the trade. Okay. Now the ideal is once you master this basic small entry, the next thing is to realize that this same trade happens on the 30-minute, right? Then it happens on the 45-minute. Then it happens on the 1 hour. The trade that we really want this to happen on is we want the 1 hour volume to go positive. We want the 1 hour volume to come back and touch the 0 line. Then we want the 1 hour volume to break to the upside. That is a bigger trade and it will hit 50% every single time because that's the main trade, right? Right now, what you're doing is you're learning how to execute the 1 hour trade on the 15 minute, on the 30 minute, and you're taking pieces of the pie as you work up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but what you're doing is mastering your entries right now. That's it.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
adjust.
and that really.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that really clicked last night on making an entry on the 3 minute, like you just explained. Like I just pretty much figured that entry out last night,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes sense, because I see this confirmation, it bends back down, and I did have some questions, and you already answered them just explaining this, so it really helps. And so now I'm gonna do even better on my entries and see. Now I understand where I'm also going wrong on the volume and the support, and now I know how to make a better entry just off of you explaining that.
Right, and that's why what this is not emotional. This is a structure and a
Mm-mm.
system. This
Mhm.
system is a this system provides 300% gains all the time. Your job is to figure out how to get 10% of that or 15% of it.
Mhm.
So you're trying to get 15% out of 100% of a pie. It's a very small piece of pie. This is why the risk is nil and the execution is so easy, right? Everything that we do in the beginning is just to teach you how to protect your money, right? Because everyone else out there
Mhm.
is teaching people how to trade. Okay, we're not teaching you how to trade, we're teaching you how to be profitable. Okay,
How to protect your gains.
yeah, how to be profitable.
Yeah.
That's the entire thing. It's not about trading. Okay, there's 1,000 ways to trade, and they all work. Okay, been trading for 15 years. I can show you how to trade with one indicator. All I need is the moon indicator. Okay,
Mhm.
and I can have 100% gains every fucking trade, right? But it won't make sense to you because you, the problem is people have to understand why, right? And to me, I'm just a percent guy, right? I don't need to understand everything else that's going on. All I need to know is if I do this, this, and this, what do I get? And if I get that 7 out of 10 times, then I can evaluate my percentages, my risk. I can make all the adjustments needed to guarantee a hit, right? So once I understand that every time I trade, I can average 80%, that means that if I'm trading 10 trades, 7 times I hit 80 and 3 times I hit 60, right? Simply means that if I
Mhm.
trade and target 50% gains every single time, I will win 100% of my trades. And once I understand where I can win 100% of my trades, then I figure out how much I need to trade to hit my target. So if I hit 50% of every one of my gains and I want to make $100,000 a year or $1 million a year, all I need to do is then figure out how much I need to put into my trade. So if I'm hitting 50% every time, right, and I'm averaging 10 trades a week, that means on average, my trades on 10 trades a week, I have to make $200. Because if I make $200 every single time I trade and I do 10 trades a week, that's $2,000. And $2,000 is 100 grand a year, right? So in order to get that, that means I have to trade at least, if I'm trading 50% every time, I need to trade $400 or $500. And then every time my $500 bag hits a 50% gain, I made my $200. And then if I do my 10 trades a week, that's $2,000 a week. I make a 6-figure income. If I ever want to increase that, all I need to do, I don't have to become a better trader, right? I don't have to go study all the bullshit that everybody's trying to sell everybody. All I have to do is increase my bag from 500 to 1,000. And now I'm making 200,000 a year, right? I'm not teaching you to trade. I'm teaching you to execute. It's an emotionless trading system. This is why every
Mhm.
other system can't compare. Doesn't matter what everyone's teaching.
Mm-mm.
At the end of the
Just go
day,
off to information.
10 trades for 10 trades. I've already everyone who has a system out there. I already said, hey, listen, you put up 10,000, I'll put up 10,000. We'll make 10 trades. Whoever makes the most percent at the end of the 10 trades gets the 10,000. There's not one trader in the game that will take me up on that
Because they know you'll win,
because they know I'll win.
no matter what they do.
Correct. It's a joke. There's systems out there. There's a guy, Asian guy, charges $25,000. Okay. And I'm not mad at him because it's business. And what he does is he has a trading system, which is all support, resistance, all the bullshit in the world. And he has it spread out where you can go to offices all over the major cities, Chicago, LA, Phoenix, New York, Miami. And you go in this office complex. And what he does is he charges 25 grand. He gets 3, 4, 5 people a month to sign up for the course somewhere. And then he hires people at $10 an hour to be in this office, and he rents the office. Remember, renting an office is only like $3,000 a month, right? If you know what you're doing, you can get it down to $1,000. And then you pay people. A person's salary is what, $500, $600 a week times 4. That's only 2,400. That means if I get one person to sign up, I can cover the cost of my office and the person to be in the office, and I can make $2,000 profit, right? Or say minimum, say 1,000. Who gives a shit, right? If I have this going on in 4 major cities, and you're going to see me build this system out, I'm actually going to build this system out, and it's because it's so stupid. If he has one person sign up a month, one person a month, and he makes $1,000 on that one person, he has a person sit in an office. You show up. I paid this service because I needed to see what he did. So I went to the office. He wasn't even there. It was 2 people. They put on a screen, they put on a video, and they showed you his system, which is just a support and resistance system that the entire world trades. Nothing new, nothing special, just the same old shit. Here's a support, here's a resistance on the daily. Here's how you calculate the ups and downs. Here's how you find a channel. Here's where you enter, right? The same thing everybody does. And I sat there and watched all the videos for 3 days. Anytime I asked a question, they played the video. They didn't even have the answers. The people that were there couldn't even answer the questions. They just played a video showing the answer. Okay? That's all they did. They had no idea about trading or anything. $25,000 I paid to sit there and go in for 3 days of classes of 3 hours of class. Okay? When I walked out, I learned the exact same thing that is on YouTube that's been there for 10 years. Okay? But there was 15 people in that class. He made $350,000 just off that class. And those guys learned jack shit. And when I saw that, I was like, I'm in the wrong game. That's why I built the academy. That's why we're building it out. Right? Because if guys can teach people everything that's on YouTube and make 300,000 a month and not even teach you anything special, what's going to happen when there's a system and a structure that actually teaches you how to make profits, right? Forget trading. There's 1,000 ways to trade. What I teach you is how to make profits, because I explained the system. Here's the system and how they do it, right? And it's what everybody does. You take $1,000, okay, and you need about 5 grand. Okay, you take $5,000. You go to a trade, okay? When you enter the trade, you find the support resistance areas for your longs or your shorts, okay? You then map it out, and what you do is you set your limits, orders for buys and sells, right? So if you're doing a short, you set your entry for your short, and you target the area that it's going down, okay? Now, you put $1,000 in, and you have your leverage set. So they want to make 300 to 400% a trade, right? Which means they have to find a trade that is going to do a 3% move minimum, right? Because they're going to run like a 75x, right? Some of these guys run 100x. Some of these guys are fucking, the way they set it up is stupid. But here's the system, right? So you have $5,000, you put $1,000 in, you set it at a limit buy, you set your target for 300%, and then you move on with your life, right? And here's what they do. They
Mm-hmm.
set the targets, they set their trades, and then they go do the gym, they go do their life, right? Here's what happens on their trades. The entry either hits or it doesn't. If it hits, they don't even have a stop loss, bro. They either lose $1,000 or it goes up 300% and they make $3,000. Okay. The entire thing is
That's
based on this. If they lose 5 trades, then they lose $5,000. If they win 5 trades, then they win $15,000. So at the end of 10 trades, they have made an average of $8,000. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This is the greatest system that any trader will ever teach you. This is the holy grail of profits, right? That's the best they can do, right? And it's amazing. If you had $5,000 and I can show you how to win 50% of your trades and you can lose $5,000, but at the end of the 10 trades, you will be up 8,000. You would say, how much does it cost? Right? Because if you can
Yeah.
make $8,000 after 10 trades, right? You do that, you do figure it out. You do that 8,000. If you do that 10 trade system 10 times, you made 100,000. You could probably do that in 5 months.
Oh yeah,
It's right.
probably.
Yeah. So I can easily sit here and go, hey guys, listen, if you want to make 80,000 in 4 or 5 months, I got a $25,000 trading course you can take, and it will win because you can lose 50% of your trades and win 50% of your trades. And as long as you do what I tell you to do on your entry and for your support and resistance, the leverage is properly set, you will make 300% on your gains, right? You make 15,000 in profit, you lose 5,000 on the other ones. 5 winners, 5 losers. You're not even a good trader. You're an average trader with a 50% take profit. You're a 50% winner. And everyone in the world would be like, I only win half the time. And it plays right into the mindset that, and it's a great system. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If you had $5,000 and you could win half of your trades out of 10 and walk away with $8,000 every 10 trades, once every month, you make $8,000. You'd be like, yo, VC, sign me up. Right?
Yeah. No,
When I looked
exactly.
at that system, I laughed because it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. But I realized how every other person out there thinks it's so great, right? But to me, I'm a numbers guy, right? And all I realized, and I made one simple tweak, right? I can make one change to that system, and what'll happen
Mm-hmm.
is they would lose $2,000 instead of five, which would mean their gains would be an extra $3,000. So I can make one tweak to their entire system, and I could basically every 10 trades give them an extra 3,000. So if you're doing 10 trades a month, I can teach you how to make an extra $36,000 a year on that system, right? And I've told guys, and I said, listen, you want to make an extra 36,000 a year on that system? Pay $5,000. I'll show you. And all I do is tweak one little thing. I don't even teach in my system. All I do is change one little thing they do wrong, and they make an extra 30,000. Right? I could sell that system all day.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, absolutely.
it's
Everyone
it's
can do
crazy,
it.
right? What I looked at was why lose money?
Yeah.
Right? Because I'm not dealing with guys. You got to realize when I'm talking to you guys, I'm not dealing with guys who have 5 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand. Right? When somebody has 100 grand and they come to me, and I can teach them a system where they can make $1 million a year. Stupid. When you have little money, which is crypto, people coming in, people trying to become something, people trying to change their lives, they've got 5, 10, $50, right? The system that I have to have is a system that can compound and gains where it's not taking a year to get a 10x or a 100x. I need
Mm-hmm.
I need a 10,000x. It's the only way to take a guy from $100 to 100 grand to a million,
Yeah.
right? So my system has to be clean. And that's why the system is designed on execution, because it doesn't matter how you trade, it only matters what you make. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
The entire system's
No, that
based on
exactly makes
profits.
sense.
That's it.
It's not based on emotions.
Right. It's
It's not
based on
based on
profits.
money bag.
It's just like
And that's
it's just like a factory, bro. If you're making a
mm-hmm.
product, it
Yep.
doesn't matter what product you're making. You tell me how much your business is making, and I'll make it 30% more. That's what I do in life. It doesn't matter if you sell shoes, hats, t-shirts, factories, cars. It doesn't matter. I've worked for one of my biggest clients, right, are AT&T, Costco, Walmart. I solve all their problems. That's what I did for a living
Mm-hmm.
for 10 years. Right? My client base are the top 100 companies in the world. And all I do
Yeah.
is solve the problem of profits. The same thing in trading. Can I teach you guys support, resistance, and all that basic shit? Yes. A donkey could do it. The problem is it would
Mm-hmm.
take you a year to learn patterns, candles, support. And now the other problem is that the market makers, right? The market makers are designed to actually set the market, right? And this is where the change happened, right? I was sitting down, and I know a lot of big boys, and they would literally laugh about the shit and say, "Yo, VC, you want what pattern you want to see?" And you're like, you like, how everybody likes to trade the bull flag or the bull pattern, and
Mm-hmm.
we'd be like, yeah. And they would take a trade, and we'd sit there for 4 hours, and these guys would literally create a bull flag, and then they
Oh
would be
wow.
like, watch all these people get in on this trade, and then they would dump it. I saw this back in 2017. This is why I changed the way I traded crypto. So a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people don't know, but the original guys who made that stupid what's that that NFT, the one that went huge, the original one, right? Those guys were from Canada. I knew those guys. But I was in crypto in 2017, and it was a money grab, right? Once you learned what a money grab was, you just took advantage of all the people that didn't understand that it was a casino. So that was the beauty of it. I had guys that were running bots. I knew guys that were like, trading bots, where the trading bot would sit there and show you momentum, and then you start pumping, and as soon as their bot made a 50 to 100%, it would just dump on you, and then it would start to slowly work its way up, and then get you in, and you're like, all right, it's gonna go, and then they build it up, build it up, build it up, and then it make 100%, and then it dump on you. Like, I know guys that made millions of dollars running bots on you guys. It was crazy. That is even better today, right? So when you see a pattern, when you see a bull flag, when you see a candle, and you see all this other shit, it's only 60% accurate. But that's the system. Remember, I just told you, if you have 5 grand, if you have 10,000 bucks in your bank, 5 to 10,000, you can make $1,000 trades. You can lose 50% of them, but the 50% you win, you will make 300%. It's like basic simple. Lose 1,000, make 3,000. So actually you made 2,000. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's the entire system.
I remember.
So what they do is the market makers made everyone down to this. If you can win 50% of the time, and you bet correctly, and you have the balls to put your money on the line, then you'll survive the market, and then this game will keep going. except the market makers are making 50 to 100% every single time. They don't lose. So they don't give a shit if you take some scraps because you figured out a 50% win system.
Mm-hmm.
They use you to sell everyone else. Like, hey man, I'm winning 50% of my trades doing this bull pattern, right? And then everyone gets in, and what do? They do a bull flag, and right when the bull flag's supposed to go up, they break the bull flag, and everyone piles in, and they dump all the way back down and rape everyone in the market, right? That's why you see these articles: $400 million in liquidity in liquidations, 300 million, and it's a joke. They're making trillions of dollars by dumping on the people that go out and learn these stupid ass trading systems. The market makers make the system. It's even easier in crypto. In crypto, we see the thing about stocks, right? When you buy stocks and everything, all we have to do is when we're looking at stocks, right? It's calls and puts, easy to do. Calls and puts, you can see the
Mm-hmm.
profit earning, what's coming in, you see the news, you know everything that's happening, right? So if you're good at just analyzing data, you know when a stock is going to do well, you know when it's going to do shitty, you know when the reports come out. There's a pattern there, right? And then they have certain floors that a stock has to hit. And then when you can trade the support and resistance lines and you're able to move the needle. The problem is you don't move the needle. Like a gain in stock world would be 10%. In crypto, it'd be 100. Like, so I can make one trade in crypto, it'd be equal to 10 stock trades, right? So in a year, if I did 1,000 trades, it'd be like doing 10,000 trades. That's why I don't trade stocks anymore, is because I can
Mm-hmm.
trade way less and make way more, right? But it's the same game over and over. The market makers control the market. That's part of the game. And the reason why they have to exist is because if people don't have a sense of gambling or lottery or possibilities, and they don't get into these markets. So they have to create all this crazy up and downs and patterns, and then people are like, I got it. I mastered the bull flag pattern. Oh, a descending triangle. Oh, support and resistance. Right? Makes you feel like you know something.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go in, right? Because people always want to, hey, I only trade because I'm learning. Right? That's part of the game. They want you to think that you know something so that you can get in. Oh, I learned patterns. I learned candles. Yeah, they create that. That's how they get you into the game. This is all a game, bro.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I learned because I've noticed even on charts, candles, it repeats. That's why if I ever see a trade, I always go back and look at the history of it because it repeats the same thing. And one thing I've learned is a trade resets usually 3 times. It
Mhm.
went up, it went up right here, then it fell back down to the same price. Then I know it's gonna have to reset back at this price. It did 3 times, and that's
Mhm.
usually what it repeats. Is one, two, and three, or
Yeah.
even four. It repeats itself and it follows what it does.
And
And I've been that's
part of that is the emotional traders. They see a support line, they get in. It pushes to
mhm,
30% profits. They sell. It pulls back and they want to see if it holds support. If it breaks support and goes even lower, then they're like, okay, that's a better entry. Then they enter, and then it goes up 50%, and then they sell, and they want to see if it holds support. So the people, our retail investors, fall into the rhythm that the market makers want you to have. And then once they see you getting in there and you're playing the game, then they start pushing it up a little bit higher, and then people are like, oh yeah, this is about to go. And then they dump way below where it was earlier, wreck you, and then they go on a big run. And you know what you say every time you lose that trade? I knew that was going to happen.
mhm,
And now you think, right? I used to shoot pool all the time, right? And hustling in pool was so easy because I would literally, when I played pool, I would play where if I missed a shot, I would just block a pocket or put my cue ball behind somewhere where a guy didn't have a shot, right? And every single time after he lost it playing a game of pool, the only thing they thought in their head was, man, if he didn't get lucky and that cue ball wasn't behind that ball, man, if he didn't get lucky and I had a shot, if he didn't get lucky. What they always failed to understand was I was the guy making them unlucky. That's exactly what they do here. So when I see this trading, I look at it at a whole different level. I look at it like it's fixed, it's a game, there's a system, there's a process. And once I knew what that was, and once I walked in here understanding what I was up against, I designed a structure and a system to play the game. That's why we have everything in place the way we have it. That's why we take percentages and profits the way we do. This is why everything that we do is set up the way it is because it's playing by the rules of the game. And once you do that, you always win. The house never loses. You have to start realizing you have to play with the house and not with your emotions. This is why all you have to do when you first start off is follow the basic system. You write down the lowest percent. You start off this. Here's the formula: 30x leverage. You follow the 3-minute volume, the 15-minute volume. You make your entry. Where does the entry come in? The entry comes in when the 15-minute volume breaks. The 15-minute RSI resets. It's trading up with the 1-hour RSI. You take an entry. 30x leverage, 50% profit mark. You go to your 10 trade review. You post that you're in a trade. You post where your entry was. Now your job is to write down the lowest percent you went and the highest percent you went and the result of your trade. And you repeat the same trade. If you're trading $10, you repeat it with $10, right? Or, whatever. But all that matters is every time you enter the trade, the formula is a 30x leverage. Track your entry, track your negative percent, track your positive percent, and then give data. And then we calculate the data and we make tweaks and adjustments to what you're doing to increase that data in your favor. That's it. And then once we get you into that zone where you can hit every trade, now we compound money to make profits. Right? It's not hard. We're not teaching you to trade. We're teaching you to take profits. That's the difference. Okay. Everyone else is trying to teach you to trade, right? And that's where the problem is, where everyone should be learning how to take profits. And that is the entire difference of everything. You see, that's why the system we do works every single time. Right? It's simple. Right? So we're here, like Sue, right? Sue is starting to form. All I have to do is look at the 3-minute, right? I know this is going to be a long. The volume's holding. It's doing everything it needs to do. It looks good. I need one thing to happen. 3-minute holds its volume. Did it. 5-minute to hold its volume. We just talked about the 5-minute pullback. It's holding value. The next thing all I need is I need this 15-minute money moon line to come down. And when that 15-minute money moon line comes down, the moment it starts to head up, that's my trade. Everything else is ready. Right? And once that happens, I enter my trade, boom, 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 and that's it. Very simple. And then we just log the trade. There are no emotions to this. Right?
It's just a system.
Right. That's why when you take any other program, people teach you like, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. What are they teaching you? Support and resistance. What are they teaching you? Targets of rejection, right? And then you're in the trade, right? And what do you're emotionally invested because you're like, all right, here's my entry, the support line. And then it breaks the support line. And what happens to you? You panic because you're like, oh shit, it broke the support line. Should I close this trade? What should I do? Or do I hold it? And then it breaks back over and you're like, okay. And then it breaks down again. Now you're like, oh man, I can't take this. Not holding support. And you become emotional trader the entire time.
Mhm.
It's the worst thing you can do. Then you have a target, and it goes up and it doesn't hit that target and then goes all the way back down. And you're like, okay, what do I do now? It's back down. I guess I stay in the trade. And then it goes to shit. You're like, damn. But you don't realize that you're in a system that loses 50% of the time. The problem is when you take the 2 or 3 first losses, and you finally get a win, you're like, ugh, I'm losing here. Then you start changing everything because you're emotionally distraught
Mhm.
because you have no idea that there's a system, right? Because you've seen the system break down 50% of the time. How can you trust something that can't hold support lines? How can you trust something that can't get to targets? Because you didn't learn the mathematically is that they're mathematically planning to lose 50% of the time, but by their mathematics, they hope that the wins are 300% to make up for the losses. See what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But as
Mhm.
a person who's trading money, you don't know that
Mhm.
because you're too
Yeah,
invested
because you're
in,
more worried about the money.
yeah. And that's why 80% of traders fail.
Mhm.
It's not, you're set up to
You're not
lose.
wrong. Like exactly. That's one thing I realized about Costco really fast is like there's been employees who's been there for 30 years, 8 years, and I'm like, you've been here for so long, but what have you gotten out of this? Like, oh, I can retire when I'm 40. And I'm like, okay, that's great. Like this is a safe job, but it takes you 20 years to get there. Like, what's the point, man?
What's the point?
Like,
Yeah.
I realized that, like, about all of my higher ups, I realized quick, and even some employees were extremely rude. Even like there's an employee at Costco, and he was like, "Oh, you're seasonal. I don't want to do it, so you can do it." And I'm like,
Right.
"That
Because they
doesn't
have to,
make sense."
that's just, that's their seniority, right? They're like, I'm a lifer,
Mhm.
right? So since you're
Mhm.
part-time, you need to do the jobs that we don't want to do, right? And that's part of the
Mhm.
concept of why they don't go anywhere because they're it's the same thing. They're being taught how to be employees, emotionally invested instead of taught to be a manager, right? And people who are taught the business on how to be more. So here's part of the rules of being. So we used to actually designed an entire management training program, right? And a management training program that I literally wrote out an entire program. This is what it is. Managers are leaders and not delegators. Okay. So if you walk
Mhm.
into a place and there's something wrong, the manager fixes it because that's his responsibility to make his place the best place, right? And then
Mhm.
employees recognize the example of a manager. Now, the employees that follow the manager's lead and start doing things better, right, will then
Mhm.
become your next managers. But if a person can't or doesn't have the ability to learn what it takes to be a manager, then they never advance in the, you don't have to spend all your time teaching this person about management because they don't have the character to be a manager, right? So the entire
Mhm.
process is this. We hire, this is how it works. It was very simple. We interview 25, 30 people a day. We hire 10 to 15 people, right? First part is they come in, do a classroom. And then the classroom is very strenuous because we want to break you right out the gate, right? Because if you're like, oh shit, this is way too hard, we want you out of here right now because, first of all, you don't have what it takes to win. Then,
Mhm.
if you survive 3 days of tough training, then we show you a basic way to operate inside the field, which is if you're going to manage something, right? So one of the clients was AT&T, and if you walk into any Costco or okay, DirecTV, right? You know like you walk okay, you know how like you're in Costco, right? You know the DirecTV guy.
Yeah.
Okay, that guy runs off my program. Okay,
Okay.
he's inside there. He does not work for Costco. He works for a
No, he
separate
doesn't.
company. Okay, that company,
Mhm.
which is where literally came from. That's where I was for the last 15 years. That company has a contract with Costco through a major company, right? And the manager that we have in that area, wherever you're at, hires guys to go in there and sell DirecTV. And he has a manager training program, okay? Everyone you see inside there selling DirecTV is only in there selling DirecTV because they have the opportunity to run an office where they can sell inside of their own Costco. Okay. Every time we sell an AT&T product or a DirecTV product, we make like $300 to $400 or $500 depending on the product, right? And we're doing 4 or 5 a day. So that guy is taught to hire people to stand in that store to sell to customers, right? And Costco has a very strict policy about their customers or their members, where the guy can't walk around Costco. He has to stand behind his kiosk. He has to wave them, hey, welcome in, welcome to Costco. He's got to bring them over to the thing, right? And once he does that, he has a 5-step process of making a sale, covering the sale. We have all that shit laid out. And then when he's done, he closes out. Yeah. So, but what you don't realize is that guy is actually in a manager training program. You ever notice like the guys come in there and they're always like happy and excited? They're like, hey, how's it going, man? What's going on? Right? Because they're not employees. They don't work for a guy who's selling DirecTV. They work for a guy who is actually training them to run an office to sell DirecTV, right? So meaning they can go from making $1,000 a week to making $5,000 a week in a process that only takes 6 months, if you can get through the management training program, right? So part of the program is you do everything. So sometimes you're going to notice in Costco, you're going to see a different guy come in, and he's going to be in there training the other guy. He's the manager. He goes in there to show them how to do it, instead of asking them why they can't execute. He'll go in there, do a bunch of sales, and be like, you see how easy that is? And then they'll be like, okay. So they don't have an excuse to tell him that, oh, this doesn't work. It works. We do it all over the country in all the Costco's and all the Sam's Clubs. Okay, we do it every single day. The system was built 15 years ago. So all you have to do is follow a system, right? And once you do that, you become very good at what you do. And then you show another guy how to say hi to a customer, how to build impulse, how to sign them up for new cell phone services, for new DirecTV services. You do the same shit over and over. And you build a team force, right? And you build a whole sales force. And you follow the same thing. That's why you ever notice how the guys say the same thing every time?
Yeah, no, I've definitely noticed that.
Yeah, that script was written 20 years ago. How long have I been going about?
Damn.
1993? That's been a minute. So that's part of a program, right? It's all about a process. So in this same scenario, I took the same thing that we do there and I applied it to trading, right? You don't need to know everything about sales. You don't need to know everything about DirecTV. You don't need to. All you need to know is how the game is played and how to play the game. And if you follow the system and play inside of the rules, you will win every single time. That's all I did. Now the people have to do it. They have to follow a system. And I know that people don't follow systems. So what we have to do is, that's why we have classes and we touch on the same thing over and over, because people have to see it happen. They have to see it happen. They have to see it happen, right? And then they're like, oh shit, this shit happens, right? And then they'll test it out themselves and try something else and be like, oh, that didn't work, right? We're only taking profits here. And when you learn that, it doesn't matter what style of profiting or trading you start doing, or when you start adding stuff because you watch some YouTube video and you're like, oh, I'm going to play the fair value gaps, right? Once you're making a trade, if you're following the basic rules of the structure, it will protect you from bad trades. It will help you win no matter what you do. That's the beauty of the system. That's why it's developed. It's to get rid of all the things that you do wrong, protect you from things that you do wrong, and make it so that you can actually be profitable. That's why the system works. That's why you hear like guys like Young who will say, man, phew, took me, I kept doing it my way, but now I'm, it's like he told you, he's like, I feel like I'm obligated to be the guy that tells everybody, hey, just follow the system.
That's how I've been too. I've been doing the same thing, because I talk to people in here and I'm telling them, you cannot chase it, follow it. Like, that's what I've been preaching to, because I'm starting to realize like my mistakes, and I'm just learning that just follow what someone else has built because it works.
Exactly. And that's it. That's all we do.
And exactly.
But that takes, and you'll see as the system keeps going built out, more people coming in, there'll be more people like Young, more people like you, right? And eventually,
Mm-hmm.
when you have 100 people in here going, listen, wait for this to happen. This is the steps: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then as people come in, they only know the 1, 2, 3, 4. There are no more mistakes. They're just execution, right? And then when execution starts to roll over, then you'll have, a couple hundred people and you're like, yo, big trade, big trade. And then everyone will just be like, all right, this is how it's done. They'll stop trying to reinvent the wheel or trying to push the profits or trying to do things that we're not teaching. Right. And that's where you really graduate, is the moment that you figure out that, oh, okay, that he says that because of this. Right. That's why I trade live all the time. That's why I go and trade with you guys, so that you can understand. It's like we're doing the same thing. It's all
Mm-hmm.
about percentages
Every day.
every day. It's all about percentages. Let this happen, let that happen, let this happen, let that happen, let this, right? If you just do the basics, you will make a lot of money,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's boot
And
camps
that's
and other
when.
things to make even more money, but at the end of the day, if you can, it's crazy, but if you can win half of your trades, right? Proven system throughout the entire trading world. If you can win 50% of your trades and win them at a level of percentages better than your losses, then you will always double and triple your bags. And then once you triple and double your bags, you can compound your profits to make even more money. Right? The only difference here is that we don't lose, such a max amount of money on our losses. We're minimal on our losses, and our gains are, instead of being, you know, 2 times the amount of losses, they're 6 to 7. That's
Mm-hmm.
why the system's better. But that's all it is, man. Because that's why we have the live things. That's why we listen to you guys. Because it's like, it helps me understand when you're talking. Like, I'm listening to you guys talk inside the Discord. Helps me understand what you're doing and how you're thinking, and then we can go to a video. It's just based on what you're just talking about. So everything that you guys were talking about is literally inside the intro. Like, it's course intro. It's right there. It's everything we just talked about, right? Simplest thing in the world, right? Boom, boom, boom. Where's it in? So setting up indicators day one, and here we go, correctly, boot camp properly, right here. Boot camp pro entry, right? There's an example how do you do your entries. BC Crypto Nation course right there, right? So everything that we just went over is literally inside of the academy right there to teach you on everything that you're doing wrong. It's all right there inside the course intro. You know what I mean? That's
I
the
just need to
beauty
go
of it.
here and find it.
When you start learning that, then that's where you're at. That's kind of like the benefit to it all, right? And if you're just doing the part that you're supposed to be doing, then you're executing better, right? It's not hard to do five. We have four. So what are the steps, right? So here's Sue's an example, right? Step one: find a 3-minute confirmation of a trade, right? That's really all we're looking for, right? And how do we start the confirmation of the trade? We get a 15-minute alert. We have a 15-minute moon. Oh, okay. There's a green moon on Sue on 15 minutes. Step one, go check the 3-minute support of the value. Is it staying above the zero line, or is it going below the zero line? Okay, it's starting to stay above, showing some momentum. Okay, boom, step one done. Now, step two, we need the 15-minute volume to break above the zero line, right? Until it does that, we don't have a long trade, okay? Once it breaks above that, we let the 15-minute RSI reset and we take an entry on the trade. There you go. There's the 4 steps. Now, in the meantime, if you look at it, we can see that how things change, right? Now, this is the pullback on Sue we were talking about. We need the 15-minute RSI to pull all the way back. Now, the volume didn't break above the zero line, so the long trade isn't there. It doesn't have enough volume to be a trade that we would want. So now the 15-minute RSI starts to come down. The volume starts to find its level. Now it's either going to become a short position, because now the reversal is the same thing as before. If we get a 15-minute red moon alert, and we look at our 3-minute volume and we notice that the 3-minute volume is now negative below the zero line, now we start thinking of a short position. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it's the same steps over and over, right? So now you look at Sue and go, okay, it's on a pullback, but we knew it was going to pull back because of the volume, right? The 15-minute volume did not break the positive zero, which means it has to pull back, and we have the RSI pulling back. So now we take a look and say, well, what type of trade am I in? And we look at the 1 hour. The 1 hour is still pushing up. So at this point, you're kind of in the middle of a consolidation trade, but you just haven't got any confirmation. So now you're like, all right, well, it still looks like it's pushing up, but this could become a downward trend, right? Look at the 1 hour volume bending, right? That means it could just be building up to a good entry point, which we'll get here. And now we just say, okay, well, now we just have the pullback we're waiting for. We were waiting for the 15-minute to pull back anyways. So we're not in a trade here because what do we need? We need the 15-minute to pull all the way back down. We need to get that bounce. Then we need that to stay continuous. So what do we need here? We need a 15-minute to reject the moon again, start its move back up towards the positive volume again. The 15-minute RSI is going to get to the bottom or wherever it gets, and then it's going to bounce. And then it's going to start trying to form a long position, right? And if it can break the positive volume and actually bounce and show support, and then we can get an entry from that support, then we'll be in the position to say, okay, now we need the 15-minute heading up again. We need it to be off its bottom again, right? So these steps just repeat themselves over and over. And while you're watching these steps happen, you start to notice the difference in volume, right? And you start to realize that, well, shit, if the 15-minute can't break volume, right? So now look at the 15-minute, right? You get a green moon. It doesn't, the first push on the 15-minute fails to break the positive line. It comes back and retests, tries to break out again, which we just watched. Now notice how the last two pushes on that 15-minute are lower highs, right? Now we're like, okay, this is failing to break up, but it has a position on the pullbacks where it's starting to find support. Now, if you looked at that, that's actually a bull flag or a triangle or ascending triangle or whatever, right? Now, all we're doing here is we just need confirmation of what it's going to do. So it has one more chance where the 15-minute has a chance to pull here and start to push up again, right? Now, if it fails to break that up again, and then we notice that the 1 hour is starting to reverse and start to head down, well, then we know that we're changing our trajectory, right?
Mhm.
So once you start seeing that, you'll start to realize, you'll start to notice where something can't break out. Like, oh, this can't get along, right? And it's just because you're in a very weak market right now, right? You're learning how to trade in a terrible market. So when that starts to fail, you're like, okay, this is not going to happen. We're going to have some resets. Things got to pull back, et cetera, et cetera. And then you go back to your 3-minute and you say, well, what is the 3-minute saying, right? So when I go to my 3-minute, I can look at the 3-minute, and all I want to see here is how low does that volume go on the 3-minute? Now, if this 3-minute goes below the zero barely and then comes back up again and then finds support again and starts to build momentum, well, that means that we're starting to once again move towards the long position. And now I'm in the same scenario that I've been in. I need the 15-minute to break above the positive volume, retest, and then we have our entry. So our entry has not changed. It is just being pushed back, right? Now during this time frame, if the 3-minute volume starts to fail and it can't break above the zero line and it starts to show that it's getting weaker, then we can look and say, well, man, I'm probably going to get a 15-minute red moon. Then you can say, oh, you know what? Here's my short, because now the 1 hour is headed down. So now you have the 15-minute and the 1 hour headed down and a 15-minute moon, and now you're in a short position, right? But it's the same process, right? Here, we're not panicking into a short position because the 3-minute is still showing that it has some strength. You notice on the 3-minute, it's playing with the zero line, right?
Yeah, it's curling up and down on it. It's not
Yeah.
really doing anything.
And the 1 hour still headed up. So at this time, these are just the low points of this, consolidation, right? It's testing its lower channel again, right? But we're going to make a move when the momentum says go. Until then, we're just going to let everyone else decide if they're going to panic sell, panic buy, panic sell, right? Until they get a grip with their emotions. Once they get a grip on their emotions and everyone decides that, we're getting where we're at, and that's probably going to be based on these people getting to the end of their triangle, to their ascending pyramid, to the bull flag, whatever the hell they're looking at. Then they're going to look for the breakout, right? Which will be basically when we look at our indicators, it'll be when the 15-minute RSI gets to the bottom. It'll be when it starts to head up, and we'll be right back where we've been waiting to happen, which is 15-minute pullback, trading with the 1 hour and the 15-minute to the north, positive volume on the 3-minute, 5-minute, 15, and there we go. Same trade over and over and over. But I'm not emotional inside of Sue because I already know I'm waiting for my 15-minute to reset. So the rest of it doesn't even matter. So I'm not over here like, I wonder if it's going to hold support. I don't really care. If the further it goes down before it reverses, is even better for me. It's a better entry. But I'm not emotional about it because I know I'm pulling back anyways because I knew I was going to pull back on my 15-minute moon. So that's where, we just kind of move on. Yeah. So for me, you set alerts here, right? All right, I need to set an alert here. Here's the alert I want. What do I want? I want to know when the 15-minute RSI crosses over. So you put an alert on the RSI and you put, let me know every minute when the 15-minute RSI crosses over on Sue. Create. Boom. Now I can leave this trade and go somewhere else until that 15-minute RSI crosses back up. Make sense? That easy. Now I can go wherever I want to go, check out other things, see what's happening, go check out render because Sue's going to take a while. So now I go to render. What do I see in render? Okay, first thing I see is my 15-minute moon. So go to render real quick. So here we go, render. We get a 15-minute moon. We seen the pump. There was the pullback. We saw it right there. Rejected a red moon, pushed up again. But this time it didn't break the 15-minute volume, didn't break again, came back down. But notice this time, this is actually building momentum. Now we have a 15-minute moon. Now we have a trend. This changes things because the 15-minute trend means that we actually have more volume to push this run. So now I quickly do a quick check and I go, where's my 1 hour? Headed up, bada boom, bada bing. Where's my 2 hour? Headed up, perfect. Now I go to my 3-minute. All I need to know is if the 3-minute has a 3-minute moon, 3-minute trend, and it's holding positive volume, right? So my 3-minute volume is just broke the positive line. What I want it to do here is I want the RSI to pull all the way back, retest the 3-minute positive volume, and then when that pulls back, I'm going to be looking for an entry here, right? Because I already have my 15-minute moon. I'm getting my 15-minute trend alert. So all I need here is one reset, right? And that's going to be the 15-minute moon coming down or 15-minute trend coming down, RSI, and then the push to the top. So same position that we're at with Sue, except this one's a little bit stronger, but we're watching the same process. We need the 15-minute to pull back. When that happens, we'll go for an entry, and then we're going to ride the 15-minute moon RSI and the money line all the way up. In the meanwhile, my RSI is headed down, my money line is going up. What I want the money line to do is push up, and then once it breaks the zero line, I want it to retest with a pullback, and I want it to show support on the zero line or just below it, and then I want to take the entry from there. So we're probably going to end up in the same spot with the RSI pulling back, just like the money line, and then we should get an entry somewhere on the, where are we at right now? It's probably about 4 or 5 candles, say about an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
So we're doing the same trade, we're just setting it up. So now all that's happening, all I really need to know here is when the 15-minute RSIs come out, and then, my moons on my 5-minute, right? So go look at my 5-minute. I got a 5-minute, the volume very barely broke over, right? So I set a moon alert on render, and I put a 1-minute recognition. I fire it up, and now when that alert comes in, I know that I've got a 5-minute moon and I've got some support, and then I can go back and look at how my 15-minute RSI and my moon is setting up. And then once all that sets up and bottoms out, then I'm trading with the best possibility, right? So the best possibility is if you're trading with the 15-minute and the 1 hour RSIs and the money lines coming from the bottom moving up, you're trading with the most momentum, which allows you to be in the best trades, right? Now, personally, like I'm looking at all these trades. I mean, personally, right now, I mean, it just looks like this is a very slow market, right? Like I'm seeing all these trades are getting possible setups, but I'm seeing that they're not running over. They're just kind of like failing to break. So if I go to my cap, my money cap, I want to see how the money's doing, right? So the market cap is only up 0.25% right now. So this is still a shitty market. So now I can look around and go, you know what? These longs are going to be very short-winded, and you know, we need some momentum, right? So it's, you know, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Another thing you guys got to learn is kind of what time of the day is. 2:30 is New York's lunchtime. So right now we're heading to that little down period where New York kind of goes into a lunch period, right? But the market is slowing down here. You can see a lot of longs happening, but they're not manifesting into a long. So now we're just waiting for the alerts. So this is why when you have a lot of alerts set, they're not going off, then you know the market's really slow. Right? But we have a lot of trades here that are building momentum. We just need the basics to happen. You need the 15-minute RSI to get to the bottom and start to move up with the 1 hour. You need the positive volume on the 15 minutes. You need all the basics. But that's it. So for you guys, man, it's just, you know, putting yourself in a position where you're making the same concept, the same trade every single time, and then you're just tracking it. The beauty of our system is that it's designed to make money in shitty markets just by simply make adjustments to your leverage and your entries, right? But that all starts with what you don't have for me, right? You don't have a notebook telling me what your trade was, what was the lowest percent, what was the highest percent, right? That's what I need from you in order to help you.
I
So
have it set up now.
start with the basics. So your job is, as a guy who's been here, new guy is, hey, listen, when guys are talking trades, be like, well, let me ask you something. Do you have a notebook written down with the last trades you did, right? So on your last 10 trades, what was the lowest? So so here's the questions. You're using the same leverage every time, right? I don't care if it's 30, 40, or 50. It's just that when you make trades, you use the same leverage every single time. So if you're doing a 30, then stick with 30 for 10 trades. If you're doing 40, then you stick with 40. If you're doing 50, then you stick with 50. The stop loss is 30% every single time. Now, once we have the base down and that's what we're doing, we do a 10 trade review on what we need to do and make adjustments. Your only thing is, okay, your last trade, how much percent did it go down? So for you, when new people come in, you want to just emphasize this. Okay, the very first thing you need to do, rule one, is you need to use the same leverage every single trade until you talk to VC about making adjustments. Okay, so if you're using 30, use 30. If you're using 40, use 40. If you're using 50, use 50. Okay, whatever it is. Second thing is, you need to then, when you enter every one of your trades, your stop loss needs to be 30. Okay, 30%. Your target of profit needs to be 50, period. And they're like, okay. If a guy says to you, oh, I can't lose 30%, that's all I got, then he's trading too much money. He doesn't need to trade his 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or his $100 right now. He needs to just make trades. So if he needs to put in a $2 trade because he's only got 20, then he starts with $2. But everything else doesn't change. The leverage stays the same, the stop loss stays the same, period. And the take profit is the same. Now the job is to do this. Write down the lowest percent that it went. Okay. Write down the lowest percent that it went, and then write down the highest percent that it went. Right? That's the first part. Getting that information is key. Okay. Now, that's the basics. So, same leverage every single time. That's what you have to beat into their heads. Now, same stop loss every single time. Beat in their heads. Take profit. Set up 50% every single time. Okay. Boom. Now, make an entry. Okay. You have to track. Once you're in, you need to track what was the lowest percent it went, and you need to write down what was the highest percent it went. Period. You need that information. Okay. Once that is done, right, we have data and information. Now, when the trade is moving, move the stop loss correctly. When the profit gets to 15%, you can move your stop loss down to 15%. When the profits break 30%, you can move your stop loss, or breaks 20%. When it breaks 20%, you move your stop loss to 0. Okay. At that point, you're locked in. Now, either you hit 50% or it gets stop loss at 0, right? If you forget to move it again. But profit gets above 35%, you move your stop loss to 20, and that's no matter what happens, you take 20%, or you take 50. That's the end of moving your stop loss. That's the game. Now, once that trade is over, write down what happened. Your information you need to write down is what's the lowest percent it went before it went up, what was the highest percent, what was the end result. Okay. Once they have that information, you're like, this is what your job is. Your second part of your job is to, once you do an entry, to go to 10 trade review and simply write down SISUI short entry $19.25. And then once you finish your trade, go back and reply to that comment. Sue short, stop loss hit 30% loss, stop loss hit 0% loss, stop loss hit 20% gains, target hit 50% profits. And then I know what happened in that trade, right? And then when they finish 10 trades, you say, once you do 10 trades, right? And if you haven't talked to VC since you've been doing it, you need to go to him and say, hey, I got 10 trades. I want to go over my percentages. He's going to ask you, what's your leverage? Perfect. Okay. What's your take profit? Perfect. Okay. What was the lowest percent on your first trade, your second trade, your third, all the way to 10? Now, what was the highest percent on your first trade, your second trade, all the way to 10? Perfect. Okay. Here's what we need to do. Then we start making adjustments. All right.
And you can make adjustments and help them, and then you can see where they went wrong. And
right. First, we adjust entries. Once we adjust entries, then we adjust profit percentage, leverage. Once we fix leverage, meanwhile, while we're doing entries and leverage, we're teaching leverage and entries based on the trade by going to the 10 trade review to see what they did, right? The easiest thing to do is write down how much your trade went down, how much it went up. Okay. Then when you get that part down and you're posting in 10 trade review, and you get the whole system going, then we're working on entries, we're working on percentages. Now we're working on posting in and outs, and you're posting results. Now we're fixing trades. Now we're getting the system down, and now you become a complete trader within 4 weeks.
And
very simple.
Not to interrupt, but there might be a short happening on wife right now. It's barely dropping below the 0 line right now. The 3, the 5 are both red, and it looks like there's about to be a red moon on the 15 as well.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, it just hit a red moon, so I might as well take an entry on a short. If I said long, my bad.
Oh, you're good. Oh no, you're talking about shorts. So you're talking about wifey. Wifey, what's the
It's
WF?
wife, WIF.
Wife. Is that on
Yeah,
next?
the 15-minute just hit, so we're on a short.
All right, so here. First thing is there's a pullback trade. Okay. Pullback is very simple. It's a retest of a big push. That starts with a 15-minute moon. That's what you have. Okay. Second part is you need the RSI heading down, which is what you have. Now you need the 30-minute coming down is what you have. So this is what we call a retest of a trade. It's the first time it pulls back for a retest, right? We can make some adjustments here. I'm in a short on Sue. I'm just adjusting accordingly.
Because I was starting to make entries on the 3 minute, and what I was noticing is a pattern, like you were just saying, like this green moon would hit, it would go for a run, then I would notice as soon as this green moon, or not the green moon, the red moon hit right here, there's usually going to be, like you just said, a little pullback, but then I would take advantage and probably buy in my entry here, and then hold it, let it run, and then I would see this sell period and catch this little small trade. And
Right.
so I've been realizing on the 3 and the 5 that you can catch a little trade, and this probably has a little more volume to go down because it hasn't broke the 5 line.
Right.
And
That's what I was going
so,
to say. So the first pullback is what you're seeing, right? Now, I don't like the first 15-minute pullback because it's normally what we call a retest. You never know how much the retest is going to be because you don't know who's FOMOing it, right? So first thing is you do have that. You have a pullback here with the 15, the RSI is heading down, the 30 is heading down, possible retest here, right? This is a high leverage trade. This is for the guys that are doing 100x leverage because they don't need a lot of movement down. The only thing I'd be waiting here, right, for the pullback is I need the 1 hour RSI coming down. Notice the 1 hour RSI is not
uh,
coming down yet. Okay.
it,
Second
it
thing
hit a
I
green candle, yeah.
yeah. Second thing I need is then when I rotate to my 3 minute, right? This is where I need the 3 minute to confirm negative value. Now you have that. Okay. The only difference is in order for this to confirm is just like on the long, we need the 3 minute to break negative value. I needed to then come back up and retest the 0 line. Then I need
Mm-hmm.
to look at the entry from the top of the 3 minute RSI on its way back down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just broke negative value, but the 3 minute
Yeah.
RSI is all the way at the floor. So this could shoot back up, right? It's the beginning of a retest. You don't retest are where if you look at the 3 minute, right? Look at your 3 minute retest, right? It normally what it's going to do, it's going to retest a support line because here's what happens, right? The normal trader is going to wait for a trade to pump. He's going to look for a support or resistance line. He's going to enter that trade. Okay. So on your 3 minute, there's a push to the top. They're waiting for a pullback, which would normally be a 200 moving average or something like that, or a support line, right? Then they're going to look to enter that and bounce. So what you're going to see here is wife is going to go up and down here because you have a lot of inexperienced traders who are seeing this pullback and they're trying to buy the bounce before it bounces, right? Because when you're dealing with
Mm-hmm.
spot traders, they don't have to be accurate. They just don't have to sell before they're positive, right? So you have a lot of bad traders here, but this thing wants to go back. Now, do you have your Fibonacci set on there? You have your fibs on?
I should, yeah.
Okay. Do you see on the 3 minute, you see the 0.5 line? See how that's sitting
Mm-hmm.
at 37.80? So that's the
Yeah.
first target to any pullback, right? So once you've seen that 3 minute red moon, red trend come in, you could have looked at this trade and
Mm-hmm.
been like, all right, there's a short here. It's going to pull back to at least the 50 line. That's the basics.
Okay.
Okay. That's where most traders are going to put their buy at that 50 line. Now, depending on which
I
ones
see.
you're dealing with, they're either going to pull back on the 3 minute, the 5 minute should be the same amount, and then you have what's called the 15-minute pullback. Now that 15-minute is where the 50 line is actually further down. That one's locked in at 36.64, right? Now that's probably less likely to happen in this one right here because you're already getting the 15-minute. Notice how the 15-minute RSI is already pushed down pretty heavily there. Now all it has to
Mm-hmm.
do is get to the bottom and start back up, and you're back into a long position.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's one thing I learned on the 3 minute is that little bounce. Like this
Mm.
area right in here. If I don't know if you can see my stream, but I like last night I was trading this area right here. I was waiting for this big sell period, and then I would look at it and see like, okay, cool, it looks like it's about to go up. and then I would wait for that 3-minute moon confirmation because it just had a big sell period, and then I would buy in on this 3-minute moon, let it ride, get 45%, and get out.
Oh yeah, this
That's
thing
what I was
is
doing last.
this thing is paying off hugely. Like
Mm-hmm.
you don't even need this thing can just make one little 1 minute candle and you're getting paid. All right. You just want to catch your
Yeah.
momentum. So you're building into your 15-minute red moon here. So Whiffy's starting to build the momentum to the downside, right? So all you really need is to make sure that you're not trading, especially when something has this high of a percent that it moves. This
Mm-hmm.
coin moves tremendously fast here. So you would be very cautious of the 1 minute here because the 1 minute needs to be in your favor, right? So the 1 minute here is pushing up, so you're going to get this push to the top. When the 1 minute starts to come down, it's going to make it a little safer. But this thing is not an easy coin to look at and be like, oh yeah, this thing is moving very quickly here, right? So to me, it's probably going to gain support here, but that little 3-minute pullback paid out, and now the 1 minute RSI is pushing to the top, and then it's going to, it's going to have another pullback. So what it's trying to do is it's trying to beat itself into a short, right? So see how your 3 minutes pulling up here. More than likely here, this
Yeah.
3-minute volume is going to reject off the 0 line and then start to, head down here. But it looks like it wants
Yeah.
to work its way into a 15-minute red moon.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing.
But
So it would be safe to probably enter in a short.
yeah, I mean, it looks like it wants to give you some shorts, but I would this thing moves
Fast.
3-4% without even blinking.
Mm-hmm. And that's the scary thing.
Yeah, for sure. Right. And
And
my whole
that's
thing is that you're not trading with your 1 hour yet. So you're kind of like, you're in the no man's side where this thing is still pushing to the top. Now, when this 1 hour crosses
mm-hmm.
down, I mean, I'll definitely take advantage of, that positioning
Oh,
on
yeah.
there. Yeah. But it's right now, this thing has a lot of volume on there. You just want to make sure that, if you're trading, especially with something moving this fast, you need to make sure the 1 minute is in your favor just to protect you from the madness, right? So if I was doing a short here,
Yeah.
the 1 minute right here, right? So let's see what Whiffy is, right? So let's see wifey. All right, let's see what wife. Let's see how it's set up here.
It hit a great moon, but it might go a little sideways again. But it has high RSI, so it might go up to the 5 line again.
I want to see what the oh, they only let you do 20s. Okay, that's a little safer on there, right?
Going 20 leverage.
Yeah, they're only doing 20s on here. I was gonna say, like, this is I wouldn't be trading too crazily on this thing. This thing is moving super fast. So here, if you're like working your shorts, right? Look at your 1 minute. See how the 1 minute RSI is now headed down. So now you go to your 3 minute and say, okay, it's safe to assume that I can start looking for a 3-minute weakness, right? Look at the 3-minute volume,
Yeah, exactly.
right? So now you just want to be
Yeah,
where,
because
just take higher entries, right? So if you have a volume heading in that level, start asking for like 39.15. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't take the entries based on where it's at. Always assume that it's going to jump on you, right? So 39.20 instead of 39.15, right? And work your way into that because it's always the problem is the 1 hour right there. All right, so I'm gonna do a
yeah,
quick.
it's still green. It hasn't moved yet on the 1.
I'm doing a little test on it. I want to see the percentages move here.
Because it was just up at 15% and it fell 3, but now it's back at 12. So it's.
What's the 15? Do you have a 15-minute moon yet?
Yeah, it's fluctuating on a red right now.
Okay.
That's why I was telling you about a short, because it keeps showing a red moon, but it doesn't stick. It hasn't fully crossed over yet, but it has a minute left, so I'm pretty sure it's just about a crossover. Although we'll see what happens because your 3 minute is
It's
at the
still
zero
pushing
line
up.
right
Yeah.
now. Mm-hmm.
This is where it needs to reject, right?
Mm-hmm. And if it doesn't reject, then it's gonna wouldn't if it rejects on the 3, would it reject on the 15 on opening a red moon?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. Let's
Mm-hmm.
see if we get
Okay.
if we can get lucky here. Because if it rejects, there'll be one last hurrah, which is what you're seeing right here.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden it'll just go the other direction very, very fast. So
And so then right there, this is like you were saying, it's gonna wipe out all the other investors who really don't know what they're doing, and it's gonna wipe all those people out because they thought it was gonna go on that last hurrah, like you were
well,
just
what you're
saying.
I mean, because right now you got, so you remember you're fighting the people that are buying the bounce. So there's a bunch of people buying orders right now while it's pulling back, while it's trying to pull back, right? So
Mm.
you have a lot of people, who are buying at the wrong time, right? And the sellers are trying to sell because they want their profits. So now it's a little bit of a war of buying and selling, and we don't know who's going to win that right now. Now we're a little more confident on that win if we get to a position where the 1 hour is in our favor, right? So right now we're kind of pushing our luck because we don't have the 1 hour RSI in our favor. And that's kind of the issue here. So we could see a last hurrah here, 39.60, 39.72, those type of areas. We can see a big bounce there. And then, what's the 15-minute moon doing right now?
Yeah, it did bounce on the 15.
Oh, it bounced up?
So that means yeah, it bounced up. So that means the buyers won. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pushing the
Yeah, it hit a
momentum in.
green.
What's the 3-minute doing? Is the 3-minute RSI at the top yet?
No, it's just at 20, and then it hit the positive fine line and hit a green moon.
On the 3-minute?
Yeah, on the 3-minute.
So now it's pushing out the last hurrah, right?
Mm.
So what we want to see here is a big pull down from 39.50 and below. Like right here, we need a reversal here.
So it's just gonna peak up a little bit, just barely above the 5, and then it's probably gonna fall.
Let me know when that 3-minute RSI starts to bend down.
Starts to curl down.
Yeah.
$15 on RNDR as well. Oh yeah, your 15 on RNDR is it's popping up a little bit on the 3 and the 5. All the way across. Oh no, there's no green trend on the 3 yet, but on the 5 there is, and on the 15. I am changing that sound immediately.
So now we have our 1 hour on wife going sideways.
Oh good, yeah. Here's that last hurrah.
Yeah, so that's that last hurrah right there. But now we need
yeah.
here's where we need to see how the 1 minute's pinned to the top there. See how the 1 minute volume is barely breaking positive there?
Let me
Right.
watch it. Yeah, it's barely breaking. It
Okay.
might.
And this is where
barely go above.
this is where the 3-minute broke positive, and now it needs to, needs that retest.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last hurrah here, like area that we're kind of getting into here. So let's see if we get lucky here. So We're trying to catch the very top of wife right now,
Mm-hmm.
which is about 40 cents.
Yeah, now it looks like it might start cooling a little bit on that 3. Or it might push up a tiny bit more because the RSI is still a tiny bit high, but let's check the ones that see. Yeah, it's still running on 100. So it might peak up a tiny bit more. I am so happy that you answered every single question I had.
Yeah, now it's
That
just,
is incredible.
now you can start like, at least when you're in there, you have a basic system that you're running with. And it'll give you a chance to kind of like get your numbers in there. Right? That's really kind of like the peak of it, right? So we get some basic numbers in. We can get to the point where we can help you make some adjustments there to get you where you need to be.
Mm-hmm. Your 5-minute just hit a green moon. Nice.
On wifey.
No, not on YF, on RNDR.
Oh yeah, render. That's bending up, right?
Yeah, I'm watching that support, and it looks like there's about to be a 5-minute on wife as well right now. It looks like it's about to break. It bounced off the +5 line, and it might hit a green moon. If render goes above the 0 line, then it looks like it should go for a long because
Yeah, you're fine. Okay, so now you just want that 5-minute retest.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting our first move here. So now we need a 5-minute retest on the 5-minute. That'll give us support for what we're waiting for, which is a 15-minute, right? So now we go back to the 15-minute. Now since we're getting that moon and trend there, that's a positive look. See how the 15 minutes bending up? The 1 hour is bending. So render is pulling to the upside there. So let's get a $300 trade
the positive side
on render while we're waiting on render. Okay. So let's get set up over here. Render in the long position.
Are you putting an alert, or are you adding a position?
So where render is, I'm going to ask for a discounted price. So right now it's at 74, right? So I'm gonna put 370. I'm gonna set an entry for that position at that time. I always expect a pullback. Now this is just a small position, so I can see where it's at. So right now I'm in a heavy position in wifey. Right. So I'm playing I got a $500 bag on this short. So what I'm looking for is this top to exhaust right here, which is right on the cusp. So I'm heavy in at like 339.80. So right here, I need this 3-minute RSI to like finally break down from the 40 cents.
Mm-hmm.
What I need is that 1-minute RSI to show weakness finally and to break down here.
Mm-hmm. I was just about to go and look and say that.
But like I said, okay, now go back to your 1 minute, see where the 1 minute 200 moving average is. See where they all bought. They all bought that support on that, right? And that's probably because all these guys are doing 100x leverage, bunch of fucking junkies.
Okay.
They're trying to do they're 20x. They're not doing bad. I mean, they're up 30 some 40% against me right now. I'm down 22%. So it hit that 200 support line, right? All they're doing here is this. They're playing the 1 minute RSI, okay? They're buying the bottom of the 1 minute RSI. The support was the 200 moving average. They just came in here and they just took advantage of this bounce. And that bounce delivered a 3% move, right? So that's 60% gains. So now they're out. So now what I need them to do is start selling their position right now because the 1 minute RSI is heading down, you see? So if I can get them to sell this
Yeah.
position here, right, hopefully we can get to where it starts to go in my favor, right? And eventually the guys will realize that their highest high at 40 cents, 40 cents and 8 tenths of a, or 48, right? 408 was the highest high. This now became a 40.14, which would be the highest, second highest high. And now they're going to say, okay, it's losing momentum, which is why I'm in the trade. Is I want to get into the trade where we're working on a short on it, right? So it's kind of like what we're trying to do on both sides. So I had my stop loss. It stopped me off on wifey because it pushed a little bit too hard. I'm gonna go back in here. Hold on. But it's only a 20x. So I want to catch this top here real quick.
So you want to catch the top of this, right where they're about to sell?
Yeah, I want them to, they're looking where they're topping out here. So we're trying to catch this.
So you put in
push
a
to the
short?
downside. Yeah, I'm looking for the short on this 1 minute here, right? So hopefully this 1 minute can get them to start to pay back on the position.
And that's what it's looking like it's doing, because it just broke the 5 on the positive side. So we just gotta wait and see what happens. Yep, starting to drop down.
Because if this ends up selling here, this could end up into a 1 hour short, which is what I'm looking at. So look, what I'm looking at is I want to make every trade is a 1 hour, right? So I want the 1 hour RSI to cross over. That's what I'm waiting on, getting to a 1 hour moon, right? Second thing is I need the 15-minute to develop in. Now the first time it bounced and rejected. Now I'm waiting for the second return of it to start coming back down and actually get a moon. The next part is watching how much volume they bring to the upside. They didn't break higher, so now I have a higher low, right? So this is basically guys playing support and resistance. You're gonna lose some of these trades, right? Like right there, I had a 30% loss. I lost like 130 bucks. Right. So now I'm in the short again, and now we're working our way back to that. So I got to make 130 bucks on this trade to get back even. But this is what the cost is when you're playing support and resistance. Right. You're kind of like in the middle of the zone. Right. So in the reality, yeah, wifey goes like this, right? What do we need to do a short, right? We need a 3-minute headed push into the top, heading down, which we can see right now is what we're getting. So this is where my short, I was taking a chance on that other one, right? It's a risk, it's a gamble. But here, if I'm following the basics of a system, I would want my 3-minute RSI to cross down. I don't have that yet. So I wouldn't be in a short in wifey quite yet, because I need that RSI to cross, and I need a 3-minute red moon. Right? But I was trying to catch the bounce on their double highs, because they got 3 pushes to the top, and that last push was basically, the 40.14 was probably the highest they're going to go. If I would have got that short in there, then I'd already be up 40-50% on 500, right? So it's just a matter of profit taking right now. So once they start taking their profit, like, see how it's stalling out in the volume, right? If this can't, if it can't hold its position, it's going to go down. But this is where I can tell how they're trading, because I can go right to the 1 minute, and I know these degenerates are trading this 1 minute support, right? They traded the 200 moving average. Now they're trying to push. They're trying to get up to that 40.14 again one time. If it fails to push this push, then they're going to panic and they're going to get out, because they're already up 60%, 30, 40, 50%. And they're going to start moving to the downside, right? And then what happens is eventually all the guys that had the earlier position will realize that there was a big pullback, there was a bounce, and now they're waiting for one more bounce here to see if it's going to. They need to know if the people are going to buy here, right? I mean, how hot is this coin, right? So on this push here, right, we'll try to get in again at 40 cents, and we'll try to bang down that 40-cent wall, because when it pushes up, if their high right now is 40.16, 40.18, right? But as soon as that volume gives up, we want to see where their whales are, right? Because as soon as the whales take to the point they decide they're selling, then they're going to go all the way back to that trend line, which is about 35 cents. So this could end up being a trade for me. If I catch this top in the whales side that it's over, that's 13%. So 20 on that would be 20 to get a 20x on that, right? Yeah, so we could take out a solid 270, 280% on there. So good possibilities here. So I only need 300 in to get, if I get a 2x on there, I can get 600 out of here. As soon as they start selling, as soon as the whales realize they can't break past that 40 line, the whales are like, oh, okay, this one's done.
Mm-hmm.
And then it only takes one whale to sell,
Then the rest just follow. Like, oh, look, he's out. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
it's over.
Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one big
That's
thing
why I like shorts better. Shorts are better because once you catch the momentum to the downside, you're going. Now, the reason why I like this trade, because I was starting to see the 1 hour. The 1 hour is bending, right? That's really my trade. My trade that I want here is the 1 hour RSI to cross over, which is slowly getting there. It's going sideways. And then we can catch a 1 hour moon, then this thing will plummet.
Yeah.
And
that's when all the big whales will sell. So now we would take a trade here, and then once that 1 hour bends, we would take another trade, or just hold this.
Oh no, I'm in, because I'm catching the top. Right. The only time I take a risk is when I realize that we're topped out. Right. If you go to your 15-minute, right? Go to your 15-minute. You're going to see on your 15-minute that you hit the 40.72 mark 3 times in a row. So you hit it once, you came down, your second push was weaker, the next push touched it, and then the next push touched it. That's where, if I was trading support and resistance lines, I would have set a short at that line at 40.69. See what I'm saying? And then I would have played that down. But I was trying to catch that. I was trying to catch the 15-minute flashing moon, to roll over. Plus I have my 15-minute. So I have I'm a 50-50 right now. I have a 15-minute RSI heading down. I have a 30-minute RSI heading down. I do not have a 1 hour headed down. I'm at a 50% risk. It's a coin flip. Second thing is I'm watching volume on the 3-minute, right? I see it went negative. It pushes up. Now, if it doesn't hold the support here, we're in a really good position. I went to the 1 minute because I realized that they're trading off the 1 minute. So now if the 1 minute volume fails to break above positive again, it's the same scenario. I want the 1 minute volume to show me weakness. I want it to turn into the 3, the 5, the 15, and then we go on a big ride. But the only reason I'm taking this trade, right? A lot of times guys are watching me while I'm talking. They're not listening to what I'm saying. They're watching me trade. And sometimes I'm out here, pushing different styles of trading because I'll see something happening. And I'm just like, I want to take a risk at it, right? It's okay to have risk, right? But I can afford the risk. You know what I'm saying? My trades that I'm trading, I'm compounding my $1,000 trades. When I'm trading, making my main trades, I'm taking in $400 or $500 a trade. I can afford to lose $100 or $300 on a trade because I've already got wins for the day, right?
Yeah.
Now
already up.
I'm already up. Now here, I'm up 40%. I'm up 112. So I got my money back, right? So now, because I had a 30%. Remember, my stop loss was 30% last time, but I was on $500. Now I'm in on $300, and my stop loss is same at 30, right? So now I need to get my money back, which I did. But if they dump this, like they should, I should be able to get my money back. Unfortunately, I took that first hit, but if I catch this right the very first time, well, shit. Right now, I'd be up $300 without my loss, right? You know what I'm saying? So if I trade this style, if I do a trade like this 10 times in a row, I'm going to win 7 out of 10. I'm going to take 300 to 400%, and I'm only going to lose 30% of my trades, right? So it's kind of like the scenario.
But you'd still be up another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for you guys, it's like when you're watching me trade, the whole thing is to go back and say, okay, well, if I'm following the system, where would I get in here, right? And that's kind of what you're learning. What you're learning is to watch the volume reject on the 1 minute, 3 minute, right? This one's moving head fast, so you can use the 1 minute as a kind of like a guide. But we're looking for the 3 minute, right? So see, 3 minute volume went up, started to head down. Now we needed to reject again, just like a regular thing, and now this 3 minute RSI is heading down, right? So I'm okay with the trade that I'm in because I'm in with the 3 minute RSI headed down. My mistake on the first trade I make, I already know what it was. It is because I didn't wait for the 3 minute RSI to push up and then head down, right? Which would have put me in at 39.75 with a $500 bag. But instead, I took that loss, and now I'm in with a $300 bag. So,
And plus, you have made your money back, though.
yeah, everybody makes it. It's the same thing. I mean, everybody has that moment. That's why I was asking you where were we at on the RSIs or the moons, right? Because I was looking at the pricing because I wanted to see what the 20x was going to do. But there, same process again. Let the 3 minute RSI push up, then move down the bottom, right? I took the jump because I was expecting them to take that plunge that came out, and I was looking for them to go to the 3 minute and then bounce and then go back down. They went to the 1 minute and bounced. So they caught me where they jumped the gun, which is all right. That's going to happen. But because I trade a system and a style over and over, render's heating up. Because I trade a system over and over, I can recover from that because I'm already in a position where I know where we're at. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's check out render. All right, so render's heating up. 5 minute is pushing up. So now we're in the 5 minute retest here, right? Didn't quite hold volume here, but we needed to push up again. But we're starting to find the floor here. So render has a $3.70 entry, 77.5, right? Let's go over here. Let's go to our open positions. We have an entry for render at 370, right? What did I say the floor was? 370.59. So I need to bump that up a little bit, 370.59. But I'm being a little greedy, so I'm okay right now. So I'm below what the entry is for render. The entry for render is 376. So 376. So $3.70, 6/10 of a penny. That's what we're looking for, right? So that little support line there. So I could type in 3.706 and then would say that's probably my entry. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask for a little bit more because I'm greedy, just to protect my money. And I'm going to go to that lower candle and say $3.70. But at the end of the day, what do we need? We need the 3 minute volume, right, to show support. We broke the zero line. Now we're coming back up. It needs to break there. If it doesn't break there, then I'm going to take my render and get rid of my entry right now because it's not holding support. But I'm a little more confident in render because render has the 15-minute trend popping in, which means that it has enough momentum coming in that it should have a big push. All right, now let's get back to Whiffy. So far right now, Whiffy's trying to do the same thing, right? The difference is this has a big run already. So there's a lot of reasons to sell here because they've already made money. The difference in render is no one's made money yet.
Yeah.
So
There's not a big push.
Not a big push.
And it's at a
right. No. I'm looking for the 3-minute pullback on wife. If it goes back to the 3-minute pullback, we're talking about 37.41, right? That's like the minimum pullback that we can get out of here before another bounce. That's a 4% move. So I'm 20, 40, 60, 80.
That is.
Like around 100% on here. And that would be kind of like the goal.
And then that would be 400%.
Wait, no, that'd be my, so I think we're only running a 20x, right? So that's 20. So we're only getting 20 on there. So 5% move would be 100% gains. That's kind of where we're headed, right? That's what we're looking for. Okay. We're looking for wife to give 100% gains and then we're looking for it to actually fall a little bit. I would assume that if it breaks down from there, that most of the bigger people would be selling at that point. And then I'm looking for a 15-minute kind of. If you look on I think it's the 5-minute on there. There's an area where we have a trend. Let me see the 3-minute trend line. All right. So all the trends are pulling down a little bit further, but looks like 37.40 is the target zone. And that would give us that 100% gain. So I
Okay,
can,
so you're in on a short then?
yeah. So I'm going to set my target for 100% profits. I'm going to do a 30% stop loss. Let's see if
Because it's bending back up. Just
Yeah, it's
past
going
the
to fight.
zero line. Yep, it's gonna fight it, and then we're gonna buy at the top and then see it tank.
Yeah. I mean, so far it's not showing its strength there, right? Here's the 3-minute again. It's trying to fight the volume, right? This time around, needs to break up and needs to hold again. So far, it doesn't look like it's that strong, right? Because if I go to the 1-minute, the 1-minute's below positive volume. Yeah. So if the 1-minute can't hold positive volume, then the 3-minute can't hold positive volume.
Yeah, that's one thing I was learning is the 1 and the 3 are kind of tied together. The 1 will help you have a prediction on what you're actually going to be doing.
Yeah, it depends on the coin, right? So sometimes the 1-minute, it all depends on how much the coin is moving, right? This coin is like literally, having a lot of, they're trading off the 1-minute, right? So you got a bunch of, I don't know if they're bots or if it's like automated bots trading this or whatever, but the system that they're trading is the 1-minute. So they're going to trade the bottom of the 1-minute RSI and they're going to try to trade it up into the volume, right? But we can tell on the 1-minute what's happening. We can see that the buy that they made didn't get a lot of volume because we can already see the 1-minute volume coming down, you see? So we're seeing that they're in a consolidation moment where they're fighting here. They're trying to hold this level. And this happens to be the 200 moving average on the 1-minute. Now, if this can break, which looks like we can break right here, we can break this 200 moving average, right? Which is what I'm trying to do. If I can get them to break this 200 moving average, right, at 39.08, right? That's kind of where we're trying to break here. We can get them to break down there. Then that's opening up to, the lower targets. The next support is actually 38.72. So, but if they fail to get, there's nobody buying here. That's the thing about the volume. The beautiful thing about the volume is it tells you what they're doing. Like nobody right now, it's all in no man's land. So there's no one committed right here going, okay, you know what? Let me spike this up. People are going to panic here. They're going to sell because they can't get it to move up. And they're noticing that because the volume is becoming weaker. So they're going to dump here because they can't break it. See that? Now the next support,
14%.
Yeah, the next support is 38.73. And we're probably going to fly through that. There we go, wifey. There you go, sexy. That's my girl. That's my girl. All right, so that's kind of where we're playing the game here. We're trying to break these supports, right? They're just going back and forth here, okay? And these could be a bot. Like I said, we could be running into some bots here where the bots are going to. So if I notice that every single time this thing hits a line like 38.73 and bounces 38.73 and then pushes up, I know that I'm against a bot because a bot is buying and selling, and the bot needs to determine that someone's buying. The moment that the bot realizes it can't make, it keeps hitting a certain percent on the bounce, it will start selling more to create a bigger floor and then start working its way back up. And what a bot tries to do is create FOMO, right? So right now, notice that we broke the 200 moving average on the 1-minute, right? That's going to create people going, oh shit, there's no support here, right? But it's going to take a second because there's people who set order buys on the 200, which is going to kind of like have a big dip, and then come back up. Have a big dip, come back up, because there's orders and sales going off at the same time here, right? Which is what's happening right now. So now all we need is the 1 minute to do what it's doing again, which is finding some value. These are all limit orders that are preset. Once they bounce, all the people that are deciding here, like, oh shit, I need to sell, they're going to look at that and go, here's a bounce, let me sell. And they're going to counter those limit orders with sales because they want bigger percentages. Everything works in the same way. When something pushes up and it comes down, the people who are selling wait for it to go back up again. When people want to buy, they wait for it to go up and come down. The difference is the guy, when it comes down, the people are buying it when it comes down to bounce up. And then on the other end, you have guys who are waiting for it to bounce up to sell because they didn't get the full profit the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a crazy game that they're playing right now. But since we had such a big run already, I'm expecting the people who made money to realize that the volume is disappearing here and to over push the guys who are buying at the wrong time. This is called FOMO. Right? So all the guys who didn't get in when it first ran are now trying to buy this dip, right? They tried to buy the first dip, didn't work. They buy the second dip, it pushed up. They're like, yeah, and then they dumped on them. And they're like, dang. And then all the professional traders came in off the 200 moving average, which had a pump. They then took profits because they take their first move, collect the money so they can make the next trade when they have support. So on that first 1 minute move to the 200, they could make 40, 50, 60% profit. So they had, let's say, a $5,000 trade. They took in, 20, 30% of that. Now they have $2,000 to turn around and have house money. So now they can let this trade develop, and then they can go into the second buy with the $2,000 of profit called house money. And then when that does whatever it does, whether it goes up or down, they can buy accordingly into it. So they're setting themselves up. That was that first bounce. And now all the people that didn't sell off that first dump, they're dumping on that first bounce because they're realizing that it's losing value. See it? Now,
And then they're
the sellers are overtaking the buyers here because they're panicking. Right? Look at that. We're up 68%. Let's go. Let's get that money back. Kind of mad
I'm up
because
40.
I got to get back the money I lost, but still, we're going to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like when you're a trader, like as you're trading, like you start to get to the point where you realize that, when you lose something, you can come right back and just, go right back into your system and be like, boom, boom. That's why you guys have, where when you have stop losses, if you lose, but the trade is happening, you just wait for it to reset and then you get back in. And you're like, all right, let me go again. And then you catch the trade and you get your money back. Right? Guys who get in the trades get stop lossed out and then let the trade run on. They're like, oh, I should have did it. The reason why they didn't continue with the second trade is because they don't have a system or a structure that allows them to be confident that this trade is happening. Right? I was confident in a $500 trade from the top. If I lost my 30%, I was just going to jump the next entry, which is the 3-minute RSI, push up and catch it again because I knew I would pay myself back. You see what I mean? Because I have a system and a structure. And if I jump it early and I lose, or if the system goes a different way than I thought it would, I just catch the next reset and I get in it again because I know what it's going to do. Because I already see that I'm following the system. 15-minute RSI, 30-minute headed down. Moons are coming in. 3-minute volume can't hold. All I need is it to turn into the 1 hour down. Then I'm going to get a big push, right? And then that's why I love the short, right? The best thing about shorts are the mindset of the people who made money are all the same. They don't want to lose profits. So what do? They protect them by taking profits. So once the landslide starts to happen, once the avalanche starts to happen, you just need one guy to go, hey, what the hell? Ugh, let's sell. Because if I have 10 grand in here and I'm up 6,000 and it's now 3,000, I'm like, fuck that. Get my money. So all I need is one whale here to panic and dump this shit, and then we're gonna go for a fucking run. I'm gonna hit my
Mm-hmm.
150.
Should I add to my position?
Well, see that adding to position would be for a purpose, right? You would need the 1 minute RSI to at least get to the top, right? To show you that there's
And it's not.
weakness
It's
there.
sitting at the bottom.
Yeah. So now it's at the bottom. So you need a 3 minute to bounce
Mm-hmm.
up, the 1 minute at least minimum to show you what's happening. The next time you the entry would be the 3 minute RSI bouncing up, right? But you need it to show, right? You just don't jump in right on the second. You have the 5 minute right now
Mm-hmm.
breaking below, right? So you see how this is
Mm-hmm.
becoming just like a long trade, just like how we're waiting on render to go long. We're waiting for
Mm-hmm.
wifey to go short, right? So here's wife. Here's look at the 5 minute volume, right? Now we got the 5 minute volume going negative, right? If that goes negative, it's going to bounce one time to test it, right? When it bounces that one time, we'll want a rejection, and then boom, that's when we get into our next trade. See what I'm saying? So we're working our way down. Now the only thing that we
Yeah.
need to
No, we
be,
are.
yeah, the only thing we have to be conscious of is the 15 minute, right? Because we don't want to trade against the 15 minute. Now, if the 15 minute RSI is pushing down fast, we have to look at the 1 hour and go, is the 1 hour? Oh, look at our 1 hour crossing over, right? There we go. If we can get this 1 hour to cross, we get this 1 hour to cross, we catch a 1 hour moon, then we got the big trade back. Now we got a 1 hour moon, 1 hour crossing, 15-minute bounces one time. When the 15-minute bounces, we buy at the top of the 15-minute heading back down. That's the second time you take your entry. That's also the first trade that you can take on a pullback trade, right? So that's where
Did
it
you get
is.
out of your short? Or are you still in it?
I'm still in there. I'm probably going to take my setup
Okay. Okay. Okay.
profit side on there. I'm just
Sorry to
waiting for
interrupt.
I'm waiting for everything to manifest here. So I'm not too worried about it because it's not showing a lot of volume here. See on the 3 minute, see how there's no push of volume yet. So look at the 1 minute, right? The 1 minute RSI is pushing up, right? What is the volume doing? Nothing. So I'm not scared of the trade right now because it's not showing me there's any volume even on the 1 minute. So we'll see a little bit of a push here, and then, we should, catch another dump. But we're just in the position where we're right at the cusp of things, where, it takes one person to realize that this trade is really, really weak, which it is, and then they will sell. There's no strength here. There's no 1 minute volume here. There's no 3 minute volume here. And I'm just waiting for the panic to set in. That's the beauty of the short, is that
Mm-hmm.
once it doesn't have volume, then people get the hell out, and that's where we're going. Look at
Yeah.
our
They get
trends,
scared.
right? Our 2 minute trend, 3 minute trend, 5 minute trend. We get a 15-minute red trend, man. We're gonna be in good shape here.
Now it's starting to come back up, and then we're gonna buy again on this little raise, and then we're gonna go hit a sell or a short.
Yeah. This is their last little bounce here where they're trying to. Well, they're just limit orders. Now you got to remember, there's people who have limit orders set. So now while people are selling, people get limit orders buys in. They're like, all right, this is where I want to get in. FOMO. So they're FOMOing in right now. I mean, these are just going to be bag holders for a second. But that's the move there. So now right now we want the 1 minute to give up, which we're about to see.
Yes, indeed, because it didn't break that.
And now we need a bunch of buyers that have it to go. We need their stop losses to hit, right? There's a certain level of take profit that they have set, and once that triggers, then we'll see a big onslide of short because their profits are automatically being triggered, right? Maybe at 38.30, 38.25, right? As soon as we get a little wick down there, it's going to trigger the sales, and then we'll get a big push down. But right now, there's no volume coming in to push it up. So the odds are in our favor here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even on the one, it's trying to get the support, but like you just said, it's really not. It's just fighting.
See, quick question, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, would you be looking at the 1 minute? Would that just kind of fuck with your like psychology?
Well, yeah, right now, because that's what we were talking about, right? So for me, I would be looking at the 1 minute just to see if it's even, getting momentum, right? Because this coin's moving very fast, right? And the only reason we can look at the 1 minute is because this coin has such movement, right? So sometimes you have to adjust for the coin. This thing it's moving a lot of percentages right away. So we can look at the 1 minute as kind of like a little help to the future, right? And that's only because it's moving so much. If it wasn't moving, you know, 3-4% every time there's a candle, then I'd be stuck on the 3 minute, right? It's the only reason time I'm using the 1 minute here is just because we're starting to look for like, it's a lot of percentage in every candle's huge percent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the only reason why.
Right on, man. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the only reason you use a 1 minute is if you notice that your coin can move 2-3% with a candle, right? So right here we're down plus it was only up 8% on the day, and now it jumped to 10%, but it's only been a 1 minute, one candle. All right. So we want to make sure that on here, we're not seeing any positive volume here that would, affect us, right? There's going to be bounces here. Anytime there's a short play, there's always a bounce, right? And that's because there's limit orders. So wherever you see support lines, right? Wherever the support lines are, there's going to be a bounce on those support lines. All right. So if we go back, we
And
probably have.
and the 1 minute will always go back up or down.
Yeah. And then what you're really looking for is like
Sorry.
the 3 and the 1 minute is where what we're looking at is like how much volume is coming in those trades, right? So now we have a 3 minute reset, which is our normal reset, right? Now we're going to see a bounce here. 3 minutes going to try to, push positive volume. We wanted to get to the point where it pushes up, rejects again at the 0 line, and then goes back into a free fall, right? And for me, I'm watching the 1 minute because it's a deciding of taking profits. I'm not seeing if let's say the 1 minute had positive value, right? And it was actually showing some type of strength, then I would have took at least 50% to 80% of my profits at 38.50 so that I could re-enter more. But because this is right at the cusp of dumping, I don't want to take 50% of my bag out if a big ass whale stop loss is about to get hit, right? I think a stop loss is sitting at about 38.40, right? So if that stop loss can get hit, if that support line can get hit, right? Or even if these are trading bots. Notice how we're sitting there. Look at your 1 minute, right? How many times are we going to hit the same 38.40? See that? They're trying to hold that position. Notice on your candles. Look at the last three red candles down. All 38.40, right? So for me, I'm like, okay, there's no volume here. So the minute we hit that again, we might see a big ass dump. I just don't want to have half my bag out and then see this thing go into a fucking waterfall. This thing's nowhere near positive value. Like that 1 minute's nowhere near the 0 line. And that's where the very first thing you guys are learning is 3 minute volume line, right? So that you can understand where everything's at.
So a question, VC. So now here, you see how it kind of spiked up a little bit. Would you add to your
No,
bag?
no,
Would that
because
be okay?
I wouldn't add
And
here.
then just keep compounding, buying and selling here, like using this as like the top as resistance and then the bottom as buyers, and just keep doing that. No. Or are you still looking for that long trade, that drop?
Yeah, I'm still looking for that drop. I mean, if you're trading here would be where you would be buying the top of the 1 minute, right? Like what we just had, that little spike. You say, okay, let me put a little more in here, a little more in here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But
Okay.
for me, it's like also I need a 15-minute move here, right? The trade that we're still looking for is going to be the 15-minute RSI touching the bottom, bouncing up, and then going in. So we're kind of like in no man's land here. So if you're entering here, it's kind of like you're right at the point where there could be a bigger move here, right? So go to your 3-minute, right? So on your 3-minute, you can see that we have a 3-minute bounce, right? So I wouldn't enter any trades here unless it's on a 3-minute RSI, right? So the 3-minute RSI would have to push up at some point. Then I would enter and then continue my down trade if everything is still staying in the same scenario. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. Thank you.
So here we go again, 38.40. We can get to 38.35. I think that's the big orders right there. 38.30, 38.35. I think they're gonna panic at that point.
All right, I'm back at a run to the bathroom.
Bathroom breaks.
I need to drink water. I need to get my water.
Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. So it's been
Yep, here
holding
we go.
38.40.
There's
So the bots are holding 30. Everyone's putting buys at 38.40. That's, you might not see it on your screen. You might see 38.42, 38.45, and that's because the wicks will go down and you won't see it, right? Stochastic 1 hour RSI crossing. So I just got an alert that my 1 hour wifey crossed. So I go to my 1 hour, boom, that means we're hitting this cross, right? Now I know that we get even more percent on there. So now I expect this last minute little hoorah that it's
raw.
going through to, give up. So now you can look at your 1 minute and buy at the tops of your 1 minute and start looking to say, okay, we're getting even stronger on the short. So this level here, 38.40, is not going to hold here.
Hey, VC,
Yeah.
would it be possible to have like an hour tomorrow just to go over trades with you and just see if I fully understand what I'm doing and I can read it better? If it's possible tomorrow, if I can have like a specific date.
Yeah, just so like for us, man, like tomorrow we'll be on at that 9 o'clock, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just you have to just have your shit written down. You know what I'm saying? First thing is
Mm-hmm.
go
No.
over the trades, your basics, right? How much percent?
Mm-hmm.
So same leverage, right? This is what you should be teaching. You should be teaching every new person. Okay, hey, what leverage are you starting with? 30, 40, or 50? Okay, it needs to be the same on every trade. Okay, your stop loss is always going to be 30. Okay, your target's always going to be 50. Okay. Okay, now what we're going to write down is every time we make a trade, what are we going to write down? We're going to write down how much percentage it went negative before it went to the top side, and you're going to write the highest percentage that it went forward. And this is the information that he's going to need in order to help you out. Okay. Second thing is when you enter a trade, you need to post in your 10 trade review that you entered a long or a short and then put the entry price. And then when your trade is done, you're going to go back and reply to that. And you're going to sit there and say, okay, reply, I stop loss at 30%, stop loss at the entry, stop loss at 20% profit, or took 50% profit, right? Period. Okay. Now, during this entire process, you're going to learn how to move your stop loss. Once your profit gets to 15%, you move your stop loss from 0 to 15. Okay, negative 15. When you get above 20% profits, you're going to move your stop loss to 0% entry point. Okay, you get to 37, 35 and above, you're going to move your stop loss to 20% profits take, and that's where you're locked in. Now you're either going to hit 50% profits or you're going to hit 50 or 20% take profits. And then boom, we just document this journey, right? Once you
Perfect.
document that journey, then we can piece together how to make, the other adjustments, right? You got to follow the basics.
AVC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost
The videos. They're like I'm like locked out.
Bastard, where you at?
JMO.
Let me find you.
15%.
Let's see here.
Yeah,
No,
I set up the
Okay,
the one in Mexi and
go to
lost everything.
go to Academy, right? Go. You see the Academy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now on the
Yeah.
Academy, is there a little arrowhead? You see like a little
Yeah.
arrowhead next to Academy?
There
It
you
looks like a little wing, a little V. Is
go.
it
Yeah, I got it.
is
Now
it
I got it.
is it pointed to the left or is it pointed down?
Pointing down now.
Do you see the videos now?
It was to the left.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. All right, that fixes that.
Right. Remember, the tabs are where things are, and then the rest of it is how to get in there.
Right.
All right,
Gotcha.
so now we're going
Almost
to our
done now.
3 minute, right, guys? So this is where if it's holding support, right, and this is the bots are gonna the bots held their support at 38.40, right? So now we know that that's the bot zone. They're gonna keep buying at that level, and now they're trying to create the move to the top here, right? So now we need to know if this volume is going to hold, right? So my first thing is to look at my 1 minute to see if we're getting any type of volume here. And we can see here we haven't broke the positive, but the 1 minute RSI is starting to trying to find support, trying to find volume, some type of push here. This is where you would be looking to increase your leverage position when the 1 minute volume rejects, like right here. Right, this would be where you would be looking in this area here. If you're going to add to your short, you'd be looking at ads on the top of these volume pushes. And now that I know they're kind of like hitting a mark here, 38.50 is their mark of, where guys are they're holding that resistance. Now there could be a bot on there trading on 38.50, 38.40 because they know that the target zones for a lot of profit takers might be 38.20, 38.30, and they don't want to break that line. Otherwise, they go into a waterfall. There's a certain level of profits guys want to keep, and they'll start buying. That's where they'll start buying above that to try to bring FOMO, right? So right now they're trying to get people to buy into this move here because they're like, oh, they're buying here, right? And you have supports. You have 38.40 was a line that was holding over and over. So if people were buying to go long, that's where they were setting their buys. And now we have this little push of buyers, and now we need to basically see how much volume they have. So far, they don't have that much volume, right? But this is also a smaller coin, right? So they're seeing movement here. So what we want to see is the 1 minute volume reject like it is right now, and we want it to start to come back down, and we want the mentality to be that it doesn't have enough people to care, right? And for me, I think most people here are probably trying to short this damn thing because it's been on such a run. So now it's all about the majority. Who's going to win here? But this is where you would be putting more into your short if you were looking to put more into the short. You always wait for those bigger moves. So now we're fluctuating. This is a channel. So now we're fluctuating between $38.40 and the top is $38.80. Now we're in a channel, right? Who's going to win this channel war, right? So now we're going back down again.
Do you think it's going to come below 38.40?
I mean, I think this time I'm probably going to be happy with, depending on. Now I'm going to basically go off my RSI, right? My 15 minute. See how my 15-minute RSI is at the bottom, right? Now I have to respect that. Okay, I don't want to trade against it. So now I've run out of time on my down, even though I have a 30-minute pushing down, right? So now I would have to set an alert on my 30-minute moon, right? And what am I am? Wife. 30-minute moon. So now I'd have to set an alert on my moon to give me an ideal if the red moon's going to about to come in and give me that extra push down, which could be the last hurrah of that push down before it starts to try to find volume here, right? So the odds are that we're probably going to break 38.40, but if you have a strong support there, we're still early in this game, right? We're still fighting the pullback, and people are still buying here, right? So don't always remember there's always two moves, right? There's a big push, then there's a pullback. This is the first pullback, so they're going to try to bounce this. When they bounce it, the next pullback this has will be the one that you want to short the shit out of. Right now, we're fighting for a 1 hour moon, right? Go look at your 1 hour moon. You see how far apart you are from your 1 hour moon, right? So for me, this is where I would
Yeah.
say, okay, my 15-minute RSI is about to get exhausted. This is where I'm going to, concede my first round, right? And I'm going to start setting profit taking here, right? So I'm going to set in here 0.38, and I'm going to shoot for 40 is my ultimate goal, right? So I'm going to slide that in there, and I'm going to say that I'm going to take 70, 50% at that level, right? Then I'm going to take another one and say 38.50, and I want to take 25% at that level, and 38 cents and a 6, and I want to take 25% at that level, right? And now I have my exit plan in there. And now I'm just going to go back over to my 1 minute here, and I want to see how the momentum's building, right? So far they haven't broke positive volume yet, but they're retesting it for a second time, right?
If we could just borrow your eyes and your brain for a week and then give it back to you.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, that's the point of like being in the live Discord, is that where at that point we can start, piecing together, where everyone's getting this. Now, the difference is here is how they use the 200 moving average on the 1 minute for support. Now we're using it for resistance. You see what I'm saying? That's all that's happening here. So 38.90, this is a resistance point here, right? So whatever this last pushback here on the 1 minute, and we need a 3 minute drop here. Once this 3 minute comes down, it comes back down. Whatever this next pullback is, we're going to be looking to kind of take our profits and say, okay, now we need to wait for that 15-minute to reset, because that's the next bounce, right? Gotta respect your 15-minute. So hopefully we can get this 1 minute to start to head down, and then the 3 minute will start to head down, and then we'll close out on that 3 minute RSI to the bottom.
And the reason we're using the 1 minute is because the moving averages are moving so fast,
Yeah, because the percents,
or
like
the wicks are.
we're jumping 1 to 2% in
Yeah.
like one candle. So we just want to be ahead of the game and be like, okay, if I had to get out of here, you know what I mean? I'm going to use my 1 minute to kind of give me an idea of what the future is. And this is the first time the volume has broke positive on the 1 minute, right? So when that happens, right, we need to see if it holds. If it holds this position, then we got to get out, right? So now we're just letting it run its little course here. So what we want to see here is the 1 minute push above. We needed to pull back. We needed to get a red moon, and we needed to start the other direction. Now we're starting to get some trend changes here, right? Our 2 minute trend just turned green. So now we're starting to lose our momentum on our side. So the bots and the FOMO are coming in, and people are, looking to take this next leg. But what we do have is the next trade on this is going to be another good short once this push happens, right? So this push happen is this could push back up to the 40.15 mark. And then next thing you know, we're in another short position from the 40.15 mark. And that's going to all come down. Remember, our 1 hour RSI is just starting down, right? So we still have a 1 hour red moon trade, which is the one that we want. The short that we do is a 1 hour red moon, 1 hour red trend. Right? That still has to come. So there's still trades happening. We're just on the early one there. And we hit 100% on there. I just didn't take it. I was looking to see if we could get panic out of everyone. That's why I like shorts better, because if we can get that panic spill, we can get a nice little move. So now the 1 minute, at the top, starting to push down, and now we just need that 3 minute to, start to reverse. And if we can get this 1 minute red moon to come in here, right, that'll give us back some of our profits and move back down towards 39.70, 39.60. And we can capitalize on some profit, a little more profits down there. But it's the same pattern. Like what you're looking for is the pattern, whether it's a long or a short, right? It all starts with volume. Can the 1 minute push positive volume, retest, and then push positive volume, which it's trying to do right now. It started showing a lot of support right here, right? Next move is, is the 3 minute going to show support and resistance to the positive side, right? And then you're getting back into a long position. Now our problem is our 15-minute RSI made it to the bottom, and now we've got that little pump coming in. But once that 15-minute goes back to the top side and comes back down, then you're going to have another pullback. So that's why when you're in a trade, like if you're missing a trade, you don't have to worry about it because it's going to come back. Like that's the one thing about it. Trades go up and then they go down, and they go down and then they go up. The only difference is your job is to understand the volume on what they're doing so that you know which way they're going to go more, right? What's the most? Is it doing more ups? Is it doing more downs? What percent pays me better? And when you have a system that you go by, you don't panic. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit, this is about to jump. Like, you understand what's happening, or at least have a 80% chance of what's happening in your favor. A lot of guys there would see that pump right there and be like, shit, I got to sell, right? Because it pumped up there. And your gains went from 60 to 25%. And then you sell. And then it dumps. And you're like, fuck. Right? So what I'm doing is I'm just letting my RSIs play out. And then when that's done, I know I'm out of this trade because my 15 minutes is at the bottom. So now I got my 1 minute push. It did what it had to do. Now it needs to pull back. If I catch a red, moon here, that'll help me out, give me a better position. But now I'm going to be getting out of this trade because the 15-minute RSI is at the bottom. The 3 minute needs to pull back here, which is what we're waiting for here, and then we'll be making our exit. Unless we can get the momentum in our favor. Right, because right here, you could get a bunch of guys that decide that, oh shit, this might be the biggest pump, and they might start dumping again. But either way, for us, we have to let our course of action play out. But that's it, man. But we're repeating the same patterns that we trade, the same moons, trends, volume. We're repeating the same play every time, over and over and over. It's just on different time frames. Right. The ultimate goal is to get, that short position to happen on the 15. So, for us, the real short is when the 15-minute volume is negative, right? We're not even close to that.
Trend volume.
Yep. Moon
What are you
trend.
doing?
And that's what we look for there. So now we just let this wifey 3-minute come in. We need it to pull back for us, and then we'll have take some profits there and see where it's at. So far right now, 3 minutes coming down. It's trying to hold the zero. It didn't really hold it. Now we need to see a pull back to 38.70 or some shit. Let's take a look at the 1 minute. Did we get a red moon? We didn't get a red moon yet, but a red moon will help us out. Now, there we go. It's flexing a little bit, but if it shows support there, then we know they're getting stronger. So that's the first sign of getting out of there. All right, so now that I know this is kind of showing some strength here, right? Now I start adjusting my take profits, right? I come over and I say, okay, I need to get out a little bit heavier. So I'm gonna do 39 cents, right? I'm gonna take 25% at 39. And then 0.3890, I'll take another 25%. And now I'm starting to look for my, slowly working my way out of this trade here. Now, another thing that you guys can, the one thing that guys like to do is if they see where the volume, like you see how the volume is picking up right here? We can see right here on the 1 minute, we're not breaking down, right? And the 3 minutes trying to pull back, right? So as soon as this 3-minute RSI pushes down, which it is right now, you can do what's called a reversal, right? The reversal, what do you look at? You have a 15-minute RSI pumping up. You got the volume pumping up. The volume is really high. You're in a long position. Your 1 hour, 30-minute is starting to bend. Your 1 hour is pushing down slightly, so you should have a pump coming in here before another dump. 2 hours still pushing up. So what you can do here is you can kind of set yourself up. What is this trade here? The render trade kicked off. All right, so what we'd be here is taking a look on the overall, right? I'm only seeing wifey. Okay, so wife, there we go. So now you can look for when that 3-minute bottoms out and starts to head the other direction. You can do it reversal, right? Hit a full reverse and then boom, take profits. Then you're in a long position. That's something you guys can look at a little bit later. All right, so now I can see my 1 minute's gaining strength, right? And the 3 minutes mimicking it. 3-minute volume is coming down. You notice, see there, it's starting to hold its position there. 3-minute RSI is coming. This is what you've heard anyone call, they always say it's a divergence, right? Divergence is where the RSIs and everything says it wants to come down, but the price keeps going up, right? So now we're going to see some of my orders take profits, right? I have a 39-cent profit take, 39.90, right? So I'm going to start slowly working my way here. And then I have my regular spot, 38.40, 38.50, 38.60. So let's see. This right here is going to be the last stand, right? They're gonna say that they can't get what they want at this point and push down to that 200 moving average on the 3-minute, or the orders will keep coming in to the positive side, and that's where we can see the reversal, which would be the 15-minute RSI continually its move up, right? And from the volume, if I look at the 15-minute moon, the volume line, it's pushing up. The money line is pushing up. The orange line is pushing up, right? Which tells me that, we're getting volume here, right? So now we're taking profits here. It's taking its 40% profits. Right, and now I'm above 39 cents again, right? So now I set up another buy here at 30, 38, 9 again, and I take another 25%, and I look to, get some downside. But once this 3-minute gets to its bottom, I got to give up my position here.
You closed your position on that short?
I've already set orders, right? So I have positions to sell at 38.40, 50, 60, 38.70, 80, and 90, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to get closer to my decisions on it when I watch this volume, because I still have where the 3-minute volume broke the positive, but it didn't hold. You see what I'm saying? So I'm still waiting for it to pull back on this RSI. And then once it determines where it's how strong it is, I'll just hit reversal and I'll close out the trade and I'll go into a long position. But you can still have a bunch of people panic here because they can't seem to break above. The only thing that's against us is this 15-minute RSI. And then I didn't get my 1-minute moon. You see that? Didn't get my 1-minute red moon. Which is not a great sign. All right. So now I'm going to open up another order at 39 cents. I'm going to close 50% of that long at that area. You already have the one. See how the 1 minute's at the bottom now? Now it's pushing again. So if I go to my 3-minute, I can see my 3-minute. Look at my 3-minute money line start to go sideways. Right. So it's starting to find momentum here. It's starting to get stronger. It broke positive once. Now it's coming back. And don't forget, we're behind. We're on the long in this trade, right? Everything that the 2-hour trend, the 4-hour trend is set for longs. So we have to understand that we're not in a full short position here. We're scraping profits out of a pullback, right? Which is, basically after a big push, it pulls back one time and then it goes on a run. So it looks like it wants to go on a run at this position here.
So
So now
you
what I need
reversed
to
your trade then?
say again. Yeah. That's what I was about to get into. So what I'm doing here is as it pulls down, I look for the lowest parts of where it pulls back. And so far, I'm starting to see where my 3-minute is showing, strength here. And it's averaging about 39 cents right now. So I'll let the 1-minute RSI push one more time. And the next time it comes back down, which is right now, I'm going to know where this is, because this still can go short. It hasn't built, like, you know what I mean? It hasn't shown me that it's on a breakout. Remember, the long position is what? A long position is what? Green moon, green trend. Right? So far we're not in green moon, green trend yet, right? So that's why we don't panic on our take profits and we set our lower levels, because we still haven't got to the, a long position is what? You need a green moon, green trend, right? And now your 1-minute value went sideways. Now they're all deciding that they can't get this to break. Now people are selling again. Boom, big sale. Boom, there we go. Now we're closing out our profits. See how our profits sit there? Now we hit our targets. 38.50, 38.60, 38.40 is the next one that I need. And now in this position here at 38.40, this is where I would look to reverse in this position here, because this trade has showed me that.
Now, if you close your trade, would it be better just to close it than reopen on a long, or just to reverse it?
It depends on what your original order was, right? What's your original order? So my original order was a small entry at like 30, 40 bucks. So I'm looking at 38.40 as a bounce play, right? So for me, just hitting reverse on that level. So if you can get a reverse at 38.40, you look real good. Right? Because at this point,
I got in at 391.
Yeah, at this point, how many times has it gone down to 38.40? So if you reverse at 38.50, 38, when it hits that down and you hit reverse on there, you can catch that level, you're probably at the bottom.
Okay, so then Okay.
So now we finally got our profits back, right? That's why we never panic. Look at the 1 minute, right? The 1 minute's at the bottom. Now it's starting to build up. And now we can go over to wifey. We can start, buying into these positions. So 38.62, right? It's a good buy-in position. 38, anything below 38.60. So now let's start setting this up. And we know that 38.40 is the common entry. So I'm gonna put a big order at 38.40. Let me
Oh,
get my support there. All right, render. Let's get to render because I got to buy my render bought already. So render has a buy at 37. What did we buy at 37.70? Yeah, you see how it hit it? So now we're at that floor at 37.70, right? I just seen my order go in. 3 minute move on volume is pushing up and we're heading towards positive volume. Check my 15 minute. My 15 minute still pulling back. So we're still setting there, but we have a 15-minute trend, which gives us 50% more support on the pullback. So far right now, render has a 38.70 entry, right? So let me click on that, go to render. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to reinforce that entry point at 38.70. And I want to say, okay, you bought me in, and I have $50 there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take another render situation. I'm going to put another buy again at 370, which will increase my position, right? Because I'm going to have about my bag that I want in is 100 to 200. So I want to start working my bag in there. All right.
for short on render.
Long. We're looking for that long.
Okay. Thought so. I'm sorry, the rest of my family got home and it's loud. And
You're good, bro.
we're yeah, There's a lot going on. It's all crazy.
I might ask for more here. So I might go to my render and say, okay, if my buy was 370, let me ask for 360, right? $3.60. Then I'll put a little bit bigger of an order entry. And now I'm going to try to get an entry at 360 on there. All right, so now, and render hasn't came all the way around, right? So we still have a 15-minute RSI coming down. As soon as that 15-minute RSI gets to the bottom, then we'll be in a long and render we'll be all the way out. Okay, wifey. Now look at wifey coming back. Now it's, see how it's going into its short there? Broke its 38.30, right? But we took our profits because we already preset. We had all those other profits in there, right? So now let's go over here and protect our short position, right? So let's go. Okay, wifey. 1 minute's at the bottom. 15-minute is at the bottom. All right, 1 hour's crossing over. All right.
Hey, VC.
Yeah.
Question on the 5 minute. The seller, so on the 5 minute, you see the seller how it's bending. Would that be an indication there that it's the
For
volume is
wifey.
pushing more towards? So
Yeah. That I
yeah,
mean, so wifey, you can see wifey's getting weak there. See what I'm saying? Yeah, you can see that
right on, right on.
you're getting into that where it's starting to they can't recover, right? This is what we were waiting for the whole time. But we had our profits set already, so we took our profits there. I'm happy with an average of 75% on there. So, but you like I said, we still have the other parts of it, working its way over, right? So they're still fighting it there. See if we can. Yeah.
Are you looking for another reentry on wife?
Yeah, I was looking for I mean, I put my stop loss in here because it had a reversal set. So we're looking for wife has been holding its 38.40, 38.30 level. So I'm looking for the bots to come in and buy and protect that level.
Yeah, the one on the 3 are both down right now, so they're probably gonna buy in again.
Yeah, for us would be, the full out would be the 1 hour red moon. Right? That's kind of what we're
No,
the alert.
exactly. I took my position in 25, 28.
But it doesn't look too healthy.
No, it looks like it just wants to tank.
Yeah. The problem is that we have support there at that 38-34 mark, and they keep trying to save that mark, which is where it's at right now. So right now you have the 1 minute at the bottom. The 1 minute's going to come back and try to push up again. 3 minute is probably, curling, which it is, and it's trying to push up again. Right. So, but I mean, to me, it's inevitability here, right? So as soon as this 15-minute goes up, the next time that 15-minute heads down, that's going to be your downside.
And that's when the big dump is happening.
Yeah, because you already have
Okay.
look at your 1 hour. Your 1 hour starting to gain momentum to itself, starting to get there. So, and this is the important of looking at your volume, right? See how that 1 minute couldn't hold the positive volume, and then it just gives up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when it was bouncing, I set my stop losses at 38.40, 38.50, 38.60. Like, all right, so if they're going to keep bouncing it there, I'm going to take my 70% profits anyways, and then just like get out of it. No need to be like greedy on a trade when you're getting the trades where you want them. You just want to get to where you're hitting your 50% gains every time. That's really all I need out of there.
Especially in the meme coin, because this coin is just a straight meme. It's nothing. It has no purpose.
Yeah. Which is, that's kind of great for the short, because if they, turn around and panic, this could go, this could go pretty deep. So now
So
this is the last hoorah, right? Here we go with the 3 minute again, right? Once this 3 minute RSI turns up, whatever it turns up to, right, which is what we're waiting for, right? If it can't break positive volume that time, so it just continues to build momentum to the down. You see what I'm saying? Here they are bouncing it again, right? They're trying to survive it again. Cost average buying into their long. Because they're buying because they're like, oh, well, it pulled down. It's a great opportunity to buy, right? They don't realize that the momentum is against them right now. They don't realize that the volume and all the momentum is going against the bounce. So these guys keep buying at this support line at 38.30, 38.40, 38.30. They just keep throwing their money in, right? And they're just buying their position. You ever hear guys go, I just kept cost average buying and it just kept going down. This is what they're doing right now. And we're over here like looking at the volume going, oh shit, man, you're failing here. So once this 1 minute pushes up again, we can get into another short position and build in again. That's kind of what the beauty of what that is. But it's so like what Carlos was talking about, he was talking about that 5 minutes showed weakness right away, how it turned down from that jump there. So what you're seeing is you're starting to realize where you guys can start seeing how a trade is there we go. You can start seeing how a trade is happening, and then you can take advantage of that trade. We're just looking for momentum. So now you can say, all right, every time wifey gets above 38.50, 38.40 as it continues to go, you can start cost averaging back into your short spot. But it's a very weak coin right now. It can't hold that 1 minute. The problem is that we're fighting bots, right? So see over there look at your 1 minute and go back about 40 minutes. There was a level that it hit and it just kept going sideways, and then it finally pushed up. Right? They can only do that so many times, and then all the buyers are gone. So they did it that first time. They held that level, and then they pushed it. Yeah. Right? That's the last hoorah. And that's kind of what I was trying to get into in the beginning there. Awesome. Yeah. Now we're in the same scenario where they're trying to hold this level. They keep pushing, but the buyers are done. That's the problem. But you got to be careful here because these guys are, don't forget we got the 15 minutes. So as soon as this 15-minute moves a certain direction and then goes back the other way, then we'll be looking for the big trade. We just got to let the momentum build. As far as render, Render, we're looking for $33.60 for another possible long entry there. 65. And we're waiting for the same thing there. We're waiting for render to hit its 15-minute bend. All right, which is kind of coming up now. Wifey's going to go through a 15-minute bend right now as well. But if it can't move value on the 1 minute, no matter. Oh. It's time for lunch, E-Dub. But when you guys start zeroing in on that the volume on the 3, right? Now you start to understand what's happening. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then you
This
can
makes a lot
piece
more sense
together.
now.
Yeah. Now you can start piecing the rest of it together. You know. I mean, this is showing tremendous support here at this 38.19, 38.20. You know, they're losing, but the last time they lost, they came in with a big buy and they pushed. But you got to realize every time they do that, there's less people in, because the first time they did it, they got people to FOMO in, which created floors, right? Bag holders. Now it's below the bag holders, so they can't sell, but they don't have any more money to buy. So now are they going to get another set of bag holders to push up? You know, up to the 1 minute 200 moving average?
1 minute.
Yeah. So here they go again. They're like, let's go. Right? And now if we're shorting it like we like, we're going to sit back and go, okay, we'll try it again. Now when that 1 minute breaks that zero line and pushes up, we're going to buy that top again and we're going to short that top again. But remember, they did this last time and they were successful. But last time they didn't have the 1 hour against them, right? Now they have the 1 hour against them. So they're going to see 50% less help. Right. And as this goes on, it's like a boxing match, right? This is the same thing, right? You're in there, right? You're jabbing, and you know what they say, go to the body, go to the body. So right now the shorts are going to the body. Just a matter of time. Right now we're in round 3. Right? Here they go. They're trying to push again, right? Body shot, body shot. Right? We gotta keep working them over. Right? Eventually they're gonna get tired. They're gonna run out of money. Then we're gonna see a lower low. Another lower low. And eventually it's over. And then it becomes the big short that we want, which is a 1 hour red moon, 1 hour RSI cranking down, 15-minute this, everything in the same row. All right, we're going to win this fight.
Are you putting in a short in here after it if it doesn't run up much more?
Yeah.
Because the one, okay.
That's what I'm waiting for right now.
For that one to hit a red moon. Or just to resist.
Yeah, so 38.55 is the first target push, right? So now I'm looking for 38.55 area. And now I'm just looking to see what it does on this. Yeah. Now the 1 minute rejecting there. So now I go to my 3 minutes to see where that's doing. It's curling up, right? So now I got to wait for that 3 minute to curl up. All right. But now I have an average of 38.55 is kind of like where now we're starting to see the other part happen, right? Like earlier we're seeing support. This is their push. These guys, doesn't take a lot of money to move this coin. You got to be careful here because they can do it. You know, they look at the 3 minute pattern, right? Pull down, push, pull down, push. But those pushes, they need to get bigger every time, right? Unfortunately, they're not. They're staying the same. They're 2% moves to the top. So now here it goes again. They're going to try again. If they can't get more than 2% here, then we know that the momentum is swinging our direction. But we already know that's happening because we got the 1 minute RSI crossing. We got the moons coming in, right? So I already know if I look at my 1 hour, I'm getting close to the trade that I want, right? So the very first thing I want is a crossing of the RSI. Now I need the 1 hour moon, right? So now we got all these kind of things. I'm getting alerts right now because I set an alert on the 30-minute moon, right? The reason why I did it on the 30-minute was to give me a heads up of how weak it was, right? So now I know that I'm getting a weak trade on it right now. So now I can start thinking to myself like, oh, okay, I got to start setting some buys in these orders here, right? Now I can start looking into getting into this push down, you know. But what I want you guys to focus on is like the volume inside these smaller lanes, so that you can start seeing like, okay, the price moves up and down. I can be greedy, ask for a better price, right? 38,450 is a really good price for a short position, right? And it always comes back. It always comes back, right? So then it's like you're setting yourself into that position. That's what we're looking for. Go look at render.
There's
answered
no
a
way
lot
to
of
see the money coming in and out of a trade, is it?
Yeah, you can go look at the order block. So when you're looking at, go to your MEXC, right? Up above where you see the active price, right? There's a thing on that little side there where you see the price. Up above, it's called order book, right? The order book is telling you what's coming in right there. So the quantity
Yeah, and you can.
and the total. So right now the average is US dollar is about 100, 700, about $1,000. So there's orders going in and out right now for thousands. So the average order is about 1,000 right now. It's going in and out. There's a 2,000. There's a 4,000. There's a 3,000 sale. There's a 2,000 sale, right? That's what that live order box. And you can see right here that there's more people selling than buying it right now. So that's where you're looking at wifey, right? You're looking at wife. You can see that the order blocks are saying that there's more people um, getting out of it right now.
Yeah, it's still curling up on that three. That one hit a green moon just now.
Yeah, they're protecting their profits right now. There's definitely there's definitely a trading bot on this,
Mm-hmm.
but there's only so much money.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the buyers disappear and the bots have to give up.
Mm-hmm.
But
They just can't do
but
it.
for us, like understanding what's happening is great, but we're in the same scenario. We just need to know that the
Mm-hmm.
3-minute volume cannot hold positive. And then we're just waiting for the 15-minute to actually break negative, right? So first thing is the 5-minute, right? Notice here the 5 minutes below positive volume showing resistance and heading down. So we're winning this fight here. We're getting into this position where we're getting where it's like, all right, we're seeing that we're capitalizing here. And we're getting where we want to be. It's just a matter of time. So now that the 5 minutes is below the zero line, we need it to reject and stay there. The next is the 15-minute needs to get below there. And that's what we're waiting for. But that's going to take a 15-minute RSI, bounce, then a retest of the bottom of the RSI. And this is momentum. This could take 45 minutes. But it's definitely slowly getting weaker. And how do we know? We're watching the 3-minute. The 3-minute cannot
Because
break
the
a
volume's
positive.
getting less and there's less fire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that we're heading in the right direction here, which allows us to, not be in a panic situation and just set ourselves up for what we want to happen. That's all it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And this time they're trying to push, but there's nobody to buy because they ran out of
Mm-hmm.
buyers.
And there's no volume support.
Yeah.
So right here, did he put in a short then around this target area?
Yeah. No, I set shorts at 38.50, so I started buying at
Okay.
38.50. Now I'm gonna, as soon as this 3-minute pushes up, whatever it pushes up to, I'm gonna short that. So I'm shorting every 3-minute top.
Okay, okay. So as soon as it tops out on that last candle, then you look for an entry.
Yeah, and you can use the 1 minute. When the 1 minute starts to head down, you can grab another entry.
Mhm.
Let's go, baby. So now that first trade, we were able to get about 80% on that. So we got back the 30% we lost. So we're back to our around 800 for the trading bag. Uh, I like to trade. I like to trade trades at about 200 to 250 a trade to 400. So I always have enough for two trades. So now we have 400 in this wifey short, and Render has $50 for its early entry trade, right? So it's only 50. I'm only $50 in Render. So I'm still waiting for Render to get to its 15-minute bounce, which is about to happen now. The 15-minute. All right. Are you guys starting to get it? Starting to sink in?
Yep.
Start
Yep.
with
No,
the
it's really
basics.
making
3-minute volumes, 3-minute volumes, 3-minute volumes. So you know what's happening. And then you're looking for the extension, right? 1 hour trade, right? What happens in the 1 hour trade? You need momentum to the 1 hour trade, right? So if you need the 1 hour trade to happen, you need all the lower levels to happen, right? Then you start to realize, like, okay, I'm working inside of these zones. We haven't even got to trading zones. We haven't even got to um, like all the other things that happen here. We're just doing the basic, right? Once we get the basic down, which is what everyone needs to focus on, is learning the volume, which way it's going, how to tell what it's doing so that you can stop being emotional, right? So the first part is to remove emotions and set in a system and a structure, right? Once we set that in, then we can start making trades over and over and over and collecting data. Then once we have data, we can make adjustments to make the data better. And then once we're winning consistently over and over and over, then we can learn more tips and tricks to get even more gains and even more things. And then like, oh shit, that's a trading zone. Oh, that makes sense. Now, if you're trading inside of this, like here's a little bonus, right? So if you're trading where you're trading with the 2 hour trend, right? So the 4 hour trend is kind of like the trend of the coin, okay, overall. Currently, this coin is in a upward trend because the 4 hour is green. The second part is the 2 hour is the strongest trend to trade with in that position, and we have a 2 hour trend. But those all happened a long time ago. And the third trend is the 3 hour, which is where you want to trade with. Currently, we're in the 3 hour, in the 1 hour trade. So all the longs that you've seen already happened. And now the trends are starting to reverse, right? Which is where we're looking for the 3-minute trend, which we have. Then we need a 5-minute trend, which we have. Now we need that to roll into a 15-minute trend, right? But we're up against it because we're at the top of this move. So we still have the 4 hour, the 2 hour, and the 1 hour, right? Now, if we wanted to trade this at its easiest point, right, we'd simply wait for the 1 hour trend to turn red, and then we go into a short. That's when it's exhausted, right? But to anticipate that or to get to that, you first have to find the path to where it happens, right? And that starts with the basics, 3-minute volumes. Once you learn 3-minute volumes, then you can kind of see what a thing is doing. Now, because the trends are against us, where the longs are more possibilities currently, we have to be very, take profits every time we see them. We need to hit our levels. We need to take them, right? Because until that changes, we're still at the mercy of the trend. Now, when that trend changes, you're going to see these shorts become a lot different. When we get to the 1 hour red trend, this shit's going to be a little bit different. We're going to see big ass pullbacks. But right now, we're just working over that. We're working our way to that, right? So that all starts with the basics. So that'll be stuff you guys learn down the road, and that'll increase your trades, right? So for instance, the best longs in the world, right? The best longs you can just set a 2 hour green trend, and when you get a 2 hour green trend, then you go into your 15-minute trades, et cetera, and then you have the 2 hour green trend with you, and that gives you the possibilities are now doubled of your moves, right? Less possibility of spikes against you, more possibility of the longs being what they're supposed to be, just overall percentages, right? But see, that system there is too easy to where you don't learn anything, right? Right now, you need to learn a system to repeat over and over to collect information so that you can structure your non-emotions, right? First part of learning the system is learn to trade without emotions, learn to trade with a structure, right? Once we get that down, then it goes into other steps of it, right? So this first part right here that we're going to be going over for the next 4 weeks is going to be volume, 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 so that you guys can understand which way something's going and not panic close and not panic sell and not panic buy, you know? First thing is remove emotions. Once we remove emotions, then we get into some other shit, which is trading zones. Now we're just increasing our probabilities, right? Everything is mathematical equations. That is how we create a really solid system that just wins. That's the bonus. You guys are doing real good right now. You're starting to understand the 3 minute. You're starting to see the 5 minute not getting volume. You're starting to realize, okay, that's not getting that. And now you're starting to piece together like step by step on how you get yourself in a position to, make trades that do well. All right, render. Let's see what render is. All right, so render is getting its 15 minutes starting to bounce. Okay, we go to my 3 minute for volume. We don't have positive yet. So we have a moon. Now we need a trend. So now we just need the 3 minute render moon to bounce positive volume. And then we need it to hold one pullback. And then we'll have some juice over there. But all in all, it's starting to come together. Starting to make sense, starting to click.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, a lot of stuff now makes sense. Now I know how to read even more than I thought I did. A lot of this makes sense now.
This wifey is a little difficult just because we are trading against the bot here.
Mm-hmm. And those bots are still going hard. They're still trying to push it right now. There's a green moon on the one.
Yeah, they're not going to give up on that because they're in the profits.
Mm-mm.
But the overall, you're going to run out of buyers eventually,
Mm-hmm.
which is what's happening to them right now.
Yep. Yeah, that's why it's not crossing over the negative line. It's staying right below it. It's trying to cross, but it's really losing support. 3844, probably a good spot for a short, no? I'll see on that 1 minute to see if it bends up. It keeps going. I'll check the 3. Yeah, it's starting to curl up a little bit. It's trying to find it, but yeah, it's still bending up a whip. They're getting this last little push up right here. Do you
Is the
care
mic
about the
in again?
background noise or do you? Yeah.
Wifey. There we go again. Another push to the top. And now we can see the last time they had volume, how much they got on the 1 minute, right? They can't break that this time. Then it's going to get weaker again, right? And we're just going to notice that they're starting to get weak. All right, so let's go to wifey. And 5 again. So I'm going to set this up and say, now I want to order at 38.65.
Am I the only one that can't hear him?
Who? BC?
VC.
No, I can hear him, man. Check his audio level for your Discord. Either if you're on a PC, right click his name. And if you're on a phone, then just click on it and then you'll see the volume input and output. So probably gonna hit this 200 right here. Oh, no, that's the not 200.
No, I do not hear him either.
Yeah, he's not talking right now. If you see,
Mic check. You gotta wait for the circle. Honey Badger.
Here.
You hear me, bro?
Yeah, I hear you now. There was a long pause. There's been glitches so every so often.
Oh yeah. I mean, sometimes I'm not talking. If you're seeing if I'm see the circle around my name?
Yeah,
When
yeah.
it's
I see you light up whenever you're talking.
yeah. That's where you want to be if like you're not seeing me.
I think it's about to start losing support on wife. It's going down on the 1 and it's going sideways on the 3. It doesn't have that support it needs to keep going up.
They're gonna push it, man. They're gonna spike it. Believe me.
They're still gonna push up more.
No, they're
Well, the 1 minute's still going up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
the
gonna
1
push.
minute. Yeah,
They're gonna try. Our whole thing is
it
like
might go up to.
we're they're probably not gonna get as much as they got that last time they went positive, but they're definitely gonna go positive because they need to
And
try
now,
to.
if you're gonna hit this, what leverage would you have to use? 100, so then you would get 100% on that move right here, or how much ever, or.
Well, they're stuck at 20. Well, I mean, so far as I know, Mexico only has 20. Now there could be. I mean, I haven't looked this up, so let's look at wifey. Hold on. So wife. So if I pull up wife, I can go look at the exchanges, right? So, is this dog wife Y hat?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So now,
Can't remember when I looked at it.
yeah, it's dog Wi-Fi. Is this the hold on, man. Is this engine or is this what chain is this on? Is this
It's
engines?
tether.
No,
Tether.
hold
I believe it's on Solana VC.
on. Okay. I was gonna say, I've seen yeah, it's a Solana one. All right. So yeah, it's a Sol one. Ah, okay. So you can look here now. We don't know what Bing X is doing. Some of these other ones will do the average is 20, right? But Bitmart could do 50, BitGet could do 50. So we don't know what lever they're getting, right? But yeah, how much money is in this? They're doing 2 million in volume. Oh, Radium, they're doing 10 million, 19 million on HTX. Jesus. Yeah, this thing is yeah, they're definitely rocking some bots here.
And now, since we're only using 20 and we know when it's about to go up because we're watching the 1, could we catch this 1 minute? Would it be worth it for us to catch it?
You mean on the downs or the push or the
Yeah, like
buy-ins?
no, the push up, the buy on the green.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely buy the one push-ups, right?
Hmm.
Because they're trying to fight this. They're trying to show that there's some buy here, right? These are definitely bots here,
Hmm.
and here they go again. So, all right, so see, this time they almost got to where they were last time, slightly below, and now they're headed back down from here. So this is like a slow decline here. And if you zoom out a little bit and you look at the 1 minute, you can see where you're starting to get this trend from that last push up at the top. They're just slowly working down this trend here. They're just running out of buyers, but there is a lot of money in this coin, man. So now their new level is 38 cents. So they're doing a real good job of holding these sideways, these like pullbacks.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, these are. I mean, I didn't look at this coin overall, but anytime you're dealing with a meme, you're dealing with a lot of lot of self developer money. Let's see, 7-day. I mean, the good news is they're on a pull, right? So this is the average. 41 cents is kind of where they've hit twice, and now every
Hmm.
time they got to this level, they've had a big, slow decline, right? So they normally have a decline, and then there's a push up, which is what we're in right now, and then they go into a big short, and that short is shit. That could
Yeah, I'm
be,
waiting to see if they get a green moon.
yeah, they could lose
If I get a
50,
green moon right here, and then I'm
50%
gonna
on that.
wait until it's just about to be burnt on the one because it's staying above the 5 right there. So I'm just waiting.
Yeah, right now we're just up against the 15-minute. That's kind of like the problem I
Hmm.
was talking about earlier. Is that when I took the first profits on the first short, it's just because of the 15-minute RSI, and now we're against it again. So here we go again, where they're trying to push against with that 15. And now they're showing a push on that 1 minute volume, a retest quickly, and now another push. So they're trying to build some momentum here. Let's take a look at the overall. 15's at the bottom overall. Volumes pushing up, but I don't think that's gonna hold. I think we're at that point, right? We're getting close to that 1 hour. We need that 1 hour. The 1 hour short's gonna be nice. Let me see. Let's go back to that other big short, right? So notice on that other big short, they slowly had some real big candles there, but that 1 hour was way down, way down. That volume had a
And on
big,
that
big,
last big short, there's a big candle, but it
yeah,
gave this real small when it closed. Sorry for interrupting.
yeah, no, you're good. No, they came in with a big sell-off right there. So that was
Hmm.
developers selling right there. So now we go over here. Let's see what we're looking like on the overall. I mean, the good news is the money line on the 1 hour is still heading down. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to take a, this is going to take one little blip. All right, so for me, with the 2 hours starts the B trade, right? And 2 hour RSI. The 2 hour RSI is bouncing. That's where we're seeing um, this little battle that we got going on here, right? But it's coming towards an end here. Looks like it's losing some volume. So I mean, overall, we're probably about an hour away from a good short, maybe 2 hours. But it's building its little momentum into a short. Let's see, 5 minute volume is breaking up here. One minute. All right, there we go. And they touched it again. So see the volume on the 1 minute? They touched the same level again. And now they're going to go sideways here. Let's see if they push up even more. See if they're willing to put. Well, let's see if there's any buyers. I mean, so far I don't see where the buyers are coming in. They're enticing like crazy. They're getting people to like. They're definitely setting the stage for a buy, but there's nobody buying right now.
Now it's about a. It looks like it is going to flip. Not right now, but it. Oh, my freaking phone. Oh, I need a stretch.
Looks good. You love this sweater. All right, so yeah, now we're just sitting in this channel, right? There's a channel here, right? The channel is this little top zone here of 38.88, 38. Let's see if they hold it. So they've been trying to hold this 38.25 level. So if they can't hold that again, be in the same scenario. Isn't this like dog with hat? Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Dog with hat. Solana's Dogecoin or some shit.
Yeah, I don't even know. Honestly, I just know it's a fucking. Like, I clicked on the page and I'm like, oh, okay, it's just a dog with a hat. That's all this is.
I think that's what it's called. I think it's called dog with a hat. Right, guys? Is that what this is? Dog with hat? This is what that is, right? Dog with hat? I think this is dog with hat.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, Solana's Dogecoin. Funny. Come on, baby, give back that money. Give us some money. Yeah, I just don't see them find. There's no buyers right now for them.
No, it's exhausted.
They're buying
I'm looking
cat
at
with
that
hat.
15 to.
See if they can get their support. Here they go. It has to hold the 1 minute zero line. It's got to hold that line right there. So that's how you know it's real, right? Real buys come off that zero line.
Oh, I forgot to change that. Is that long about to hit on render?
What's going on? What do we have on render?
I didn't really look at it. I just got my alert.
What happened?
3 minute popped.
Huh? You need what, man? Oh, you don't have to lock the door, babe. You can leave it unlocked. What are you gonna do? Come in here and make me tacos or what?
Yeah, it hit a red moon on wife.
Yeah, so now we're in this big pull down again. So we just gotta keep where it's like keeps getting lower. All right, let's take a look at render. I believe this wife is what it is. All right, render. All right, so render, that's our long, right? So we have our 3 minute, here we go. So here's our first test, right? So 3 minutes breaking positive volume, right? And my indicators would be a little bit slower because I'm that's the problem here is I'm streaming this for you guys, which makes my trading really hectic. Okay, here's the first push up on the 3 minute, right? Now we need to repeat the process. We need to pull back down, and then when it retests, this 3 minute RSI is going to be our move to the top. That's going to be our order. Now, for that, we're also looking for the 15 minute RSI to bend up, and you guys can see that already happened. That's why we're in that long. So we have that render long. We're up 24% on that, but we only have 50 of the 200 that we want to get in there. Now we had some buys set up at 365, 360, which we're going to leave in there for now until that 3-minute resets. All right. Go back to wifey. Dog with hat. There they go again. Now they're starting to try to bring some momentum here. So now we gotta be careful with wife because here they go again. Now they got the volume above. They're starting to realize they have to keep this volume steady. Now let's see what happens here. But it's kind of late in the game with the 3-minute at the top. So it looks like wife is dog with hat is starting to actually build momentum here. And that's because you can see here they broke their trend line. Now you got a bunch of, I love this shit. Now you got a bunch of traders in here that are looking at this as if it just broke its trend line. So now they're like, yeah, we got to buy here. Fucking pattern traders. All right. But they just don't have, they're not, there's no other volume here to move the needle, right? That's it. They should get wrecked here, which would be nice. Let's see if they can pull this momentum push. All right, first 1 minute wife test and a bounce. Now we need to see if it holds. 3-minute hasn't held. Rejected off the 0 line, headed down. 5-minute needs to bend down, and it is. So it looks like we'll get in that little scenario there. All right, so far not bad. Render, on the other hand, 15-minute RSI turning up right here. We're bouncing. We just need the 3-minute retest. Do. Dog with hat going for its next test.
Go, Lily. Go. Hey, put her in her room. Brett. Sorry about that.
You're good, bro. Now we got the push again. Oh, here they go. They're trying to get volume here. So now you can see, like, see how that 1 minute saved its volume there? Now it's got a real retest here.
Yeah.
Now they're getting buyers. And these buyers came in because it broke the trend line. So you got a bunch of trend buyers here coming in. Or it's the bots, right? It could be the bots buying the trend break and trying to get guys to look at this as like a breaking of the ascending triangle, right? So if you back this out, this is a bull flag. So now, this is what I'm talking about, market makers, right? So there's your bull flag right there. So if you pull this out, you have a bull flag push, right? Let me go to 15-minute. Let's see where we're at here. Yep, have a bull flag. Exactly what we did. All right, so now you have a bunch of people trading patterns, right? So now you got your bull flag move. That's what they were looking for. They came down, and now they got the break of the bull flag right here, okay? Now, what normally happens there is you get a break of the bull flag, and then you get a sharp move to the downside. Let's see if we can get that out of this bull flag. Yeah, that's exactly where we're at. There's a shitload of value here, so we have to be careful because a 15-minute, this is why we got out of that first trade we were in on the short. So we're trading against our 15-minute RSI. That's where we're going to have those problems there. 15-minute RSI comes up, heads back down. That's our next short. So we're not getting the volume below the 0 line on the 15. That's the big short. So this is why they're able to keep pushing this, but they're up there. They're exhausted up here. But they're getting first test. First test, 1 minute. You gotta push up there. It's holding. Now we're going through that same scenario. Now we need to curl back down, and we need it to actually break down. 3-minute is first test of the positive volume on the 3-minute. Now it needs to retest. If that 3-minute holds, right, off this push here, whatever they're doing here, then we're in the same scenario where we got to get into a reversal here or get out, right? And I probably wouldn't reverse here just because it's just not in a position to, the 1 hour is not moving up, right? So that's the difference in the reversal. I wouldn't take a long here because the 1 hour is still pushing down. I would just try to get out of the short that I'm in there and just kind of like work it backwards. Let's see how this plays out real quick. All right, 3 minute. Do what you do, 3 minute. Let's see. There is some separation here on the 3 minute moon.
Let's see that 1 minute real quick. Spin them back down. It's probably gonna reject it.
15
looks like
minute.
it's gonna reject.
Remember, 15 minute render. We have a pullback, and then we have our entries coming. So render will be along in a minute. All right, so let's see what we're 3 minute is made of. Trying to hold here. 1 minute. Let's see if we can get a red moon here. It's 1 minute red
This
moon.
wouldn't be a bad entry price on render.
You got that, whatever that 3 minute RSI pullback's happening. That's what we're waiting on.
Yep, it's happening right now. That's what I was saying. If anyone hasn't gotten an entry on render yet.
So 370, 365 or something like that. I think render's a 365.
Yeah, the 1 minute RSI is low. That's good. And then that's curling. So let's see if it follows.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, if it
Dogwood
does,
had
then
it
it's
just
buy.
because it's going to take time for
Oh
this
yeah,
1 hour.
it's at 3.7.
Yeah, but the market makers on this thing they're going hard right now.
Oh yeah.
Created a bull flag. They're doing the most right here. So the Dogwood hat definitely has some bots on it, right? So the guys who created it have a trading bot on it. Oh, or the big investors do. They're running bull patterns. They're doing all they can right now. All right, let's see. That's all it takes, man. Just get some momentum in there and get the guys looking at it. So now they're looking at this breakout. There'll be a retest of the breakout, which is what we're looking at right now. If they can hold this retest, then we're gonna have to get out of Dogwood hat's way for a minute. But so far, and that would put it at 39.
Render is bouncing
40. Is render moving up again? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a 15 minute. We need to have a 3 minute retest. Where's it at? So that's this 3 minute finish out. Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're talking about the 3 minute bounce right there. Okay. So the first test of the volume on the 3 minute is happening right now. Let me get into fine render. All right, where we at? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, boys. This is where we get the last, get good longs to the upside at 5 o'clock until 6:30-ish.
I might wait on that render. You're already in on render, yeah?
Yeah, 370 is my entry.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the basics. I got render set at 365 for my next entry. And that's what I'm waiting on.
Oh, I didn't want it to go up there.
So render has a
Okay. Oh, that
368.
sucks. It really does suck. I wanted it to not do that.
369.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm waiting on this
That's
3 minute
fine.
pullback. See the RSI on that there? I need one more pullback there. So we're still set up at 365.
Yeah.
All right, wifey. A little bit of a push, red moon, second push, rejection. Getting weak right there. Okay, looks good. 3 minute needs to finish out. Now it's coming back down. Okay, that's the first retest. Can it hold is the question. I don't think so. All right. Come on already. You know you want to touch the 200, right? So we want it down to the 200 moving average, which is 37.82. Oh, come on, man. Keep moving down them levels. Ah, this long ass trade.
You open a short on wife again?
No, I'm still in my original.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have my stop loss is 30, so
Okay.
yeah. I got to 20% negative. But yeah, I don't close that.
I didn't want that to happen.
So my render picked up my first buy at $3.70, but it's only 50 of the 200, so it's 25% in. So now that my other buys are 365 and 360, but I'm waiting for the 3 minute to reset. My wife is set on a 30 stop loss. Right. So right there it pushed to 20, but we can't get out of it until it hits its stop loss in there. But now we went from we're only -8 now. That's what I say. Like when you have this system, bro, you don't um, you don't emotionally trade. You know, I can't really do. I'm in the trade. I can't
No,
do
yeah.
anything. It's just gonna do what it does.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's just a matter of watching it happen there, right? So I feel good about the possibilities here. I feel like that was a fake breakout of the trend. I think they're going to touch the 200 moving average at 37.80 or slightly above that, whatever the hell it is, 37.85.
What's this now?
All right, let's see. Yeah, so my render has a buy-in at $3.70, $3.65, and $3.60. But I'm waiting for that 3 minute pullback. Did you like it?
Mm-hmm.
We saw two dogs. We saw a Pomeranian.
Oh shit.
And okay, yesterday I thought it was a pug. It was actually a French bulldog. That was so my bad.
Oh, you talked to him?
Yes.
He said, "What
he,
is
he
he,
was
man?"
out there literally. He was like, hold on. And I'm like, oh, what's going on? Because I kind of forgot what he looked like.
Oh, he saw you when he got his dog?
Yeah. But I'm like, oh my god, last night literally I had dreams about you. And then yeah, I met his dog. And then when we were leaving, I saw a lady and she had a Pomeranian, a lady dog. She was like, that's a multi-poo. I'm like, yeah.
Multi-palmy. The multi-palmer.
They were friends. He was like, oh my god. My cousin. The dogs are out.
Yeah, they're fucking everywhere.
What paws are there?
What the heck? Run the water in the tub and then just stand them in the tub.
Yeah.
And then wipe them and dry them off. He's a filthy animal, babe. So how we looking on render? Let's see. We regained a little control at 370. So now that we went above 370 again, I'm gonna put another order in on render for another 25 bucks on render at 370, right? Because I wanna catch it if it goes back down there. So we're starting to build the momentum. See the 3 minute on render bending up. So I think the lowest went was $3.69 or something like that. So I don't expect it to touch 369 again, so I'll put another order at 370. All right, 5 minute on wife crossing. Let's go. Go already. You fucking bot.
Um,
What we gotta do is just grab a bunch and roll them up. All right, let's see. All right, dog with hat. All right, so dog with hat, 5 minute volume came up, tested, went down, retested, and now it's pushing down again. So we look half decent there. Render $7.70 is our buy zone. I'm gonna set. I got 500 in dogwood hat. I need a big dump here. The boat driver's right here, buddy. I think wife is trying to show some positive volume here. Whew. Now you see how we on dogwood hat we got the red moon, we got the volume breaking down negative again, right? But here they go again. They're trying to hold this support line again. So I don't think they can hold this damn line, man. You dump already, man. Jesus. Jesus. What's it? How much effort we got to put in to make $1,000 today? Come on, man. Man, I'm trying to get dinner. Just give up. All right, so 1 hour still coming down. How's my 2 hour look? I get that 2 hour RSI to bend down. We'd be there. It is bending down on the 2 on the money line. 3 hours at the top. We look, man, this thing wants to give. Oh my God, this thing wants to give. That's the problem. This could be a big ass trade. Yeah. All right, back to the 1 minute. Let's show some weakness here, boys. Let's see some weakness. All right, bots. Let's see. Okay, now, do not break positive volume, you bastards. Let's go down. Go down with the sheep. Okay, you broke the bull flag. Now take a shit already, would you? I'm going to have to start cost averaging into this. Profit taking. All right, get to wifey. All right. So when you have a coin like this, right, how wife's fighting us so much, we can start setting targets, especially if we're heavy in. I'm pretty heavy on here. I'm full bag on this. I got 500 on this. So now I need to like buy its dips and then buy into its body, right? So let's see. There it goes again, another pump. So what I need to do is start buying it when it pulls back into that 338.60 zone. Need to have that as a target to sell. And then I need to use that to buy its pumps. I need to start beating it up. Here we go again. It's starting to build momentum. Got everyone buying this little bull flag breakout, retest. Now they're buying again. Eesh. These guys. Come on, man. There's no volume here. Well, we got the 15 minute but volume on the 15 is still breaking down. The 1 hour still breaking down. Damn pattern traders. Let's go. Yeah, so you know you want to shit on them, just shit on them already. That's why you ran that damn pattern. Come on, man. You ran a bull flag so you could shit on them. You broke out of the damn trend. Come on, man. Stop playing. I'm watching you. Take it back. Take it back, boys. Take back that money, son. You know you want to. You know this damn bull flag was bullshit. You know the pattern breakout was bullshit. Come on. Let's go. You're exhausted here. Hmm. Oh shit! I gotta get that. Oh my god. Losing time in the day. Tell you what, this Australian Open's got me going. Anybody watching the Australian Open, boys? Yeah. Whew. Wizard, what up, baby? Wizard Flex. Who do we need to catch up with, man? We need to get some. All right, so now what we need to do
Hey,
is,
VC, man.
what's up, man?
What's
What's
up,
going
baby?
on?
Soon, VC. The new computer, the budget. They took the budget. They gave me $1,000 to buy a computer.
There
I
you
speak
go.
with Jordan. So good luck on the trades, and we keep it moving.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. PC's coming in, looks good. Pretty much set up here. This fucking Australian Open's got my time all fucked up. You know, we watch them. Them fuckers don't start until 2 a.m. and they play till 7 in the morning. But I love tennis.
You're in and out on voice, but
Oh yeah, I
it
said
keeps breaking
I
up.
love and
Sometimes I can hear it.
I got you, bro. Hear me now, big dog. I gotta get my
Yeah.
mic set up, man. Set up the.
Yeah, your mic is better now.
Let's see.
You see, I have a question. Does the ribbons play a big role in the trades with the moons?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What ribbons? What do you mean ribbons?
The ribbons on the RSI that you're using the RSI and you have all these ribbons with colors that they affect the trade. Did they give you a signal on when a ribbon crosses a ribbon that the trade is going down? I started understanding some of this, trading that you're doing. It's very very unique. It's special. It takes a long time to become really good. People don't understand it. It's hours of homework, just like anything else in life. But I started learning about ribbons, and for some reason, I see some traders, they like Calvin. Yeah, he has these ribbons, and he says, and once the yellow starts crossing down, although he doesn't do trading schools and none of that stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
I learned a lot from him. And his ribbons, he's ready to post them up soon and give the public the gift of his ribbons. A lot of people. So the ribbon that crosses, did they have anything to play with the trade?
Are you talking about? Are you talking about on the RSI? Like when
Right,
you
the
say
moons, right, and then you got the
here.
ribbons with colors.
Okay, I'll show you my screen. All right. Are you talking about right here, these two ribbons?
Okay, these are the bottom ribbons I see. Yeah, these are different, right? These ribbons, but I'm talking about on top. There is no ribbons. There's just candlesticks,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a green straight line, one that goes down and one slanted down, and in the middle, you got the moons that I understand. On the
Mm-hmm.
bottom, these are the ribbons, right? The two ribbons on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that once the blue crosses the red, the coin will drop, right?
Oh, is what is Calvin talking about the RSIs, stochastics?
As far as Calvin, he has seven ribbons, or maybe less or more.
Yeah,
Let's just say, yeah, and
he's
then
using moving average.
through his system,
Now,
right? Move. Okay, now
are the ribbons on the candle area here?
right, they all are on that top.
ABC, we can't hear you.
Where the candles are. So let's say you got the ribbons on top of the first where the candles, right? You got all these bunch of ribbons, but you don't have ribbons there. So there's no ribbons, but there's ribbons on the bottom, and there's a blue and a red. So if the blue crosses the red, that means the coin is going down. Because in trading, I don't see there's a need for ribbons. You just got the Fibonacci, you got the candlesticks and the moons, and you basically are teaching how to get into the trade. And at the 3 minute, 5 minute, and all that information that I'm attaining while I'm going with you here in the classes, course by course. I'm learning slowly, but I don't see the there's no ribbons. So the ribbons on the bottom have something to do with the top, right? They do.
Yeah. So when you say ribbons, right? I think what you're talking about
Yeah.
is you're talking about. So here, look. So let's see here. Moving averages. Okay. So now, what do I need? I need the 200 EMAs. All right. So you're talking about is Calvin running stuff like these ribbons here?
Yeah. Okay. Right. Similar, right? Yeah. Bunch more colors. Yeah. More
Yeah.
colorful, yellow.
Yeah,
And usually when
you
the
just change
yellow
them.
crosses every ribbon,
Mm-hmm.
anytime the coin, even when the yellow, let's say, go back a month ago,
Mm-hmm.
and the yellow is on top, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if the yellow starts crossing, like on the second, third week of the coin, and it starts shooting, crossing down under
You're
the
talking about
the
this.
purple, let's say. Okay, look, we have, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly,
So
yeah, exactly. So these ribbons,
no. So what he's doing is this is what I taught 3 years ago. All right. These are
yeah,
called moving
yeah,
averages. All right. So if you listen to
moving
Calvin, right,
averages, okay,
you go back
right,
about 6 months, right, where we started teaching the
yeah,
system, and we started telling we went from moving to like RSIs or MACDs, and I started saying, listen, all you really need is the 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 um the RSI, stochastic RSI. And then Calvin started telling
huh,
people about the
yeah,
stochastic RSI. So what he
right, the
has
catastic,
here,
right,
this is what I taught 3 years ago. So what Calvin uses is what I taught 3 years ago. Calvin will. I'm telling you,
nice,
if I start talking about something within a month, Calvin will start talking about it. We already laugh about that shit.
okay,
Like, well, that's what
okay,
Alf cracks the fuck up because
good,
Alf was like, because we were coming out about that shit's been about 9 months now. So about 9 months ago, we were teaching people stochastic RSI. That's when I started going live again. And
right,
and Alf watches everything, right? Alf came back and was
okay,
cracking up. He was like, "Yo, Calvin just started teaching people about the stochastic RSI," and we started cracking
yeah,
up. And they were like, "Next thing he's going to make an ebook
okay.
and start selling how to use the stochastic RSI by
Well,
VC."
that's his yeah,
Right.
yeah, okay.
So
I've been watching him for a year. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, yeah, he started right.
Exactly.
So how long the stochastic? When he come out about 7 months ago, he started talking about that.
I believe from the beginning I've been watching him.
Yeah.
It's his now his he said that he's going to give it as a gift to his audience, just like Crypto Sensei
Well,
that's
this
giving a
is
gift of his Fibonacci, and
yeah. All
you know
this
it's just
is
it's just line
they're just moving averages, right? So if you know
moving
moving
average.
averages, this is how it works, right? This is the original. This is trading,
Okay,
right? So all these guys are not. They're just
okay,
like, oh, they're, So you start off, you have a 9 moving average, a 20 moving average, a 50, and a 200, right? These are what these are, right? So I like to do, right? So for me, let's see here. Red.
you don't use these things when you trade, so it's
No,
irrelevant,
no,
right?
no, no. You
It's
don't. You don't
irrelevant.
need them. Red, white, and blue. So what I do is
Yeah,
I
you don't need.
trade, um, and then my yellow is my
Are the
switch.
ribbons are
Okay.
for long term, more for like long term effect?
Yeah. So basically, what they are is the basics is this, right? When you have moving averages, right? The very first thing is this. So if we
Right.
take a look at our settings in here, let's go back to inputs, right? So let's say we have the 9, the 20, the 50, 200. Okay. Now style wise, should be able to change them out there. But how it goes is this, right? So the very first thing is when you have and it's reversed, right? So this would be the 200 moving average, right? So the 9 is the red is the 9, right? So this red is 9. This should be red, white, and blue. Hold on. So red, let me make that thick. Red, white, let me make that. Okay, and let me make this blue. Okay. And then the last one is going to be yellow. Okay. So how it works is this, right? So you have red, white, and blue, which is 9,
Right.
20, 50, 200. Okay. Very simple system. Right.
Okay.
Here's how this works. When the 9, to understand what direction a coin is going, whatever side it is of the 9, right? So if it's on the on this side, so particular, let's pull up wifey while we're bullshitting because I'm actually trading it. All right, so wife. All right. Okay. So whatever side the coin is on the 9 moving average is the trend that
Is
it's
the
in.
red.
Well, yeah. So red, white, and blue. So this is basically how this goes is 9, 20, 50, 200 moving average, right? Now, the way to, if you don't understand which way a coin is going, all you have to do is simply look at your 9 moving average and you see it's below the 9. So when it crosses below the 9, this is considered a downward trend. Okay. The next support is the 20 line, right? This is the channel that it will bounce off of. When it breaks below the 20, you've now increased your downside. The target is going to be the 20 to the 50 moving average. Now, if you get below the 50, 200, okay? So you start off with the basics. The basics is if you break below the 9, then you are headed in that direction. So currently, wifey, which is why we're shorting it, is currently in a downward trend. You see? Now,
okay, so the red is the 9 and it's crossing, it has to cross,
yeah,
and not necessarily here cross nothing.
Right, it has to get below that, right? It has to get below that for it to be considered a downward trend. And notice how the 9 moving average is starting to bend down now, you see? So we're
Bending
building
down.
momentum
Okay.
to the downside. The next thing is we need to break the 50, the 20 moving average. Okay, so you have the 9, the 20, the 50, and the 200. So now to continue the move down, right? So now that we have it breaking the 9, like, okay, so take a look down here, right? So you see how when it broke the 9 here, it hit the 200 moving average. Let's go down to something like the 15-minute, right? Makes it a little bit easier. So here, the coin the first candle breaks the 9 moving average, right? It's going to retest the 50s for support, right? And then you can have a trade.
Which is the white, right?
Yeah, the 20. The 20's white. So the 9 is going to test the 20. This is a channel that you expect it to test, find support, and then if it breaks below the 20, you enter on a 50 moving average for the reversal, right? So you buy into this once it breaks the 50 and starts to move back up. When the 9 crosses the 20 and the 20 starts to move up, because remember, the bigger the time frame, the better the support. So when the 9 moving average goes below the 20, that would signal that the 20 is building momentum, right? And then you would see the coin hit the 50 moving average, and then you'd look for the bounce, which is happening here. Now, once the 9 crosses, this candle breaks above the 9, this would let you know that you're in an upward trend. So you would take this entry here, and you would be moving in this upward position, right? Now,
take the entry there to just to be secure.
Yeah. Because you have the 9 moving average. So here, just work on one at a time.
Yeah.
You have a 9 moving average. When the candle is below the 9, it's in a short position. When it's above the 9, the moment it's a trend. If it's trending above the 9, it's positive. If it's below the 9, it's negative. Okay. The 20 line is used for the crossing of the movement. So here, let's go back over here. See if we can find a downward trend. Okay. So for instance here. So now you see how the 9 is pushing up with the candle. When it breaks below the 9, right, uses the 20 for support. When the 20 crosses the 9, right, it's supposed to be where the candles come down, right, and touch the 50 moving average, and then they break above the 9 to create the long move, right? You see? What happens here is that the 9 goes down, shows that there's going to be a push up. So the very first one is 9 moving average, shows you what direction your trend is in. If it's above it, it's positive. If it's below, it's negative. The 20 line is the crossing, kind of like a golden cross or whatever, a death cross, kind of lets you know what's happening. So you see where these two cross here, the 9 crosses down from the 20. That lets you know that right there, you're building momentum, because that means the 9 is going to go down and the candles are going to cross it, and you're going to move to the top side. Now over here, the 20 crosses the 9 here, which means it puts you in a downward trend. See? But it kind of like, it doesn't really cross it, it blends with it, and then it breaks back up, which creates that next move there, right? The support zone is supposed to be the 50 to the 200, which is here from blue to yellow. Okay. So now when this crosses over, right, the plus cross happened, pushes up, the 9, it stays above the 9, then it goes below the 9, telling you it's in a downward trend. Once it breaks the 50, it rejects off the 9 and the 20, rejects back up. It finally gets above the 9, and this is where you would be looking for that second push. Doesn't close above the 50. It barely closes here, and the next move is down, right? So since the 20 is above the 9, you would assume that you're going to continue on the downward path, because the 9 needs to take the candles above it and then push above the 20, see? So it's not breaking right here. The 9 is still, they're still below the 9, so it's a downward. And then the push up, and now the moving averages are all starting to come down, you see? So now you're seeing all the volume disappear in the moving averages. So now the 9 is moving down, and now it's basically using the 9 and the 20 to hit and reject, right? And the only way it's going to go long is if the 50 gets underneath it. The 50 needs to get on the other side, because right now it's below the 50 moving average, which means you're in a full downward trend, okay? See what I'm saying? You're not only are you below the 90, but you're below the 20, and you're below the 50. And now, since you're below the 50, your target is the 200. See? Now, this is an easy trading system. This is kind of like the basics. That's why it kind of cracks me up when Calvin's teaching trading. But it's a basic system. But you're not, what you're missing here is all the intricate parts in there, right? Now, this is great for spot trading, but the difference in, what you're going to get in percentages are going to be a lot different if you actually know what's happening. But once you get the candle below the 9 and the 20, and then below the 50, which literally happens here, below the 9, below the 50, it retests one time. This is where you would enter on this move down, and now you're below the 50, you're below the 20, you're below the 9. Here's a second retest, doesn't break the 50, comes back down, and now you're in this move. And now the retesting are get further apart because the 50 is expanding away from the 20. So now it comes down and it retests the 9, retests the 9, retests the 9, finds the 200, bounces across, breaks below the 200, and this is the liquidity grab. Now you would get into this liquidity grab, and now you're trying to move your way up. And your buy would be when the 9 breaks the 20 right here, the candle's set on top. This would be your entry point. Your rejection is the 50. So you come up, you reject the 50, you can't break the 50, and now you fall back below the 9, right? So right now, this is a downward trend because you are below the 50 completely, right? So now you're fighting this movement down. So now, in order for that to reverse, you have to eventually break above the 50 right here, above the 9, above the 20, your first push. Now you're going to get a retest, right? Here you go again. Retesting, you failed to find support, no support, no support. Now in Calvin's system, you would be buying here because you're above the 9, the 50, and the 20. This is a cross. So you would buy here, and then you would get a hit with this big ass pullback, because this is a setup. This is what the market makers use. They set you up, and they hit you there, and you go, oh shit, but he's only spot trading, so it doesn't fucking matter, right? So it comes all the
Right.
way down and it does no support. And then boom, you're below the 9 and the 20. And this is where he would sell, right? But he bought in here when it broke here, right here. But he's selling here. So he's losing his percent there. But he gets out somewhere here, hopefully, if he knows what he's talking about. If he actually, maybe I'll make a video for him. But you sell
Yeah.
here, and then it goes down. And now when it rebounces here, you're looking for it to target, right? You're negative here because you're below the 200, you're below everything, right? Now you come down here. This is all liquidity. Now when it starts to move up, you break the 9. This is where you go long again. You're breaking the 9, you're long. You break the 20, you're great. You break the 50, you look good. Now you look for the rejection on the 200, which you get, and then you basically start back in the trend again. Now you're below the 9 again. Now you're shorting. Short the 9, you break through the 200, you short the 9, you break through the 50, and now you're in this entire downward trend. Now you're below the 9, right? This is where you're at. You're below the 9. It breaks up a little, right? Breaks to 20. This is where they would think there's a long position here, but you have the 50 as a rejection area, right? Rejects. You let that rejection happen, and then you look for support for a test to enter along. You don't really get it, and then you come back down. Now you break the 9 again. You look for the rejection. You look for the support. You don't get it again. Comes back down. Now you're just kind of downward trending. You break the 9 again. You look for the 50 break. Don't get it. Don't get it. You break down again. Now you're waiting for it to break out again. It breaks the 9. Now it goes to test the 50. It breaks past the 50. Now you would be waiting for the retest of the 9 right here, which doesn't hold. And now you're in another short. So this would be a short because it's below the 9 again. Short it all the way down, breaks past the 9, you close. And now because you're below the 50, you'd be thinking that it's all downward trends here, right? So once again, you just move across that side. So what you're doing is you're using the 9 to tell you whether you're long or short. You're using the 50 to determine if you're going for longs or shorts, right? So everything else is just testing.
Longs, which is up,
Yeah,
up.
right.
Long is going up. The roller coaster.
Yeah,
The bottom line is what you just explained right now. Yeah, it's I I understand it to a certain point, to a certain high degree of level.
Mhm.
But you broke it down, VC, just now, to a very understanding matter to me because of what you explained in the numbers
Yeah.
and how the 9 affects everything when it crosses or when it
Yeah, the 9 is just
bypasses certain
yeah,
ribbons.
the 9 just tells you whether you should be looking to long or short. The 50 tells you
Or
whether or
short.
not,
That's it.
yeah, the 50 tells you whether or not
But we
you
don't
should.
need that in trading.
Nah, this is a
They got
moving.
the moon.
These are moving at, yeah, you got well, the only thing that matters, right? Here, I'm going to make a video for Calvin to use. I'm going to
Mhm.
basically make a video and say, Calvin, the next thing you need to teach is volume. Let me explain it. And then in a month, he can start telling.
Right. Volume, which means
Right. And then when he starts talking about volume, we'll all know where he gets it, just like he gets
Yeah.
everything else.
Okay.
Right.
So that's liquidity volume.
Just volume. Volume is the only thing that matters. I mean, if there's no volume, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So you can,
Is it liquidity? Is it buying?
yeah, I mean, liquidity is just when the people who have the coins decide they're going to grab the profits and then use it to make a better
And that
floor.
what that's the word volume. The
Yeah,
word
they're
volume
just,
means
yeah,
liquidity and
volume.
buy.
Well, volume is just how
Okay.
much people are buying. They're putting money in if they're buying it, right? If
There
there's
you
any
go. There you
volume,
go.
right?
Volume, which is capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, capacity of generation of money that's going inside the coin that you are
Yeah.
actually trading
Yeah, so right here,
in and
right?
out.
So this coin goes down below the 9. It breaks the 9. It makes you say, okay, we're going to go long. Now, in order to go long, you need to you have a target these are all targets. You can use the 50 moving average as a target. So you break the 9, look for the 50 rejection. There's your first target. Then you want it to retest the 9. And if it breaks past the 9, the 20 is its retest, right? So that's kind of what it is. So if it breaks the 9, which it does right here, right? It breaks the 9, you want it to get to the 50 target, right? You don't get there. Now you're coming back down. You close out, you didn't get through. Now you break the 9 again, your target's the 50. You hit it. When you hit it, you're running, and now you're above the 9. Now, when it goes back below the 9, you're shorting again. Now you're shorting again, shorting again, shorting again, and then boom, it breaks the 9. Now your targets are 50. This one actually hits. Then there's a pullback. On the pullback is your second entry because you want it to break. Good traders actually let it break through, retest to show support. This retest shows the support on the 20 and the 50, then it comes above the 9 again, and to everyone that would be the trade because it found support and now it's above the 20, the 50, and the 9. So this is where you should be
And now the
buying in.
volume starts here.
Well, yeah,
The volume
this isn't
starts
gonna
here.
show you
Yeah.
volume because this isn't a volume indicator. This is a trend indicator. So the trend is that there's volume
Gotcha. But
coming in, but you don't know how much volume is coming in, right? So what we
I
do,
understand.
yeah, we pick up where we should be buying this position in the upward move before that happens, right? So let's say we slide over here. Let's go to invite scripts. Let's go to
Yeah,
trend.
but with the moons, you don't need none of this stuff. You basically have your, minutes that you're analyzing through minutes of what will happen. Is what
Yeah,
I
so
understand what you're teaching.
yeah,
Moons,
yeah,
moons are a
they're
candlestick,
all
just position.
yeah, they're all like set up in there. Can't get that in there. But they're
Yeah,
all
I can't wait to get that indicator, man.
yeah, they're all in there, but we'll see on here, right? So the basis of everything, right, is like, you know, taking your value. Let's see if I can get oh, that's why. I'm lagging like crazy, guys. So give me a second. Okay.
Okay,
Let me get rid of this because I'm streaming
gotcha.
and I'm sharing the screen. Okay. So now if we go to our trend indicators, right? So now just by this, right? I don't need to know. See how this pushes above the 9 here, right? Pushes above the 9. We get a
Yeah.
positive trend, right? We're in a long here. Boom, we hit our target. This is why we take our targets, right? Now, most guys are going to be shooting for this 200 moving average, et cetera. They don't get there. Now, we're taking our prices because we have our 15-minute RSI that would say that we're getting out of there. And then more than likely, let me put a moon indicator on here. Where you at, moons? Okay, we'll jump in the moons. Okay, so we'll see a moon indicator right in here. See that moon right there? The moon already let us know that this is where it's reversing. So we would be selling out of here. Why everybody else would
The
be
red
playing?
moon.
Yeah, the red moon right there. See that
The
15-minute
red
red
moon,
moon?
is it that the first little candlestick in red right there that pops up? That means right away that's a red moon coming up.
Yeah, kind of. So I mean, for us, like, let me adjust some settings here. So
Or is it
us,
or is it the red moon over there before like that area where you just showed? Is it the one before under like that goes way back to the 6 o'clock? You got it's 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and then you got 23. 23 around there. Oh, I see the red moon. Now I
yeah.
see it because there's a green thing. I see the red moon there. Yeah, 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 yeah. I understand. Yeah,
So
I
here's your
understand now
15-minute
that
moon.
I hadn't started.
That's your sell right there, right? Now, if you were playing your
Yeah.
ribbons, you don't sell there, okay? You hold there. I made a video for Calvin on this because he was talking about ribbons. If you go back to my TikTok, on if you do Calvin's system, you're losing massive percentages on the pullbacks. I'll show you. It's in the damn TikTok. But here, you sell here because we have a moon. Now we wait for that to go out, right? And now what we're waiting for is the volume to come back. Okay, look at the trade, right? The long trade doesn't happen until the volume breaks the zero line. Okay. Then we know there's positive volume on the moon indicator, and that's our trade. Once the moon comes, we're out. Now, this entire time, notice here that you're testing the 9, right? And you're going down, you're going down. Here you break the 9, right? They would look for the retest here and get into a long in this position right here, which comes through another pullback. Now that pullback, you're in that spot. But when you're spot trading, right, you can take those risks and it doesn't really matter because you can be wrong every time. It's still going to end up even. So here you go. We look at this. Moon comes in. We wait for positive volume. We get our little break retest. Here's the retest of the moon, and then we go positive, and then we know this is our entry, right? So we don't need all the basics, but this is also, it lets us know the entry happened right here, but this is also the ribbons say, okay, you're above the 50, the 200, and the 20. Here's a good trade, right? Now the difference is if you're running your ribbons, once again, right? If you run your ribbons there, here's the pullback on the 15-minute moon. We take profits here, right? So we have a situation where we can take profits and save ourselves 6%. So if we're doing a 10x, that's 60% on the pullback. And then we get another green moon in here, and now we're off and running again, right? So we're protecting ourselves on the pullback moves. Here's another 7% so that we don't get caught. But this one stays in the short, moves along, then comes back into a positive buy here, right? As you can tell, That's when it crosses all three ribbons again, right? So over here, though, if you're in here, you're
Yeah.
buying, you're selling right here. You get above the 9, you buy, and then you sell again, and now you buy again, and then finally here you sell. And you're kind of like, you're at the mercy of the ribbon, but you're not getting to where you have solidified buys. But yeah, those are just moving averages, right? I put a video in there about
Yeah.
I understand. So you don't need to use these lines when you got the moons. You don't need none of these
oh,
ribbons
it's
because
just
trading is totally different. Yeah, it's just totally different game action here. You got to really know and do your homework to be a really good trader. And
yeah.
and I'm
I
gonna
mean, there's
start
a lot of
re-going over the video.
there's 1,000
Yeah,
different ways to
it's
trade, right?
repetitions.
It
Yeah,
depends on what you want to
repetitions,
do.
man. To me, it's like a new world. Yeah, but thank you, man. Really, VC, thank you very much for this information because I'm sitting here, although doing my job and everything, and I'm listening to you, and I'm with Jordan, and I can't wait to get the computer finally, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, the
Holy
beautiful
shit.
thing about the indicators is once you learn the indicators, it doesn't matter how many um how many things you learn online for trading, right? You simply just apply your indicators to what you're seeing, and then that way you're
Yeah,
getting the best results, right? Let me see.
I understand. I
Yeah,
understand.
and that's
The
where.
the 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 one that Alfie built, yeah, the indicators that Alfie built in the moons
Yeah,
that
yeah,
he built the three stages basically is the system to use correctly to trade
yeah.
if
So yeah,
following your guidelines and steps,
exactly.
of course. Yeah,
So what I
following your
did is
steps. Yeah.
I had my indicator set up where there was like uh, so the original thing was I put my indicators together and it was to trade a 5 indicator system. And then Alf came along and was like, okay, let's make this all into one system, right? So then he started like combining all
Mm,
the indicators so that we can have one system because,
combination.
yeah, if you have trading view and you need, more than 5 indicators, you're paying, $50, $75 a month. So Alf was like, we needed to do it so that people could use it, use the cheap version of trading view at, $15 or $12 and not have, need to buy more than 5 indicators. So Alf combined the indicators and then we started adjusting the indicators. So then it became where we started to just, yeah, um, tweak them into settings. So I will give Alf the settings and then Alf will go put them in the indicators and set the settings, right? So this way we can give one indicator out and it has all the settings already in there instead of people trying to set settings, right? Because then people always had their settings wrong. So then we just kept building it into like creating another indicator and then putting the settings in there and then adding things that we need, right? So then we got to the point where we had one indicator that had one thing and then three other indicators that had another. And then all of a sudden we were like, I just put them on one because we got to the point where TradingView's free version would only let you use 3 indicators. So then we combined 4 of our indicators into one and with Fibonacci's, with all the extra shit. And that way you could have one indicator that had 7 indicators, and then you could use the stochastic RSI and, be able to use the free version. And then they went to 2 indicators, and then we just kept upgrading our shit. But all the indicators are, you could take 1,000 indicators on TradingView, and there's so many that are good indicators. And if you just know how to use them and tweak them and actually fix them, you can use all types of version of indicators, right? So what we do is we pull the best indicators that, a system that works, right? It really comes down to combining the indicators together so that you can repeat step by step the same trades so you can get the results, right? So it's more a little mathematical, right? So once you have the indicators, you can understand, you can find volume spikes and all that other shit. And then once we have that in place, then we can get to the point of like, okay, once you have our indicators, we know that you're using a certain setting, right? Because, sometimes back in the day, if you go back a year, people be like, I don't see that. I don't have that. I don't have that. And they're not using the right candle. They're not using the right moon indicator. So we just built them so that way you have the same thing I have. So when you see shit, you see what I see. So as we kept building, we kept tweaking the settings, right? So there's indicators where you can use different there's moon indicators on TradingView. right? You can find the moon. You can find a moon indicator. The problem is the settings are different than mine, right? It's just like if I took, yeah, let's see, what indicators out there? If I took if I went and got somebody's indicator, I could actually use it, tweak it, and build it into a system that works, right? So there's just like a lot of settings you have to change to what you do. So our indicators already have all the settings, is what we focus on. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Just
Thank you,
takes
VC.
time.
Really.
Yeah, it just takes time, bro.
Yeah.
And then, I think I
Yeah.
have, I'm going to pull that video up for you where I go through his 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 trading style with his ribbons, and I show you
Right.
the difference in how much you make and lose. Where the hell is it?
Okay.
Yeah, tool.
Sounds good, man. Slowly but surely, little by little, step at a time. There's a lot of more videos to watch. Like I rerun the videos, but the first three, I got them. I got them good.
Yeah, no,
Keep
I
on
have
moving
fun with it.
forward. It's
Like,
gonna take time.
the one thing I like to do is go into like what everybody's doing, right? That's kind of like like back in the
Right.
day, like I would
Well, I
talk
won't
about.
do anything without you. I would never do anything without you when
No,
I
yeah, yeah,
started,
no,
no
we
matter how
go.
good I get.
I like the I like when guys are pulling up systems, right? And then we go test the systems, right? And it's like, okay, if you did that, what would that do for you, right? And then we kind of like go over what they do. And that's kind of like the
Gotcha.
way to the new thing that we're teaching is like you'll see in TikTok where we'll be teaching how to trade alerts and how to trade um, other things that people are doing, right? Because you're sitting there watching, everybody, come up with these, ideals of how something might work or trades or whatever, right? So you need to be able to have something that you can compare and be like, okay, well, if we follow that system, what we're getting. If we do this system, what are we getting, right? So it's kind of like the basics. Like this guy right here learned to trade this hack, right? So he was teaching a simple breakdown. So then we just took the indicators and show how that was done. I know I have. Oh,
Gotcha.
right here. Oh, that's Pepe.
Yeah, Pepe.
And I was like, oh, right
Pepe.
here, right here, right here. Oh yeah, here's Calvin right here, right here. So here.
Go grab this indicator right here.
Yeah.
This joint is called the Gaussian channel. Look at it.
Yeah. That's
Right
that's.
All right. I went and grabbed
He's
that
funny.
and compared it to an indicator that actually tells you to sell before you lose all your profits, because you have to use the best indicators, right? Because you want to sell at the better times when it's going down, not after it's already down, right? Let's just take a look. We'll compare it. So we can see here we got the Gaussian channel, right? And it's green, right? It's green. Now the thing is here, you can see these lines back here. You see these green lines? Well, this indicator, right? If you go get this indicator, this one is called VC Crypto Nation.
Was the voice? Was doing the voice, but
price trend.
Yeah,
VC Crypto Nation, which is also VC.
Now I got you. Yeah, okay.
And you can see here that if you're riding the upside.
But that's the video. I just wanted to find the video. So I'm gonna send this to you so you can go watch it. So that's his Gosling channel. And then I went in there and compared it. I like doing that because I think it's fun, because everybody's out there, pushing things, but it's like, it's everybody looks like a hero when you trade spot trading, which is like the easiest. If I was here talking spot trading all the time, there would be nobody even close to me. Like, that's the easiest shit in the world.
So spot trading basically is what? What is spot trading? Spot trading is trading into a trade that's going to perform later.
Yeah. So look at guys. We got our wife, our dog with hat trade finally. Look at that. Yeah. There's our cash on that shit. Look at that. We broke.
That's what spot trading is. I understand.
So
it's not trading at the moment.
Yeah. So spot trading is estimating when a coin makes a trade where it's going to go in the future, right? But there's no fucking risk to it because it's a spot, right? So you buy it. Right. Let's say you're wrong, right? It goes down 30, 40% or even 50% before it goes up. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's got to go.
Doesn't matter, right?
because if you don't sell, you
Up.
don't lose. So if it takes 2 days to hit a
Right.
target, 3 days, 4 weeks, a month, 6 weeks later, 2 months later,
Doesn't
he's
matter.
like, hey guys, remember I told you about that coin? It's like, bro, it's been 6
There you go.
months.
That's the famous line. That's the famous line. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
So at that point,
I got you.
yeah, I mean, I look at that shit and the guys are like, hey man, you remember I called that out? I'm like, what, 3 months ago?
Yeah.
The fuck?
But everybody is such a wizard. Yeah.
Yeah, they look like fuck. Oh, that was, man, I told you. Like, bro, come on. I mean,
Well, I
I'm over here
understand
like,
that this is a
so,
totally different.
and I make fun of them because I'm like, all right, so let me get this right. We waited 4 weeks to do 300%. We do that today. Like, what are we
Amazing.
waiting for?
That's what I'm talking about. That's it.
Yeah, like
That
we did
today
that
in one
today.
day because
Yeah, I mean,
because
look at
it's
wife, look at
trading, it's
Wiffy.
live trading at the moment.
Yeah, look at dog with hat, right? I'm about to crack my
Yeah.
50% on there. We're taking in $200 right now.
Wife,
Yeah.
WIF USDT.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it was higher than that, but I mean, my right now I'm going back and forth with you guys, so I'm not getting the
So
when
can
I'm
I ask you a
sharing my
question,
channel.
BC? What are you doing right now? You actually buying you actually when you're trading live into the trade through the minutes, you're actually able to predict because of the system that you have
Yeah.
when it's to short it and when to long it at the moment.
Yeah, we're doing live
Time,
trade.
trial and error, and repetitions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the only problem is it depends where. See, right now I'm on the road, so I don't have my trading.
Yeah.
I don't have my desktop. I don't have my this is like this is barbaric trading. You know what I'm saying? But it's fun, right? It's a guy with a laptop. Simple shit. Like one guy was like laughing. He's like, "Yeah, look at these. I thought you used to have a big trading system." I'm on the road, bro. Right? So I have a laptop that's on Wi-Fi, that's doing a stream and sharing a fucking shit. It's doing 5 things it shouldn't do while trying to get instant reports from a fucking moving trade. So I'm lagging 3 times harder than everyone else, and I still have to execute. Right? That's the crazy things. And so when people tell me like, "Oh man, bro, I'm doing this in the worst fucking conditions, and we're making thousands of dollars." Right. And that to me, I
Amazing.
look at it like,
Well,
if I can do it like this, then I know you can too. Right. So it doesn't
I
bother
got
me.
you, brother, but they can't. The problem is that you've been doing this for so long. We see, and your intelligence is that they can't. They can't do it like you do. You could do a backflip. Sitting down.
And that's what we're doing right now. So like right now, so Jordan called out this trade, and I'm just walking him through the trade. And really, all we're be doing today.
He's really with me, connected.
Yeah, and all
Helps
we're
me out a
really
lot.
doing is like I'm just teaching the same thing I've been teaching for the first. So class started with everybody, last week. This will be the second week. So class started with everybody, and the entire thing was about teaching about volume, right? So the very first thing you guys have to learn is why a coin will do what it does, and the only reason it'll do anything is because of the money. There is no money, there is no up. If
That's
there is no
poured
money,
inside.
yeah, that's all the basics. So today we spent the entire day looking at Wiffy, Dogwood Hat, and the only thing we did was trade the 3-minute value. Right? We just watch it get beat up. This is my second trade. I did a 70% on a short earlier. It looked like it had value, and I'm kind of lagging everywhere. So we took that money, and now the second trade, we're taking advantage of it again. And this thing hit 50+% of it. I was just looking at it. So we hit our short again.
On the short, right?
Yeah.
On the short.
Yeah. So we hit our short again, which
usually you make more money on the shorts, right? You make more money on the shorts, right?
Yeah, a lot more money, but a lot more safer as well, right? Because shorts are easier to get.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's easier for people to sell than it is to buy.
I got you. Well, I bought some ketchup today. It has like 50% sodium in a health food store. I have to I have to catch up. I have a lot to catch up.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a little intelligence, but I really thank you, man. I couldn't believe I would even understand this stuff. I just got into it with passion, and just be patient with me a little bit. I get the computer. I got the 3 screens coming, the new table set up, and we'll rock and roll. I'll get in there for long term with the with the Ellie Pal, because I'm getting an Ellie Pal, and my goal is to buy for 2025 for the bull market. We can't predict anything, and in life, I know one thing. This is the truth. Is you're going to pay taxes and you're going to die. May God give us all the health in the world and keep us alive, but nothing is definite. Just because it was a 4 year, okay, yeah, well, BlackRock, okay, they got 1% to 3% of their liquidity going in there, but does that mean that it's really going to go to them levels? I'm kind
What
of
does that even?
shaky because of everything that's going on.
Does it mean
Like,
it's going to your
I'm
coin?
puzzled.
That's the difference, right? So that you don't know. Like everybody, everybody. There's
Yeah.
3,000. Oh shit, 6,000 coins. So you never know
That's
which
why when
one
you're a
you're getting
trader,
into. Yeah. So
when
I
you're
mean,
a powerful trader, you're
yeah,
making that's where the big money is made. See, long term, if you bought Bitcoin long ago, of course, and you had it
yeah,
like a
yeah,
few
yeah,
friends of mine,
yeah.
$300, they bought a couple of coins, and all of a sudden they lost their wallet or found one wallet. They made a lot of money. A lot of those people were in the right time in the right place. That doesn't mean it's going to happen again like that. Just doesn't mean that.
Yeah,
We
you
don't
got
know
to
what's
play
going to be with the
longer,
world
shorter
and
coins.
liquidity.
But that's the basics, right?
Yeah,
So
so
we're
so trading is
you're just
yeah.
learning the basics, right? You got to learn why something does something, right? Like everybody, everybody wants their shit to be all ribbons and colorful and but
Yeah, I
clouds and
understand.
gamma fans and all
Yeah,
this other shit. But dude, it's not that hard.
got you.
It's a funny
I
like when
got you, brother.
everybody gets through here and it's like there's people like I can trade with one indicator. It's the RSI. Like I could trade all day with just an RSI.
Mhm.
I don't need anything else, right? And people don't get that. Once I see a pattern or I can see the rhythm of a coin, then I can make all my money on the RSI. There's nothing else that I need, right? And that's where the difference is for the understanding is that people once you have the rhythm and you see how a coin operates, then you can make adjustments for that coin, right? And that's kind of like the bonus to it. Like once you see a coin doing something, like it's unbelievable how easy it is to take advantage of it, right? But the system is, after
Yeah.
working with people, you have to create something that people can do over and over and over, and then we can adjust, right? So the very first thing is teaching people why a coin goes up and down, so they're not emotionally wondering, right? Like, oh, is this up? Is this down? Is this? You have to be able to watch a coin go against you and not care because one, you have a system, and if it hits the system, it's over, and if it doesn't, and you're watching the volume, you don't have the thing that says we're out of the trade, so you're not out, right? Because guys will close early and be like, oh, I got out at 5% stop loss, and then it goes for a big dump or a big run, and then you see guys like trying to hold, like they just panic, right? So once you remove emotions and then you understand why something's happening, then you become a emotionless trader. Then with a system and a step-by-step process, you add that process to what you're doing, and now you're getting results. And once we have results, we can tweak the results to get better results. If I know how much you always go down before you go up, I can fix that with better entries. If I know how much you go up on average, I can fix that with leverage, right? So I can fix a lot of things just based on how you trade, even if you suck. And then once that happens, we're teaching a system that you can do over and over and just simply repeat, and anybody can do it. And then once that happens, then you're like, oh, hey, shit, this is a lot easier than I thought. And then that's what happens. People just get to the point that it becomes a lot easier than they thought. And now at that point, they're just doing what they're supposed to do, right? And that's it. That's the beauty of the entire thing, right? Is understanding that, right? It's the entire process, right? But that's the people don't understand. Like that's what I tell people. I'm not teaching you to trade. I'm teaching you how to make profits. Okay? That's where people are mistaken. This isn't about trading. This is about making money. Because that's all that matters. There's 1,700 different ways to
Got you,
learn how to.
VC. Thanks for
Yeah,
the.
yeah. It's 100 different ways to learn
Yeah.
how to trade. If you learn every single way on how to trade, that's amazing. They're all going to do the same thing. They're going to be 60% right. What I'm going to do is teach you how to be 100% right on profits. So, what they say, there's 1,000 ways to skin a fucking cat. I'm going to show you how to skin the cat the most efficient way. Now, what you do with the rest of your time, that's on you. But that's what we do, brother.
Got you. Well, thank you very much for the lesson.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
I enjoy you guys, man. We have fun. Let me get out of this share screen.
All right, VC,
Lower
man.
my shit down. I'll be right back.
We'll be in contact, and I'll update you, VC, when I'm ready.
Yeah, bro.
I'll keep on watching the videos. Rerun.
What's your computer? Hold on. All right, I'm back. You guys hear me? Hello?
I got a quick question.
Who is that? CP? CP, that you? Hold on.
He's gone, huh?
Hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay.
Hey, guys.
Get rid of here. Here. All right, hello? You hear me? Am I back?
Did we just finish up?
Hold on. How come I can't get in there? Yo. You hear me?
I was on earlier. You guys were doing WIF. Or, yeah, WIF.
Yo.
And that's...
Let me get out of there. Why do you care about you? Beep, 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 beep. What are you making, baby? Go in the bag. What we got? Yo. You hear me now?
To make
Am I
profit.
back yet?
Yeah.
Hello?
All right. Well, you guys are great. DC is doing really good things for us.
Can I not hear?
That's not called school for nothing.
I'll be back. I'll be back in a couple hours. Thanks, guys.
You. All right. So on the stream, guys, there we go. I'm back. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm back. I couldn't get the mic to work. What is CPO? Where'd he go? Did he leave? All right. So.
Yeah, he did.
What was his question?
He just asked if you were out for the evening.
Oh, he said something about the wife trade. He says, I had a question about that. I could hear him, but I couldn't. Did you guys see me? I was in the room. I just couldn't get the mic to work. All right. So.
Yeah, he was talking in response.
Yeah, I couldn't get him on there. All right. So now I'm going to set my wife, my trend here. Looks like we're heading down. I think render, we got a long finally. How are we looking at render, boys? All right, we need a 3-minute retest on render. We're finally getting there. Where are we at? Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then we need a 15-minute bounce on render. All right, there we go. But we can't get any volume. Okay, so you see how like on render, we can't get that volume to break on the 15, right? And that's where, you have to, that's the importance of like when you're watching your trade. Like if it can break, like the 15-minute on render cannot break, and now it becomes more of a weak coin, which is a short, right? So let me get into my positions here. Let me rotate here. Let me reverse render because that is not working. All right, there we go. Now we're going to short and render as well. And I'm going to set a stop loss at 30. I take profit at 50. I'm going to let that get my money back. All right. Let's go to wife. You guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I can't, let me end this stream here. All right, so wife, we ended up doing, we're still winning there. It's still growing. So let's climb that out. But,
Green though.
yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming because I gotta get my, it's hard to do on a normally. So the problem is I didn't think about this shit when I bought it, but I bought a fucking laptop, right? That I've had for a while, a couple years. And it doesn't have a Ethernet connection, which all my laptops did. But when I use this laptop, it's normally to do lives and talk on Discord. So I don't really need it because I'm always at my home desk with my my trading setup, my desk PCs. So I'm always Ethernet in. So I always have what I want. Then now that I've been traveling, I've been doing a bunch of shit. I'm always on this fucking laptop. So I'm sitting literally right next to the fucking modem, like it's 1 foot away from this damn thing. but then you're subject to, you know, upload speed, which is only 10. I need it at like 20 or 50. But so it's real slow. And then if I stream, oh, forget about it. If I share my screen, terrible. But so far, so good. So right now we're crushing 43% on, I just did a reverse on render because I had a $3.70 entry. I reversed it because it was going negative and I didn't see it in time, but I was down 20%. I reversed, I'm up 20%, so I got my money back there. Wife, dog with hat, we're 43%. And I'm waiting for this to continue to just fall apart here, which is right now should happen. Okay. So I should get a 3-minute red moon here. Should see that 3-minute RSI push down. I'm looking for 100% on here because I'm a greedy bastard, but let's see. All right, let me roll that there. I'll be right back as I let that play out, and hopefully I can get this. Where's the 1 hour? Is the 1 hour turn red yet? Ah, we get a 1 hour red moon. Yes, let's go. Okay, 15-minute turn down. Perfect. 30-minute break. We got 15-minute. Yeah, okay. I'm holding wife here. I'm gonna get greedy because I'm a bastard here. But I can get this to 100%. We got a $500 trade. What's he mad about? What's he mad about? You give him the yogurt, baby? Baby. He does. She feed you yogurt? Get him more chicken, babe. All right, 36% on the whiff. Watching the volume here. 30-minute volume still high. 3-minute volume is beautifully negative here. Now we just need this RSI to go down. Still trying to push it. Come on, man. The last hurrah before we get that moon, baby. Come on, red moon. Come on, red moon. Come on, red moon. One time for the Gipper. All right, so 45-minute red moon. Yes. Yes. We got one more bounce. And we need this volume to break down. Come on, 15-minute. Come on now. 3-minute RSI. We need you to head down already. Where's the support here? Supporting off the 200? Oh, you are, you bastard.
So you have a short on wife and a long on render?
Yeah, we've been in a short on wife and short on render. Render's long didn't happen. So look at the render 15-minute. Yeah, the 15-minute render couldn't break positive volume. So now everything is in a short position right now, but we've been in the wife short, right? So now we're just trying to get it. The last hump here is breaking the 200 moving average. What is that right there? What do we have? We have the 90, the 20, the 50, the 200, right? Oh, those are both the 200. Yeah, so right now we're stuck at the 200 moving average. It's found support twice. There's no volume there, so we're just hoping that we get a 1 hour red moon, which would be the alert that you want for your wife. But it could find support there, so that's kind of like the what we're waiting on. All right, I'll be right back.
Why would you say that?
Yogurt, maybe? Yeah, I think about his poop fucked up.
I just hold on. I just did lick of like the yogurt ice cream.
Yeah, no, remember I gave it to him yesterday. Remember, I was giving it to him at the other place. I can't remember. Yeah, but it might be because it's kind of like.
Really, I didn't really get the yogurt.
No, I was thinking when he did that really weird shit. And I didn't know, was that the night I was giving him?
It's been on, like even today, but
Only a little bit? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like the fact that we're giving him yogurt. I just don't know the other side of it. All right. Looks like wife's gonna find support here finally. All right, so what do we got? We got a 15-minute bounce on wife here. Look at the 3-minute. See if it's finding some volume here. Look at that big ass buy. Here comes the money. Y'all guys hear me? Here comes the cash. Boom. Let's see what we got here. All right, let me get out this stream right here because I got to get into some trades and I got to take care of some other shit.